Case when we're at Old Trafford, you notice the absence of spectators even more, I think. Taylor in again, bowls to Cole-Cudmore, drops that one down on the offside, come through for a quick single, which he gets. And Luke Proctor quickly in from extra cover, but couldn't prevent the single. Well judged, and the first run off the bat, single to Cole-Cudmore and Yorkshire 3 for 1.
Yeah, and on a cold morning, Will Frayne had a couple of knee issues at the back end of the 29 season and in the winter between 19 and 20. On a freezing cold morning at this time of year. I'm not sure that you'd be too delighted about that, because he really did have to get the hurry up on to get through.
Yeah, it was a tight one. I think it was pretty well judged. Luke Proctor not necessarily the very quickest over the ground. Safe save as at backward point is outstanding close catcher, of course. And here's Taylor bowls outside the off stump, and Frayne just lets that one go through to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Did swing back quite a bit. You'd imagine there was going to be a little bit of movement this morning. I think the problem we had, certainly in the early stages, I know it was the case with your game, Jonathan, but certainly when Northamptonshire played Kent, the ball didn't swing because it was just too cold to swing. It did nothing at all, apart from when I think Darren Stevens on the third morning with a new ball got it to wobble around a wee bit, but different now. And there's again down the leg side, and Taylor not quite getting his line right, and this time it just flicks off the pad of Will Frayne and goes down to the boundary.
Or many of them for that matter down at Hove. Jordan Thompson might have drifted the odd one or two, but you certainly wouldn't call it proper prodigious swing or swing bowling conditions. So it is Tom Cole-Cudmore, Yorkshire on 7 for 1, who waits, and Sanderson comes in, right arm over the wicket, wraps that one into his pad, and there is no run, and there is no one in the stadium as usual. Andrew's suggesting fans might be coming back soon, and tell you what, I don't know about you, but I'm praying for that day to be sooner rather than later.
Yeah, absolutely right, absolutely right.
Some atmos in the place, and in again comes Sanderson's up there to drive, and Cole-Cudmore takes on the challenge.
Say good morning to John Whiting, one of our regular correspondents, who's a great Northamptonshire supporter, and he's just been on to me to say first Northamptonshire championship match in Yorkshire he's missed since 1975. Well, he missed a good start, John, but what happens in the next 4 days, we shall see. But morning to you and to Erica in the village of Spratton, just north of Northampton.
Sanderson in, that's wide of Cole-Cudmore's off stump, and there's no run.
A decent carry, Jonathan.
Yeah.
He's going through. Bit of pace in the pitch.
Yep. Pitches are good here these days. You remember all that talk back in the old days of poor old Keith Boyce,
yes,
grafting away so much, and the criticism the pitch used to get, and it always produced, some tremendous cricket matches, didn't it? In comes Sanderson once again. That's worked to leg by Tom Cole-Cudmore, and there's a single in it.
Yes, that's absolutely right. Northamptonshire have actually got, we say about not having won here since 1990. The record really since the war isn't great. They've only won here 5 times. 1953, 65, 66, when they were right up there in the reckoning for the championship, finished second in 65, and 1980, and then 1990. So they're spread out.
Mm. Could it be another year? Sanderson is in, and that's turned into the leg side by Will Frayne, and there is no run. Yeah, I used to, talking about the pitch and the test matches, and you'd regularly hear players saying, I remember the late great Bob Willis would refer back to it as, substandard pitch at the time, and that's, I used to really feel for the groundsman. He was clearly giving it all he'd got with his team. I know from speaking to people about Keith Boyce, the knowledge and that he had, and inspiring people with what he could do with them, educating them about grounds, as the last ball of the over is pushed into the offside by Will Frayne, and that completes a second Ben Sanderson over. Then 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1 He'd have taken that, I'm sure, at about 10:30 this morning. 8 for 1 Yorkshire.
I bet he would. Yes, you're saying about Ben Sanderson with maybe with a bit of point to prove. Of course, he released by Yorkshire back in 2011. Was playing then, I think, for Rotherham in the Yorkshire League, if I remember rightly, and was working as a builder before Northamptonshire had a look at him in 2015, and played a few first-class games that year. Went on the staff the following year, and he up to this year, 238 first-class wickets in 5 seasons. So decent signing. Good bit of business from David Ripley. Tom Taylor starting his second over, bowling to Cola Cadmore, who drives that away beautifully through the covers, and that's the first boundary off the bat for 4. It was up there in the slot, just leant on it, beautiful timing, and all Safe Zabe can do is chase it back and retrieve the ball from the other side of the boundary rope, and Cola Cadmore is up to 6 and Yorkshire to 12 for 1. Yeah,
and he'll feel a bit better about life now, Tom Cola Cadmore, just getting one away to the boundary, get the arms free. Things have not quite dropped right for him yet this season.
Knox Taylor in again, 4 slips in place, bowls outside the off stump this time. Cola Cadmore lets it go through to Ricardo Vasconcelos, and there's no run.
So the 65 team, did you say? Second?
65, yes.
Yeah, who would have been the features in that?
Well, that would have been Colin Milburn.
Yep.
And David Larter, who was an England bowler at the time. Brian Crump, hard-working Crumpy. Jim Watts, who was still playing, captain the side in 1980. David Steele would have been in then. Here's Taylor in again, bowls outside the off stump. Again, good carry. And Vasconcelos, who's not a tall man anyway, had to take that up by his shoulder blades, but no run. Yes, it was a side that they thought was going to win the championship that year. Roger Prideaux was vice captain to Keith Andrew, who was captain, and the spinners Hayden Sully and Malcolm Scott would have been around then. And Northamptonshire finished up losing it by 4 points. Finished 4 points behind Worcestershire, having been ahead for a while. As Taylor comes in, bowls to Cola Cadmore, cracks that away through the covers. Another lovely shot, just stood up tall, a little bit short of a length, and that's hammered away through the covers for a second boundary of the over, and Cola Cadmore into double figures, 10 to him, and Yorkshire 16 for 1.
What were the win points in those days?
Well, the problem was, and Northamptonshire supporters will be horribly familiar with this, that I talked to the late much missed Brian Reynolds, who was also a member of that Northamptonshire side, and Brian saying that he was playing golf with Keith Andrew and they heard the scores at lunchtime and they couldn't believe what Ingleby Mackenzie had done, and as a result they were left having to try and beat Gloucestershire to try and give themselves a realistic chance of getting back to the top of the table. As Tom Taylor comes in again, bowls to Cola Cadmore, drives but only as far as Luke Proctor at mid-off, end of the over. Cola Cadmore's 10, Will Frayne yet to get off the mark, and Yorkshire are 16 for 1. Adam Lyth, the man out, first ball for naught. And it rained, unfortunately, and Colin Milburn played what many people would describe as his greatest innings for Northamptonshire, made 152 in quick time to try and get themselves ahead of the game. But it just kept raining, and unfortunately they couldn't force a win, and they finished second by 4 points. And it still rankles with a number of Northamptonshire supporters of a certain age, until you point out that they actually won a match. They won a match that year against Essex at Clacton in very similar circumstances. So, yeah, selective history sometimes.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't be the only county in that respect, as that first ball of Sanderson's third over is turned to deep backward square leg by Will Frayne, who gets through for a single. Tom Taylor coming in off the boundary. He's warmed up after 2 overs. He's not gone for the sweater. He's thrown over the boundary rope.
Positively tropical in Leeds this morning. It's lovely. Sunshine out. Very nice. Not a sign of sleetiness yet.
No. I've got to say, barring the snow we had here in the first game, we've been blessed really by plenty of sunshine itself, even if the temperatures have not been fantastic during the few games so far. Next delivery pushed out into the offside, where is it Safe or Saif?
Safe Zabe.
Safe Zabe comes in to do the fielding.
Yeah, he played again an important innings in the Glamorgan match. Made some useful runs. She had a partnership with Adam Rossington in the in Northamptonshire's first innings that kept them afloat, really.
Certainly got a bit of purpose about his walking in as Sanderson's in again, and that just might have offered to nip away from the Yorkshire batsman, who plays a couple of wind strokes afterwards. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, there's no run.
Yes, you've got the two outstanding fielders probably in the ground, outfielders in the side in Thurston, who's at mid-wicket at the moment, and Zabe at backward point. They are the quickest over the ground, you would say.
Here's Sanderson again. Orange soles on those boots, as we so often see these days, and that's pushed up to mid-on by Kohler-Cadmore. Nobody wants to go and field down in the shadow of the Emerald stand. It will be, if it's 6-7 degrees in the sunshine, something like that, then down there it'd be Baltic.
I can imagine. It's just such a great pleasure to come to this ground, because for a bit of a history nut like me, there's history everywhere, there's great names everywhere. It's just it's a privilege to be here.
Sanderson again, and that is thrown up wide of off stump, trying to tempt TKC to have a little bit of a waft, but he watches it go by. Yep, that's what I was referring to in terms of the pitch. People moan about the surface back in the day for Test cricket, but actually some of the great Test matches being played.
Absolutely.
You think about the 91 West Indies Test where Graham Gooch got his 154.
Many would say the greatest innings ever played for England in a Test match.
It's certainly in that bracket, isn't it, as Sanderson's next delivery is not.
Until beaten by another one here with Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you say, there's just so many great matches, and you walk through as I did this morning, through the Herbert Sutcliffe gates, and you walk up past the Jackson room, and it's just, it's wonderful, wonderful. But concentrating on the here and now, it looks to have been, possibly a decent toss for Vasconcelos to win. There is some pace in the pitch, some good carry. It's certainly a bit different, it must be said, to the surface that Northamptonshire played Glamorgan on. It tends to be at Northampton that if you're going to get anything out of it, you do it in the first session and a bit maybe. It does tend to get a bit flat after that. And here's Taylor starting a fresh over, bowls to Will Frayne. Plays it out in the covers to Luke Proctor, who doesn't field it cleanly. They thought about possibly going for one for the misfield. Then remembering what they were taught at their father's knee, or mother's knee, only go for a misfield if there's 1.5. And there wasn't, so they didn't. 17 for 1 Yorkshire. Will Frayne coming into the side to replace the England captain Joe Root, so no pressure there. Here's Taylor again, bowls outside the off-stump. Frayne just lets it go through to Vasconcelos. Doesn't quite take it cleanly, but no problem. Tidies up and there's no run.
I guess if he gets to 11, then he can say, Root got 2 5s last week.
Yes, he hasn't torn up too many trees in well, certainly in the last round of matches. Northamptonshire picking up a good win on Sunday against Glamorgan. Here's Taylor in again, bowls outside the off stump, and Frayne watching it closely again, just bouncing a little bit. He was able to leave it on length, I think, regardless of line, but it goes through to Vasconcelos outside the off stump, and there's no run. Northamptonshire set 355 in 79 overs to beat Glamorgan. Got there with 6 and a bit overs to spare, which I don't think any of us saw coming, to be perfectly honest. Least of all Northamptonshire's head coach David Ripley, who said it would take something out of the ordinary on the evening before for Northamptonshire to win the game. Taylor in again, bowls outside the off stump once again. Frayne watches it through to Vasconcelos, and there's no run. And they did get something out of the ordinary, partnership of 239 for the third wicket between Vasconcelos and Rob Keogh, both made hundreds. Must be said, Glamorgan's bowling, I think, would have caused Matthew Maynard the odd sleepless night. An awful lot of boundaries square of the wicket. They just weren't bowling straight on a pitch that had died a little bit. Here's Taylor in again, outside the off stump, and again it goes through to Ricardo Vasconcelos, and there's no run. Good to see Nick Cook out there as one of the umpires, David Milnes the other. Nick Cook, of course, well known to Northamptonshire supporters, played for Northamptonshire for many years after leaving Leicestershire, and then became second team coach, and under the Kepler Vessels regime was technical advisor, I think he was. It was some slightly peculiar job title before he went on the first class umpires list. Turns 65 next month. Here's Taylor in again, bowls, and that's just dangled the bat at Frayne. It seamed away to Will Frayne. Good ball from Tom Taylor. Beat the outside edge, goes through to Vasconcelos, who takes it quite low down. End of the over. 10 to Cola Cadmore, 1 to Will Frayne, Yorkshire 17 for 1.
Certainly did something. It was hard to tell whether there might have been a little bit of a way swing after it had pitched. Possibly. It's not easy to be precise from here, but certainly Will Frayne was hanging the bat at it to some extent.
I was just watching it on the replay on the stream. Yeah, it just zipped a little bit, zipped off the seam. So Ben Sanderson going to continue from the pavilion, the Kirkstall end. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 2, and he's in and bowls to Cola Cadmore, who shoulders arms. Don't forget you can get in touch with us. I haven't given you the details on that front so far today. So on Twitter, Andrew Rad is at oldmanrad, RADD. I'm at Jonathan Doidge, and you can also email us from wherever you are, whether you're Northants, Yorkshire, or supporter of whoever, on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Sanderson is in. Cola Cadmore didn't quite get that as he wanted. He's got towards the inside of the bat, but he's certainly got enough on it to get at least 2, and he's on the way back for 3, and will successfully complete the job. So 13 to him, 20 for 1 Yorkshire. Clive is asking any ideas regarding the lack of live streaming today. The live streaming is up and running as far as I'm aware, Clive. Hope you've got it now, but if you're just hearing the audio output and you want to see the live stream, then you'll need to go through the match centre on the Yorkshire website. It's also on the Northamptonshire website as well, which I've got it up on.
Sanderson in again, and Frayne, who's back on strike, of course, pushes that out into the covers. There's no run. Sun just behind a cloud for the moment, which will make it that little bit cooler, but Tom Taylor's, well, he's a tough as old boots down there at deep backward square leg. He's definitely not going for the sweater. I'm in Yorkshire now, show no weakness. Sanderson pushing off, then in he comes. Good delivery this time, just leaves Will Frayne slightly and pulls the bat inside the line.
Yeah, Taylor had a good trip up to Old Trafford. Picked up 4 wickets in the first inning. The second innings, extraordinary innings, when Northamptonshire were looking to save the game on the final afternoon. He batted 2 hours near as damn it for 13 off it's about 115 balls. I mean, it's the sort of innings he probably never played in his life, but he hung around for a long time with Luke Proctor.
Sanderson into Frayne, who's happy to shoulder arms. Will Frayne, well, he's played 16 first-class matches, batted on 24 occasions, got just over the 500 runs, 522, 106 his highest score, made that at Scarborough a couple of seasons ago. Absolutely clattered the top wall with a couple of sixes. One in particular might have even gone beyond that, I think, to the hotels overlooking the ground. He's pushing forward at this one. Good delivery from Sanderson. Moral victory for him. So yeah, Will Frayne with the first class average at the moment of 22.69 with that 1 first class ton. So he'd love to have a good day here, and he'll certainly be buoyed by that 180 odd in the second team. George Hill also made a double century in that one against Gloucestershire last week.
First sanitisation break of the morning, and Brandon Glover in the fetching blue tabard has come out to with a bottle of hand sanitizer for Northamptonshire. Glover was named in the 13, one of the 2 to miss out with the batsman Emilio Gay. Glover, South African born Dutch international, who has got genuine pace. Just missed out at the start of the season, had a little injury, and he hasn't played any first team cricket yet this year, but one imagines he'll get a go in the not too distant future, and certainly have a big role to play in the white ball when that comes along. Something of a white ball specialist, but opened the bowling against Somerset last year on his championship debut, and on a pitch unusually for Northampton that really did bounce. He looked quite a handful. Well, here's Tom Taylor starting another over. 3 overs for 9 so far, with 1 maiden in there. 4 slips in place. Runs in with the Emerald stand behind him and bowls and beats Kohler Cadmore outside the off stump. Aim to drive. Slip past the outside edge, and again a bit of a moral success for the bowler. And the slip cordon might have thought they were in business. Still the same as before. Ben Curran at first, Keogh second, Berg third, and Kerrigan fourth. Kerrigan also back into the Northamptonshire side for this game, having missed the Glamorgan match through injury. Taylor in again, bowls outside the off stump this time. Kohler Cadmore just watches it go through outside the off stump, taken by Vasconcelos. A lot of building work going on. Is it over to our left, over towards the that's the city? Is that the city centre, Jonathan? I'm just trying to get my bearings.
Yeah, the city centre. I always describe it as the Dalek. You can see over the top of the east stand.
Yes.
That's poking its head up. That is close to the Leeds. I got told off for this the other week. The railway station.
Oh, right.
Not train station.
No. Here's Taylor in again, bowls, and once again, he's just after the first over when he just seemed to be slipping everything down the leg side. He's just got himself into a nice rhythm now. That was another good ball around the line of off stump, just outside, just shaping away, and beats the outside edge of Kohler Cadmore's bat.
Yeah, so the actual city centre would be sort of between the tree that you can see poking up over the east stand and in that general area, and then you're getting further out towards Ellen Road Football Stadium as you go to the right of Bridgewater Place from where we can see.
Came in past that yesterday. Taylor in again, bowls to Kohler Cadmore. He's going to get a run as he steers that between fourth slip and safe but backward point. Comes through for 1 more run. 14 to him, and Yorkshire up to 21 for 1. If you're just tuning in or logging on, you're very welcome. And you've missed Adam Lythe's innings. He was out first ball of the match today, bowled by Ben Sanderson for naught, just trying to leave one. The ball ricocheted onto the stumps. So Adam Lythe's terrific start to the season, hits a bit of a bump in the road. Taylor in again, bowls outside the off stump to Frayne, who leaves it, and they say there's 2 types of leave, good ones and bad ones. Well, that was a good one, but it was close to the off stump and got the usual round of oohs and ahs behind the stumps. And Rob Keogh, as he does disconcertingly throughout the season, has got one of these hand warmers, and he shakes it around, and he looks as though he's auditioning for a sort of South American band with his maracas. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Frayne, pushes that down, just drops it nicely in the offside, and Sabe has to make a bit of ground round to his right to do the fielding, so they're able to come through for a sharp single, and he nicks the bowling as well. 2 to Frayne, 14 to Kohler Cadmore. Yorkshire 22 for 1, and we've had 8 overs.
Yep. So good morning all. If you are finally getting out of bed and deciding to get stuck into a bit of county cricket with us, Sean in Roundhay says looking forward to a good game between 2 sides buoyed by wins. YCCC need to sort the first innings batting. The talent is there, not necessarily the application. Enjoy. Sanderson then continuing from this Kirkstall Lane end, pushed out into the offside by Will Frayne. First up there's no run. Neil Dutton, morning Jonathan, hope it's warmer in God's own county than it is across the Pennines. Very fresh here, #Yorkshire. Mark Beals advising that there is no sound on the stream. That was a while ago, and I think things are sorted. Mark, give us a thumbs up if that's the case where you're concerned. Still the 4 slips wait. Get to your message in a moment, Charles, because Ben Sanderson is in, and that should have been a catch. Dropped at second slip, Will Frayne. He might pick up 4 as well into the bargain. He hasn't. He's going to get 2. So, second slip being
Rob Keogh.
Keogh
And Berg just slightly got in each other's way there, I think, didn't they?
So how costly may that prove? Rob Keogh, it was certainly, it was travelling, but it was at catchable height.
Yeah, absolutely.
And really should have been taken.
Yeah, Ben Sanderson hasn't had a huge amount of luck with slip catches this year. He had Keaton Jennings dropped in the first over of the match against Lancashire at Old Trafford by Vasconcelos. Very similar, high to his right.
Sanderson then. In he comes again, and that is turned down to long leg where Taylor will field, but can't prevent another 2 for Frayne. He did get the 2, by the way, from the drop chance, so he's now on to 6. So fortune favouring him where it didn't. Adam Lyth in that first ball of the day with that cannon onto his stumps. Charles says, oh dear, I don't have your commentary on the streaming. Okay, hopefully you now have that. I'm wearing the same shirt as I did for the Glamorgan game. I may have to change it if the cricket gods aren't happy. Charles out there in Spain. Good delivery again from Sanderson. An appeal here as Will Frayne was beaten, everybody up in the cordon, and a bit of a wild throw has been missed at mid-on, so there might be a little remonstration on that front. They've got back for 2-3, which will be leg by as they are signalled now, so the appeal was clearly for what they thought was a pretty good LBW shout. Frayne survives then, so it's not been an easy over where he's concerned.
Anything I can think of there, just got a little bit of a stride. It might just have hit him outside the line. It was close to the line of off stump. That bit of field, it's just a good job he didn't get a nick on it, and those 3 runs, the overthrows, count against the bowler, or Ben Sanderson would be even more disgruntled than he probably is at the moment already. Yeah,
and he will be. He comes in again to bowl, this time to Kohler Cadmore. It's a nice shot from Tom Kohler Cadmore. Waited and waited for that. Didn't try to hit it too hard. He's not going to pick up a boundary, so hasn't fully timed it as well as he might have done, but he's going to get 2 more. So productive over for Yorkshire here with, what's that now, 6 off the bat and 3 leg buys, 31 for 1. Ross tweets, is it your voice on comms this morning? Well, this is my voice. And alongside me is Andrew Rad. Sanderson coming in again. Oh, another good delivery. Is there or thereabouts most of the time, Ben Sanderson. Even though he's gone for a few runs in this over, he's going to be disgruntled, as Andrew suggested, as he walks back off to contemplate all of that last 6 deliveries in the field. Yorkshire's 31 for 1, having been put into bat this morning by toss-winning Northants, who bowled 9 overs and took that wicket with the first ball of the match.
Yes, if you weren't with us earlier, I was saying that Ben Sanderson this year has just generally looked a bit grumpy. He hasn't had a lot of luck, it's probably fair to say, in the season so far, and he has this rather odd stat that for a bowler with his terrific record in recent seasons, that he's bowled in 6 innings. This is the 7th, and he's taken 1 wicket in each of them. But at the moment, that holds true here as well. He'll be hoping for some more. There's Tom Taylor about to start his 5th over, and he bowls outside the off stump, and again, good carry, good line, and it goes past the outside edge of Will Frayne's bat. Although, to be fair, I think he pulled his bat inside the line, played it well. But Taylor, it took him an over and a bit just to get the radar sorted, but now he has. He's bowling a really good challenging line. Tall man, signed by Northamptonshire on a 3-year contract at the back end of last season from Leicestershire. Here's Taylor in again, bowls outside the off stump, and this time Frayne just shoulders arms, lets it go through to Vasconcelos, and there's no run. Yeah, they felt it was another good bit of business to get Tom Taylor. He made his debut in all cricket for Northamptonshire in the T20 last year in the match against the Birmingham Bears at Edgbaston, which Northamptonshire had to win to get through to the quarters, and he got a wicket with his 2nd ball, and then played a very valuable innings with the bat to help Graham White see Northamptonshire through to a fairly unlikely win. So he made a decent start. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Frayne, who looking to play offside, and it finished up going off the sort of thick inner portion of the bat and going up to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Charlie Thurston. There's no run, took his hand off the bat in the process.
We don't tend to talk about T20 cricket around these parts.
Well, Northamptonshire have had a decent record, won it twice of course, under the captaincy of Alex Wakely, but disappointing last year, having got through to the quarters, didn't really turn up against Gloucestershire at Bristol in the quarter-finals. Here's Taylor in again, bowls and solidly in behind that wheel frame, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. No, they really it was one of the most one-sided T20 games you'll ever wish to see. On a very cold day, at the beginning of October, it didn't have a lot going for it from my point of view. It's probably fair to say, but these things happen. Looking forward to the start of the blast in June, of course. Still the 4 slips in as Taylor comes in, bowls to Frainer again, just nibbles outside the off stump. Taylor still keeping up this good line, goes through to Vasconcelos, finds himself captaining, keeping and opening the batting in this match.
Yeah, at the end of the day, he might pop off and bring on the drinks.
Yes, he's a man of many talents. Dave, as he's known in the dressing room, because when he first came to Northamptonshire, his full name, Ricardo Surrador Vasconcelos, they felt was a bit of a mouthful. Here's Taylor, in again, bowls to Fraine, solidly in behind that, plays it up to mid-off, where Proctor Fields, end of the over, Fraine 6, Kohler Cadmore is 16. Taylor's bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 11, and Yorkshire put into bat are 31 for 1.
And Gambo 65, good morning to you, says morning Jonathan and Andrew, I'm watching it on the live stream. Good start for Ben Sanderson getting Adam Lyth. We start our league programme this Saturday, Wolverton Town thirds playing Panthers firsts in the Morant Four Counties League, and Sunday first home to Blunham in the Beds League.
Yeah, Wolverton, nice ground. Osborne Street, just on the edge of Milton Keynes. Played in the Northamptonshire League for many years before looking elsewhere. But yeah, very nice ground. I've been hit out of it a few times. Short leg side boundary. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Sanderson is into Kohler Cadmo, shoulders, arms, and there's no run. Good morning to you, Ben Carter. Portugal for Yorkshire. Morning, gents. I'm watching from Fatima in central Portugal. A good win here for Yorkshire will ensure progress to the next round. That's a little bit premature, surely. This is only the fourth match of the group stages. Their first innings batting is a real source of concern, though. Here's hoping for a double century for Fraine or other. Is that AN other? Sanderson in, and that one just looks like it might have nipped a little bit on Tom Kohler Cadmore, who's wrapped on the pad. Don't think the appeal sounded as confident as one a little earlier.
Just watching on the stream, he got a good stride in, and it would certainly hit him outside the line, and probably was missing anyway. And Alfie Vickers, morning to you, says just for anyone struggling to get the live stream, it's available on the Yorkshire Cricket YouTube channel as well. Watching the action, he says, whilst self-isolating in Tingley, which is just down the road between here and Dewsbury. As in comes Sanderson, and Kohler Cadmore's guided that one wide of the cordon, and it was 4 really from the moment it left the bat. Just opened the face. Nicely played, and Tom Kohler Cadmore on to 20 now. His highest score of the season, would you believe, for a player of Tom Kohler Cadmore's quality, is the 21 he made in the second innings at Hove last week. His scores so far have been 11 and 4, 14 and 3, 17 and 21. So, given that his opening partner has gone today, he would love to get some on the board for his team's cause. Drives this next one up to mid-off, there's no run. It's amazing. We certainly have had people getting in touch with us, and it's wonderful to hear from all various parts of Europe and from Australia and South Africa and all over the world. This goes to show that county cricket is one of those universal sporting languages, isn't it?
And Tingley.
And Tingley.
Here's Sanderson up there to drive, and that's a beautiful shot from Tom Kohler Cadmore. Shot of the morning so far. It was just a little bit too full, wasn't it, from Sanderson? And Kohler Cadmore gave it the full face of the blade. And, well, he's now on to... what is his highest first class score of the competition so far? 39 for 1. He's on to 24.
It is extraordinary, as you say, for a player of his quality. That's really surprising.
That's cricket, though, isn't it? It just happens. You know, some people, as Adam Lythe has done, get off to flyers. Others make it up in different ways. You get to those stages of the season where you might have gone okay to start with, and then you have that 3-4 game trot where things not quite happening. We'll see. I'm sure he won't be any cause for premature celebration, having made it to just the 24, but he pushes this one out into the covers, and there is no run. Conclusion of the 11th over of this Yorkshire innings then. And if you're just joining us, Northants won the toss and put Yorkshire into bat. Taylor and Kerrigan in for Buck, and Rossington for Northants. Just the one change for Yorkshire. Root, of course, rested, and Frayne back in.
Yes, you're talking about premature celebrations. You probably won't have to buy a round just yet, as Ricardo Vasconcelos did for his CB round, because in the previous match, of course, he went past his highest score in first-class cricket. Previously 184, finished 185 not out, and there was a huge round of applause when he passed that total, which wasn't actually to win the match, because Luke Proctor made the winning hit, but it was because he'd gone past that, and the players all knew they got a beer on him. Change of bowling, first time this morning, it's going to be Wayne Parnell. So we're going to see some left-arm seam from Northamptonshire's South African overseas player. Still the 4 slips in place. Parnell from the far end bowls first ball to Will Frayne, who plays that one up to wide mid-on, and they come through for an easy single. Frayne up to 7, and Yorkshire up to 40 for 1. Parnell made his Championship debut, first class debut for Northamptonshire in the previous match against Glamorgan, becoming Northamptonshire's 530th first class player. Bowled pretty well on a pitch that was giving him absolutely no help at all. There's Parnell again, bowls very full length, and that's driven nicely again by Kohler Cadmore. He's leant on that, pushed it up through mid-off, it's running out towards the boundary. I don't think it's quite going to get there, no it's not. Good chase back there by a couple of the Northamptonshire fielders, and they come back for 3 runs. So 3 to Kohler Cadmore, goes up to 27. Yorkshire 43 for 1. Good aggressive intent by Kohler Cadmore. Anything that's up there he's going to drive. That was a nice shot up through mid-off. Parnell's biggest contribution to the previous match was with the bat. Made a very useful 54 in Northamptonshire's first innings. Parnell in again, bowls short, and has he got a glove on that? There's a big appeal for a caught behind as Will Frayne looked to try and pull that short ball away. They went up, it was close to the gloves but not out, says umpire Nick Cook, so he survives.
Yeah, the body language suggested what you're on about from Will Frayne. He's either a very good actor or he didn't get anything on that.
Well, no, I don't think he... again, I think it was... from the bowler, it just seemed a teensy bit of an afterthought, as they always used to say, altogether or not at all. But he survives. He's on 7, and he's facing this ball from Parnell. Sun behind a cloud now, and Frayne is nicely in behind that. Pushes it up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Luke Proctor. And there's no run. Proctor making the winning hit for Northamptonshire in that long run chase against Glamorgan last time out, having the previous Sunday batted in a very different set of circumstances, batted 6 hours 6 minutes for 93 on the last day against Lancashire to try and save the match. Here's Parnell in again and bowls, and that's steered down nicely by Will Frayne. It's running down towards the boundary. Safe Zabe is in hot pursuit. I think he's just about going to claw it in. About a foot inside the rope down there. It's a long boundary down on that side of the ground, and they're able to come back for another 3. Frayne in double figures, 10 to him and 46 for 1 Yorkshire. Good chase a long way down there. See Gareth Berg limbering up as well, so I imagine we'll probably see a double change. Kohler Cadmore facing this ball, and he's hit on the pad. Big appeal from Parnell, and he thought he got his man again, but umpire Nick Cook thinks otherwise. Not out. Ball of full length, and Kohler Cadmore just playing slightly around it, and the gesture from Nick Cook suggested he thought it was missing leg stump, so it obviously did swing, but in the umpire's opinion it swung too much. End of the over, 10 to Frayne. Kohler Cadmore's 27 and Yorkshire are 46 for 1. Eventful first over from Wayne Parnell.
Yes, very much so. And Yorkshire, well, it is first morning at Headingley. I don't think we expect much different than things are going to happen. So if you can get to lunch on that first morning with minimal losses, then you'd hope to be able to kick on as the day wears on. Ben Sanderson is going to continue from this Kirkstall Lane end, and Will Frayne shoulders arms to that first delivery of the over. Good morning again to you, Neil Dutton, who says, could you get t-shirts made with the slogan, "We don't talk about T20 around here, please, I'll buy 100. That's all right, my son. I'll see you those at the back of the old freewheel van. £999 and 99 pence to you, sir. 100 of those. Retire. A little bit of warming up going on at Slip. It's West Indies-esque, the cordon of the 70s. Seems to go on forever. The four men in there as Sanderson is in, and that's turned into the leg side. And Charlie Thurston, I think it is, with the...
That's him.
The floppy on,
yep.
Does the fielding. Interesting that he's got the floppy on a day like this.
It's well, look, considering we, as you did, we had snow at Northampton during the first round of matches against Kent, and yeah, he would wear it whatever he wasn't actually playing in that match, but he would wear it whatever the conditions.
Maybe it's got a wool lining or something for this time of year, as Sanderson's next delivery is too wide to interest Will Frayne in having a nibble.
Peg Place, he was playing in that one actually, but he missed Old Trafford, but he was playing in that one, and he still got it on.
Ross says, despite the duck this morning from Lythe and Hamid, he's also got a duck as well, has he? Do you think they're up for discussion to be close to the England team this summer? And also, can you share my upset at the lack of long sleeve Yorkshire shirts on the website? There you go.
Oh, so
they'll all be listening to that, as this next delivery is wide of off stump, but Frayne walks across and does certainly offer to play at that.
Well, Northamptonshire listeners will be aware that I was actually described as an influencer.
Really?
During the Old Trafford match, when I mentioned in slightly disparaging terms the cap that Wayne Parnell took the field in, which was a sort of one of the not a sort of on the field cap, it was one of these sort of like leisure wear things, which I wasn't terribly keen on.
In comes Sanderson again, good delivery. Will Frayne playing down the line on which it pitched, and clearly just nibbles and nips away a little, and Sanderson hands on his head. Can't believe he's not induced the nick there.
I was then taken to task by the Northamptonshire commercial department, who were listening, and who said, no, this is one of our popular lines of leisure wear, and told me what it was. So Scott Reed and I, thought we got to put the record straight, and apparently they then had an order for one as a result. So we then became instantly social media influencers.
Sanderson in, and that's dropped to mid-on this time by Will Frayne, who's survived the over. He's not out on 10. Tom Kohler Cadmore 27, a partnership worth 46, all of Yorkshire's 46 runs, because of course they did lose Adam Lythe to the first ball of the morning. 13 overs now complete, and we're moving on towards the top of the hour, to the witching hour, noon.
I think we're probably how Sanderson's bowled 7 now. Maybe one more, but I'm sure we shall see Gareth Berg into the attack. Berg has been outstanding. He's been really Northamptonshire's standout bowler across the whole of the start of the championship season so far. Parnell in again, bowls short to Kohler Cadmore, who just flicks that away down to fine leg for 4. Just had to get something on it, basically. The line wasn't right, and Kohler Cadmore in behind it, and meat and drink to him really. Picks up 4 more runs, 31 to him. And Yorkshire 50 up for them, 50 for 1, and we're in the 14th over.
That's the point. When is the witching hour? That's an old. That's a primary school teacher used to say that. Lunchtime was 12 o'clock, and for some reason,
I always thought it was midnight.
the witching hour, yeah.
Well, 12 o'clock at the other end of the day. Not lunchtime yet. But interesting first session developing here as Parnell is in again. Bowls to Cola Cadmore, steers that into the slip cord, and that's a good diving stop by Kerrigan at fourth slip, who bowled really well up on the ground that he thought he told us afterwards he thought he would never play there again, having been released by Lancashire, of course, and bowled beautifully in the first innings there, and then made some useful runs in the course of which he picked up a side strain, wasn't able to bowl in the second innings, but back in the side here. Parnell in again, bowls Cola Cadmore, drops it on the onside. Charlie Thurston has to come round from mid-wicket to square leg to field, and in the meantime the batsmen come through for a well-judged single. 32 now to Tom Cola Cadmore, and Yorkshire up to 51 for 1. Having been put into bat this morning by Ricardo Vasconcelos, Northamptonshire's acting captain. I think Vasconcelos is a huge stats man. As Parnell comes in, bowls to Frayne outside the off stump, swung back again a lot after it passed the bat, which Nick Cook helpfully just makes the gesture to show how much it swung. It is obviously doing a little bit this morning with the new ball, as you would expect, but well left by Will Frayne. And he may be mindful of the fact that he's captained Northamptonshire once in first-class cricket and had one win of the matches that were completed anyway. He did captain in another one, as Parnell comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and left alone by Will Frayne, goes through to the keeper, and that was in the match that down at Bristol, which was abandoned at lunch on the first day because of a positive COVID test, and when Gloucestershire were 66 for 6, and no further play was possible. He captained Northamptonshire to victory against Glamorgan last year. Here's Parnell in again, sun out, bowls to Frayne, who plays that to backward point, where it's fielded by Zabe. End of the over, Frayne is 10, Cola Cadmore 32, and Yorkshire 51 for 1, as the players come down below us for another sanitisation break.
None of that for us. The insanity of commentary continues.
That was a very odd day down at Bristol when we turned up, and the match was, as I say, was sadly abandoned at lunchtime. But Vasconcelos was captain in that match. He actually became Northamptonshire's when he did the game against Glamorgan. He was the 87th man to captain Northamptonshire in first-class cricket, and he can point to his unbeaten record, of course. 2 games.
87th. So how many since the Second World War? Come on, let's test you. Let's really test that historical.
Well, actually, not that many. I would say if you break them down, and I have got the list. So I don't know if I've got it. I may have it on my laptop. If you break the list down, a lot of them were in the early days when the amateurs used to captain and sort of pop in and out for the odd game. And Northamptonshire famously had 4 captains in 1936. They also had 4 captains in 1975 for a variety of reasons. So we have gone through a few.
As Sanderson continuing, decent spell for him into his 8th over. That's a dot ball first up. But
since the war, they've had some long-serving captains. Obviously, Freddie Brown, and then Dennis Brooks, Raman Subbarao, Keith Andrew, Roger Prideaux, Jim Watts, who did 3 spells, one of which only lasted a couple of matches, and then David Sales did quite a long stint.
Next delivery is wide of off stump, and just playing inside the line is Tom Cola Cadmore.
And more recently Alex Wakely, of course. So yeah, they've had haven't been too bad since the war, but in the early days we had all sorts of people popping in and out for the odd game. We actually certainly had one who captained, I think of 2 in fact, who captained on their first class debut. Came in, and because they were the only amateur in the side, they did the job.
Sanderson in, good delivery, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore may well pick up a boundary for this. It's on its way down to third man and has made it despite the chase, and so he'll pick up 4 there by not the most orthodox of means. It was a moral victory for the bowler, I think, a thickish edge from TKC, but he's on to 36 now, so he's got a start for the first time this season, a proper start. 55 for 1 Yorkshire.
One of those that certainly captained on debut for Northamptonshire anyway was Jack Webster, was a Yorkshireman and captained against Yorkshire at Hull in 46.
Sanderson, good delivery again, just nipping in on Tom Kohler-Cadmore, balloons out to safe Zabe. At point, no run.
Just going to update listeners to BBC Radio Northampton in a second. I'm going to have to say, in departing, how much I'm looking forward to the Royal London Cup game at Scarborough this year. First time Northamptonshire have been there for a bit.
Yes, we always look forward to whichever format it is, and whoever's the opponents there.
Can't wait.
So Sanderson in the Headingley sunshine, in he comes. That's just wide of Kohler-Cadmore's off stump, and he's not drawn into playing a shot at this one, having seen the edge fly wide of the 4th slip earlier in the over. So 55 for 1, 1 left in the 15th over. A few people around, as you'd expect, with crowds not been allowed in. The photographer dotted around trying to get a good angle on play, maybe get a good shot here of Kohler-Cadmore pushing forward at this next Sanderson delivery. And again, I think he opened the face to give him the benefit on that one. Didn't have a drive and a thick outside edge, he just opened the face, ran it down wide of the cordon, picks up 2 more. So conclusion of over number 15 just about on noon. Yorkshire 57 for 1 with Kohler-Cadmore on 38 and Will Frayne on 10. And again, to repeat, if you haven't been with us for long, the very first ball of the day, dramatic start, Ben Sanderson, good delivery, tight lines, round about 4th stump to Adam Lyth, who's been in such cracking form this season for Yorkshire. And that is why they say when you're playing well, you need to cash in, because you never know when that next duck is coming, and he's cannoned one onto his stumps. So first ball of the match, he was gone. Here is Parnell, left arm over the wicket from the Emerald stand end. Will Frayne on strike, drops that down to mid on, and there's no run. Back with the emails. Second 11, says Stephen. Sorry I missed the name of your fellow commentator from Northants. It's Andrew Rad. Judging by their performances, maybe Yorkshire should play just the second team. Sharing their lost a day yesterday, but great news that the weather is playing fair so far in both matches, as this next Parnell delivery is allowed through by Frayne. He says, seriously though, can you tell us a bit more about those lesser known names in the second team lineup, and how close they may be to a regular first team spot? I know some have played a few games already. Yeah, Jack Shutt got I think it was 9 wickets in the match last week. He has of course turned out in first team action. Parnell in, and that is slanted across Frayne, who plays inside the line. There's no run. I'm sure we'll see more of him in action as well this year. It wouldn't surprise me to see him play some first team cricket in whichever format. He did of course get a 5 for, announced himself really with a 5 for up at Durham in a T20 game. He's bowled well in that format. Got his opportunity in red ball cricket last year. Parnell into Frayne, who drops that into mid off, and there's no run. Who else is the George Hill I mentioned? Double century, as of course again had a few chances. Been limited on chances in first team cricket, but he's had a few. He's a player to watch with both bat and ball. Dom Leach, of course, he also did well when he came into the side last summer. trying to think where the debut was. He certainly played at Trent Bridge. Parnell into Frayne, who opens the face and pushes it out to safe save, who's coming round from point to field. And there's no run. Ben Burkhead, of course, wicket-keeper, has been in and around. Tom Lowton back in the seconds at the moment, having played first-team cricket already this season. Matthew Revis, again, in and out. So there are players who've just had that little introduction as Parnell's in again, and Frayne just watches that one go through. And that is a dot ball to finish the 16th over of this Yorkshire innings, 57 for 1. I suppose it's a conundrum that a number of counties have. You've got some talented players. You've got to try and give them opportunities, but at the same time, you want to win games of cricket with your first team. That's what it's all about, pushing for the trophies. And we have this discussion quite a bit on our commentaries in terms of when to blood players and finding the right moment to do that.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, Northamptonshire had this last season when they came in for a bit of criticism for really focusing a lot on the white ball stuff on the T20 and bring other players into the side in the 4-day stuff. But come back to that as Gareth Berg is into the attack, and first ball is played down to third man for a single by Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Just the 3 slips in for Berg rather than the 4, and they've got a third man in at third man, and just sends it in return. So Gareth Berg, who has bowled really well this year, he's been outstanding and was particularly so in the previous match against Glamorgan when he contributed runs and wickets. 40 years old now, of course, been around for a while, still very enthusiastic. Will Frayne facing this ball from Berg and immediately gets that past the bat, and again good carry. Ricardo Vasconcelos had to get the reverse cup out for that one, took it in front of his face. Kohler-Cadmore on 39, 45 balls. Will Frayne has made 10 off 52. Yes, but that said, last year, as I say, Northamptonshire brought in gave opportunities to the likes of Charlie Thurston and Jack White. Bergen again bowls down the leg side to Frayne, a good diving take by Ricardo Vasconcelos. And certainly there were 2 players who you wouldn't necessarily have had down. Most Northamptonshire supporters if they were putting their first choice red ball side out, but they both came into the side, both did really well and finished up as leading run scorer and wicket taker respectively in the Bob Willis Trophy. Here's Berg in again, bowls the full length ball driven up to mid on by Will Frayne, and it's Wayne Parnell who fields, and there's no run. So I think, and Emilio Gay was another one who had played one game the previous year, the last match of the season down at Bristol, when it was pretty much rained off. He didn't bat or bowl or do anything very much, apart from joining the celebrations when Northamptonshire were promoted at the end of it. Bergen again bowls full length, driven back to the bowler by Will Frayne. Berg himself fields, and there's no run, though I think Luke Proctor at mid-off had it covered anyway. So yeah, it is a tricky one. Northamptonshire have got a bigger staff than they have had for a year or two. It still doesn't rival the size of squads of some of the larger counties, but a few options there as Berg comes in, bowls, and driven down the pitch by Will Frayne. It's fielded by Berg. End of the over, just 1 run off his opening over, and Yorkshire are 58 for 1 with Kohler-Cadmore on 39, Frayne on 10.
Yeah, listening to live ball-by-ball commentary, courtesy of the BBC, and you may be hearing this, of course, across the streaming pictures as well. Andrew Radd and myself, Jonathan Doidge. You can get in touch on @oldmanrad, RADD, or @Jonathan Doidge on Twitter, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com on the emails, as has Andy, watching in sunny but drafty Bridlington in the East Riding of Yorkshire and not North Humberside, he says. It's going to be Parnell continuing left arm over the wicket to bowl to Kola Cadmo, drops it in front of him and thinks about the singles he often does, but thinks better of it, and I think rightly so. He says, morning Jonathan Andrew, cup of Yorkshire tea, live streaming on me big clever telly, and an excellent commentary team. Who could ask for more? Nice to see live cricket, seeing as a certain Antipodean swallowed up most of televised cricket. Let's paraphrase, as Parnell is in and dropped into the offside this time by Kola Cadmo. Wants a quick single, and Will Frayne responds in the affirmative and gets through in the end relatively comfortably. He goes on, as Andy says, some good bowling by Sanderson, some nice batting by Tom and Will. It's taken me to get over the loss of Dave Callaghan. I used to message him during matches, and it was a joy to hear my name mentioned on the radio. I finally got closure, and I'm thoroughly enjoying the commentary. Stay safe, and don't forget your blinking mask. I'll say blinking anyway, Andy. Pleasure. We all miss Callie. We refer to him often.
Yeah, we certainly do.
It's never ever a problem, and always a pleasure to mention his name. Top man. As it's going to be Parnell continuing from the Emerald stand end. Bowling to Will Frayne. Still the four slips in place. That attacking Northants field, and why wouldn't you? Yorkshire lost the wicket straight up. Frayne pushes this next delivery to mid-off, where Luke Proctor fields.
I'm sure our friend in Bridlington must get fed up of people like me from outside just immediately when you know the name Bridlington, the old word association. You just think of the late great Jake Thackeray and the widow of Bridlington many years ago.
Parnell waits. Frayne is ready, and in he comes, and that's turned round the corner down to and posted it to deep backward square leg on the boundary edge. Ben Sanderson does the fielding. They get through for a single. Les Horner, good morning to you, or good afternoon as it is now. Thanks for the coverage. My first memories of Northants in the 60s was a bowler named Kettle.
Yes.
And a spectator shouted, "Put Kettle on."
Mike Kettle, left arm seamer from Stamford.
I bet he was boiling if a catch was dropped off his bowling.
Good one.
Thanks, Les, down in Keighley. Yorkshire member for 52 years, he says. Parnell switches to round the wicket to bowl to Kola Cadmo. Tightens that line up, and it's pushed back to the bowler. There's no run.
One of those who's we've seen not too long ago at former Players' Day. Mike Kettle's been known to pop along.
John, by the way, says morning to you, afternoon to you, John. You say morning, don't you? It's a morning session, but it is technically the afternoon. Couldn't quite see on the stream, he says, but was Adam Lyth bowled from a misjudgment leave, or did he play on? I think it was the former. It looked like he was trying to pull the bat out of the way to me, and it just cannoned onto his stumps. As Parnell is in, and Kola Cadmo, well, he just runs that out to point where Saif Saib makes a bit of a meal of it, and so they get through for a single. Kola Cadmo on to 41 now, 61 for one Yorkshire. He says, despite the early wicket and Steve Patterson losing the toss, the first one of the season, the visitors have made the usual mistake of deciding to bowl first at modern Headingley. Assuming Yorkshire are no more than 3 wickets down at the lunch interval, it's time for the Tykes to amass a big first innings score and get some good batting bonus points. Well, they are, as you know, John, as we discuss, a bit of an issue, a bit of a concern, but who knows, they may do that. And we talked about the old days at Headingley. Modern Headingley, on this pitch, you don't see sides win the toss and field that often anymore.
Well, Northamptonshire have been lured into the trap. Here's Gareth Berg, 3 slips in place, bowls outside the off stump to Kola Cadmo, lets it go through, and once again, not for the first time this morning, the ball swings, but it swings after it's past the batsman, and Ricardo Vasconcelos finishes up having to take that, I would suspect, around about leg stump or even outside. So it is doing a bit, but and certainly Wayne Parnell, when he first came into the attack, got a couple to go quite appreciably in his first over. Here's Gareth Berg, and again from the Kirkstall Lane end, and Kola Cadmo's nicely in behind that, just pushes it up to mid-off where it's fielded by Proctor. Yes, Mike Kettle was in later years involved at Repton School, did a lot of the looking after the sports facilities there, played 88 first-class matches for Northamptonshire, and including a 5-wicket haul to help defeat Gary Sober's West Indians in 1966, which is probably his finest hour. Here's Bergin again, bowls, and it's driven nicely by Kohler Cadmore again. It's half stopped by Luke Proctor at mid-off, and it's left to Wayne Parnell to chase it back towards the boundary. They were able to come through for a single, and Gareth Berg just gives a little fist bump to Luke Proctor, because if he hadn't got a hand on it, I suspect it probably would have gone for 4. As it is, they come through for 1, and Tom Kohler Cadmore goes up to 42, and Yorkshire to 62 for 1. Bit overcast now. The sun's disappeared from Headingley. As Berg is in again, bowls to Frayne, who's across his stumps, playing that up towards mid-on, intercepted by Charlie Thurston under the sun hat at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yes, Kettle was one of those who basically decided he had enough of county cricket. He wasn't released. He left the club at his own request in 1970. Never won his county cap, which is a surprise. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Frayne, who plays that up to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. Forecast today, certainly what I saw this morning, was for showers. April showers, they were saying. Well, it's nearly May, but possibility of a shower throughout the day, really. Drove through a few on the way up from Northamptonshire yesterday. Here's Berg, and again bowls to Frayne, who stands up tall, plays it up to mid-off. Once again, it's Luke Proctor fields, had a busy over. End of the over, Frayne on 11, Kohler Cadmore 42, Yorkshire 62 for 1, having lost Adam Lythe for 0 to Ben Sanderson, and Gareth Berg has bowled 2 overs for 2.
And I don't think we actually answered Ross's tweet a little while ago about Messrs Lythe and Hamid. As far as England's selection are concerned,
With Dom Sibley out of the picture for a bit, there is a vacancy, isn't there? And they couldn't do an awful lot more really between them. They've certainly made quite a powerful case.
Yeah, I think I'm sure they'll be up for discussion. To answer your question, Ross, as Parnell comes round the wicket to Kohler Cadmore, who thought he'd found a gap in the offside, but Zabe is round from point to do the fielding. So, point of discussion, I think, whether they'll get back in. I would think, we've had this chat a few times about Adam Lythe in particular, with me following the Yorkshire team around, that it'd probably take more runs over a longer period to get back in there. Parnell is in, and Kohler Cadmore shoulders arms. And might have gone over the top of off stump, but it was a fair way over the top. If it was, looking at where Vasconcelos took it, stepped quite a long way down to his left.
Yeah, I think that was more angle than swing, wasn't it? Really, that just had the bowler excited for a moment. Decent leave, really.
I think Adam Lythe would fancy another go, but the other thing to take into account here is that they're always thinking about the future, longer term prospects, as Parnell is in. Kohler Cadmore, dear me, he was beaten this time. Might have played outside the line of that as it was heading in towards him.
Oh.
Beaten Vasconcelos
Vasconcelos
as well. 4 byes it's gone through for. I hadn't realised it had beaten the keeper. I was watching.
I was just watching that. It went past the inside edge, and then again, and we talked about it in the previous over, and I think the couple before that, it went really late and a long way. And actually, Vasconcelos has got absolutely no chance of. I'm not even sure a taller keeper would have got to that. It went like a boomerang, but late.
And as far as Hasib Hamid's concerned, obviously in cracking form as well last week. I'm sure thoughts will be there or thereabouts. Parnell is in and Kohler Cadmore shoulders arms, but I don't know, just the way, I don't have any inside tack on what goes on in England discussions, meetings, dressing rooms and all the rest of it. You would think that's further away as well at this stage. It's it's a long comeback, isn't it, when you've had your opportunity? That's the thing.
I think that's a fair point, yeah. It will be interesting to see what the new setup means, though, in terms of selection.
Parnell in, and Calder Cadmore shoulders arms, there's no run.
With the coach, obviously the coach and the red ball and white ball captains, Joe Root and Owen Morgan, being more involved, working with Chris Silverwood, and now James Taylor as head scout. And I think one of the things they were talking about was a bit more consultation with the head coaches around the county circuit, and I think that will be welcomed by a lot of people, not least the coaches themselves.
Parnell in, Calder Cadmore runs it out to point, and there's no run. And if you know, if that is the case, and if Andrew Gale is consulted about his thoughts on who he'd be thinking about from a Yorkshire perspective, he's a big promoter of Adam Lyth and always has been, as the most natural opening batsman on the county circuit. So you'd expect he'd be getting the backing of his first team coach here at Headingley, and I think he'd be getting the backing of the weight of runs he's scored so far this season, with the exception, of course, of that first bowler today.
Yeah, imagine Middlesex supporters will be saying, well, Sam Robson's had a decent start, with one or two others around the circuit, and Hamid, of course, made a good start in England colours, and then he just picked up that injury, and that just seemed to knock him right back. We have a committee meeting. You'll notice over the next 4 days, Jonathan, Northamptonshire, we do like a committee meeting. They always have quite a lot of consultations out there. It usually holds it up a bit when Adam Rossington's captain, because he runs from his position 20 yards behind the stumps at one end to the end of the bowler's mark, about 60 yards away, which does tend to slightly hold things up. Wayne Parnell, Proctor and Berg were involved in that particular meeting. I'm not sure who was taking the minutes. Here's Berg running away from us at the Kirkstall Lane end and bowls to Will Frayne, who plays that on the onside, and it's fielded smartly by Charlie Thurston at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Quite cloudy now, light not fantastic, not on a par with during Northamptonshire's match against Kent, when the floodlights were on at midday on one of the days. We can see some sunshine over to our left towards the city, as once again Berg on the money around the line of off stump, and Frayne pushes that into the offside. It's fielded by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. Field, 3 slips, there's a third man in, backward point, safe save inevitably. Then Proctor at mid-off, Parnell at mid-on, Charlie Thurston at mid-wicket, and Tom Taylor down on the boundary, probably about 10 yards in off the boundary, which is the longer boundary, down to our right, at deep backward square. Here's Berg, running again, bowls to Frayne, who's crosses stumps, pushing it up on the onside of the pitch. Berg just puts down a right hand and fields, and there's no run. Calder Cadmore 42, Frayne 11, Berg into his third over. I was saying earlier, really has been Northamptonshire's outstanding seam bowler really so far this year, day in, day out. Tends to, even if he's not, as he says himself, going to run through too many sides, he just gives the attack and his captain a bit of control. Here's Bergen again, bowls full length, driven up to mid-wicket, only as far as Charlie Thurston, and there's no run. And the floodlights, in fact, are coming on. Now this doesn't, as I say, it doesn't surprise me, because it is a bit murky out there at the moment, and the 2 floodlights that we can see down at the either side of the Emerald stand at the far end of the ground. Berg in again, bowls, and there's a big appeal for LBW, and he's out. Berg has got his man, and umpire David Milnes took a little bit of a time to think about that one. He was just playing again a little bit across that delivery. It was full length from Gareth Berg. He didn't bounce perhaps as much as some have today, and Will Frayne is on his way back, given out by umpire David Milnes. He's out. LBW to Gareth Berg for 11, and Yorkshire are 66 for 2. And I think really, having just had a quick look on the replay, I don't think probably Will Frayne can have a great deal of complaint about that, except possibly it just didn't. It skidded through, which is probably sort of Gareth Berg's MO. Really, he's not going to tear off your glove too often, but it just skids through and caught him in front, and he has to go. And now we've got Gary Balance coming to the crease.
Yeah, Gary Balance then in for his second match of this first class season. Missed Glamorgan at home and Kent away, having taken that blow to the head with the spin bowling machine. He was talking to us about that on his post-match interview down at Hove last week. And that was, of course, when he got going. Teens in the first innings and 70 odd in the second.
It's amazing how quickly, Jonathan, those lights have an effect. I mean, they haven't been on very long, and already the difference out there. But it is fairly gloomy there at the minute, isn't it? Without the lights, I wonder if they'd still be on.
You'd have to question that, wouldn't you? It's got pretty leaden overhead. There is still some brightness poking through some of the clouds, but yeah, good job they have got them. The keeper's playing at the moment.
And Berg at the end of his mark to finish off his over, bowling the first ball to the left-handed Balance, and Northamptonshire on the attack. 4 slips back in as Berg looks to make it a double breakthrough. He's struck in his third over, conceded just a couple of runs so far, and here's Berg running away from us. Bowls first ball to Balance, full length, drives up towards mid-on. It's intercepted by Charlie Thurston at mid-wicket. End of a successful over for Gareth Berg. Wicket maiden, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 2 for the 40-year-old. Colin Cadmore is 42. Gary Balance yet to get off the mark. Yorkshire 66 for 2, having lost Adam Lyth. Bowled by Ben Sanderson for naught, first ball of the match. And Will Frayne, LBW to Gareth Berg for 11 in that last over. 66 for 2.
Going to be Wayne Parnell continuing at the Emerald stand end of the ground. Just have a quick look around what's going on in the first session elsewhere then, down at Hove. Sussex won the toss and decided to bat and are 76 for 1 in the early stages of that one. Down at Derby. Parnell into Colin Cadmore. There's an appeal for LBW. A big appeal as well. On his knees, Wayne Parnell. And not out, leg by signalled. Yeah, local derby between Notts and Derby. Oh, plenty. No love lost in that one.
Absolutely
75
not.
for 2. Notts having been put into bat by Derbyshire. Messrs Fletcher and Bracegirdle will be having a lot of fun covering that one, I'm sure.
Just settle it with arm wrestling between those two, really, couldn't you? Forget the cricket.
You could be. Tell you what, it'd be tough with that. I was wanting Brace as well. As a former serviceman, might fancy his chances there. Upper body strength. In Balance facing Parnell here, a switch back to over the wicket, and that is a dot ball. Balance shouldering arms down at New Road. Essex won the toss and are batting, and 51 without loss after 20 overs. Up at Durham, or Chesterley Street I should say, Warwickshire have been put into bat by the home side and are just 13 for 1 after 5 overs, so presumably a delayed start, or they've been on and off already. Balance waits, sits back in his crease as usual, and Parnell is in. Gary Balance shouldering arms to another one at Bristol. Gloucester decided to put Leicester into bat as well, having won the toss, and the visiting side, well, not bad progress, 67 for 1 after 23.1 at Taunton. Middlesex are playing Somerset. Somerset won the toss, stuck Middlesex in, and have them 59 for 1 in the 21st over.
Having a look at the light. They're off.
They are.
Can't say that surprises me hugely, Jonathan. It really is very murky out there now, and the floodlights are having a... You can see that the shadows being cast by the lights, and there's absolutely no question that if the lights hadn't been on, we'd have been off some time ago. And I just wonder if there might also be a little bit of possibly a little bit of rain in the air. We'll see what happens. How quickly the grounds staff get the covers on. But we're off the light at the moment, anyway.
Yeah, there's a little bit of precipitation as well, and the covers are coming on, as you say. Just finish off that roundup with down at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, Glamorgan playing Kent. Glamorgan won the toss and put Kent in. They're 81 for 1, so pretty good progress for them after 23. And at the Oval, Surrey won the toss, put Hampshire in, and they have made very good progress. The fielding side, 44 for 5, Hampshire.
Cracking.
So that's the first jaw dropper of this round of fixtures. That, and perhaps the first ball dismissal in this game of Adam Lyth. So covers coming on, umpires and players going off. And 27 minutes past 12. We'll then take a break until we have something to report in terms of a resumption of action from Andrew and myself, Jonathan. Just for the moment, goodbye. Yeah, Jill, there are two sides who came into this on the back of wins last weekend. And Northants won the toss today and decided that they would field first, and got immediate joy when Yorkshire's informed batsman Adam Lyth played on to the first ball of the entire match. Yep, he was out for a golden duck. Will Frayne, who was back in for his first match of the season in place of England skipper Joe Root, who's been rested. He came in and made 11 before being LBW to Gareth Berg, the only other wicket to have fallen this morning. And when rain took them off along with bad light at 26 minutes past 12, Yorkshire were 67 for 2, still off at the moment with the covers on. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is not out on 42. Yeah, no problem. I'm on what, sorry? Alright, okay. Glad you know what that is. I just, all I do is I cut the call after the cue and just talk away until I've finished. That's the way. Right. Okay. Fine. Yeah. Yeah, can I just cut this then and just, if you start recording, I'll just crack on. Okay. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's raining here at Headingley. They've been off since 12:26. All right. Cheers. Yeah, so no play here at the moment at Headingley. Yorkshire 67 for 2 when they left the field for a combination of bad light and rain at 26 minutes past 12. They've already taken an early lunch and that has passed. So we're waiting for play to resume. Now the story of the morning, Adam Lyth, having seen his team being put into bat first by Northants, who won the toss, was out first ball of the entire match, bowled by Ben Sanderson with one that he clipped onto his stumps. He was followed to the middle by Will Frayne at number 3, and he hung around for 82 minutes before being LBW to Gareth Berg for 11. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is on his highest score of the first class season so far, not out on 42 when hostilities were ended temporarily. Gary Balance had also joined him, yet to get off the mark. So early days for two sides who of course came into this on the back of wins last weekend, and Yorkshire 67 for 2. We're waiting for a resumption. So warm welcome back from Emerald Headingley for this round 4 championship fixture for the 2021 campaign. Andrew Rad and myself, Jonathan Dodge, with you for ball-by-ball commentary. And Yorkshire 67-4-2 when play was ended temporarily at 12:26, and it officially resumes at 2:06. So I think that works out at an hour and 40 minutes. Knock off 40 minutes for lunch, and we have lost precisely 1 hour's game time. Tom Kohler Cadmore not out 42. Gary Balance not out naught. And pleased to see the sun is shining. We had a shower for a fair old while. Probably more than a shower, just a steady downpour for a little while, but cleaning up operation's been on for a while, as you can see, back in good working order. Halfway through the 22nd over of this Yorkshire first innings then, having been put into bat. Gary Balance waits, and in comes Wayne Parnell over the wicket, left arm to left hand, pushed into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, darkness descended for a little while, but floodlights off at the moment. Light is good, and there ain't no rain around, so we're happy to be back underway. Welcoming back Andrew.
Thank you. Yes, just updating our colleagues at BBC Radio Northampton. David Ripley's gone for his first lap of the day, I think.
Good man. In comes Parnell, and that's dropped out into the offside by Gary Balance, and there's no run.
Soaking up the atmosphere of his native city, of course.
Yeah, as I was mentioning before, before we started this morning, I used to play against Dave Ripley when we were much younger. In the days just before, he signed professionally to go play for Northamptonshire. And Parnell turns. And he comes again, left arm over the wicket, fades down the leg side of Gary Balance, who watches it go by, and there's no run, so 22 overs complete. And Yorkshire 67-4-2. Yeah, he's away to our right. He play. I don't know the actual specifics of his early days, but I do remember what I played against him when he was playing for Farsley, which of course is well known for the association with Ashley Metcalf and Raymond Illingworth. And I was playing for Pudsey St Lawrence. We were arch rivals at the time, and that we both had really good junior sides. I could list a few good players on both those teams, and he was one man you wanted to get out when he came into bat, and he was obviously clearly very good with the gloves. And he was following on from Stephen Rhodes, who played at Farsley as well when he'd been younger, so he was kind of next man in line after Rhodesy. I think he'd started playing at Carlton down the south of Leeds. I think that was his first club.
Right.
Farsley were quite well known for signing good promising juniors from elsewhere, and unfortunately we're seeing another break here as I'm speaking about that.
I was going to say we'll have plenty of time to talk about it, because they're coming off for rain again. I think it's just starting to, we just caught the edge of something here, I think. But yeah, no, David Ripley. I mean, we almost claim him now, Jonathan, because I mean he's been down at Northampton for nearly 40 years since he came down in the early 1980s and signed for Northamptonshire, and has been involved with the club ever since, initially as a player and since then as a coach in various roles, and of course for the last few years as head coach. But the accent hasn't changed, I can reveal exclusively. It's still
good.
Pretty much
good, lad. That's good.
Pretty much the same as it was when I first knew him nearly 40 years ago. But yeah, he's an absolutely terrific guy, and very good from our point of view in terms of was being very media friendly, and of course has had taste of success with Northamptonshire, having won a couple of trophies, the T20 twice, and very highly respected, I think, around the circuit. He's going to be involved in the 100 with Shane Warne, which we thought might be an interesting clash of accents, if nothing else. But I'm not sure they'll have I don't know how much how close the working relationship will be. This weather now, Jonathan, is extraordinary, because over to our left we've got the most enormous black cloud that looks as though it's about to deposit something on us, but then just a little bit further round, it's over down towards the city centre. It's bright sunshine, and so yeah, I'm just not quite sure where this is coming from. But if you look on the weather radar, there is
like an explosion.
There is a sort of a lump heading down in this general direction. So hopefully it'll miss us, but I don't think it's all going to miss us. Quite a long chat out there with Nick Cook having a word with Rob Keogh. They're the only two that haven't actually come off the field so far. But it is now raining quite steadily, I'm afraid, and the ground staff are out there and putting the covers on, and just initially, obviously, protecting the bowlers' run-ups, so that hopefully, if it is, when the rain does stop, it won't be too long a delay. But it now is actually raining quite hard.
Yeah, so just 3 balls bowled then since 12:26. We have that exactly an hour lost, and who knows how long we're going to be before we are back on next time around. Might be a chance, just while we've got the opportunity, to catch up with a bit more of that correspondence from previously before we hang up the mics again for a little while. I'm sure you don't want to listen to us drone on about junior cricket for forever and a day, but I can hear you all shouting. You do that anyway, Doidgy. Tim Atkinson, a while ago, when you mentioned Jake Thackeray, said you got a gentleman and a scholar with you in the box today, Doidgy. A man who knows his Jake Thackeray. Old man Rad.
Well, and, huge fan, and I think he was a poet, really, wasn't he, as well as a singer, great sort of troubadour, and took the French tradition rather than the American tradition, and yeah, wonderful performer, and much missed. Sad we didn't get a bit more of him.
Yeah, he's put up a link of the hair of the widow of Bridlington. David Atkin watching the live stream. David got in touch with us when we were down at Hove last week, and he said he was at Shepperton Studios. And we were kind of wondering if he was making the next blockbuster, or maybe he was just testing people on the gate for COVID, or we didn't quite know what it was really. But he's expanded slightly by saying, listening to the excellent commentary, sat in the truck parked at Shepperton Studios here for 20 weeks, so going to be with you all summer. Well, we're pleased to have you along, David, and just expanding that. Yeah, he's got the little tablet device, and there's a pair of double yellow lines, and it does look very much like that sort of a car park scene.
Yeah.
Sean in Roundhay says, you won't believe this, I'm at Boggle Hole sunbathing. I went for a dip in the old briny only to be chased by the Norwegian whaling fleet. As I lay gasping on the beach, Greenpeace rolled me back on into sea to be pursued again.
There she blows.
I've applied Savlon to harpoon cut.
Oh, wonderful. So whereabouts is that?
Boggle Hole is out. Is he out the east coast? Let me just check on that, actually, Sean.
But,
I've never been.
It sounds very quaint, wherever it is, because we were saying, we were chatting over lunchtime that from my part of the world, of course, it's about as far from the sea as you can get in England, in Northamptonshire. So it's quite a long way in whichever direction you choose to go.
Hole? Yeah.
It's usually about. I think our nearest place to the sea is Norfolk coast, so Hunstanton, places like that.
Boggle Hole is between Robin Hood's Bay and Scarborough. I've never, by the looks of things, I've never been. I've got to say, I've been Robin Hood's Bay, Ravenscow, and everywhere around it by the looks of it, but never actually been there. Thought it was over that way.
Well, every day is a school day.
Well, yeah, absolutely, it certainly is today. And Ross responds on the England and Lythe and Hamid front that he took us up on earlier. Says that it would be good to maybe see a game between the current England 11 and a Lions team, see how they fare out. It'll be harder for Lythe to get back in, like you say, considering it takes more to get back in, but he's looking better than Burns. Even KC looks thumbs up.
But isn't that a really interesting point? Because I mean, going back to when you and I, I'm sure, first started watching cricket, they used to have test trials, and they would have, like, it would be England versus the rest, or whatever, and it was a question of, yes, you'd always have a number of players who would be absolutely certain to play, but it was a question of just trying out those. And I know there was a lot of debate about how useful they were the famously awful one, was it in 1950 when Jim Laker bowled out the opposition for the rest for next to nothing to 8 for 2 or something, but certainly in the 70s, and when I sort of first started following English cricket, you can remember there were little things like, was it when Ray Illingworth and Tony Lewis were vying for the captaincy of England, and they gave each of them a captaincy of one of the two sides, and someone like Frank Hayes, I think, came into the England side off the back of runs in a test trial and finished up making 100 in his first test against the West Indies. So yeah, maybe that's what we should be doing. It's a very interesting point.
Yeah, good point. Thanks for that, Ross. And Oliver Keithley says, White Rose, good morning from an increasingly warm Durham, NC. Hoping for a long stay for TKC, and the weather staying fair in Leeds over the weekend. Loving the feed and the excellent commentary. Well, thank you for that, Oliver. And yeah, I'm sure White Rose supporters will be hoping for an extended stay at the crease for Tom Kohler-Cadmore, because he's been doing it tough in the early part of the season. It's nice to see him get a start here. 42 runs on the board, but he, as well as anyone will know, there is much work to be done, and at the moment there's much work to be done for the ground staff, Andrew, because it is grey and looking set in away to our left, which is the east side of the ground.
That is grim, isn't it? I mean, if we get that, then I'm not quite sure how much more cricket we're going to get, but maybe we're just on the edge of it. That's what we always say, isn't it? Just on the edge.
Hey lad, it snowed for an hour and a half here the other week, and we didn't get back on. Yeah, you're right. We
were talking about the game against Kent at Northampton in that round a couple of weeks ago, when it was the first time I've ever had to do a post-match interview in a snow flurry with Ricardo Vasconcelos, who is not used particularly to the cold weather, and neither of us were enjoying it very much, it's probably fair to say, and it probably wasn't the most informative interview that's ever been carried out on a BBC broadcast, but there you go, you can't have everything.
As long as you handed back that hour's worth of pay, that's fine by the rest of us. That's not a problem. Okay, so I think we've covered all the catch-ups. You can get in touch, and you might have something to say during this rain break. If you do, you can tweet us on @JonathanDoidge or @OldManRad, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com is the email address to get in touch with us on. But unfortunately, after 3 balls following the resumption, having lost an hour's play and taken an early lunch, there was no change in the score. We have no play at the moment. Yorkshire then 67 for 2 having been put in. Adam Lyth was bowled first ball of the day, an inside edge off a delivery from Ben Sanderson that he was trying to leave, so he made a duck, and Will Frayne in at number 3, back in the side for the first time this season in first team cricket. It was LBW to Gareth Berg. After an hour and 12 minutes at the crease, he was out for 11. So with TKC on 42 and Gary Ballance not out naught, we shall probably say goodbye for now, again, as the covers have been fully pulled back on, and we'll be back with you when we have something more pleasant and crickety to report. did have Q, but good afternoon. It's not such a good afternoon up here, I've got to say. They are off at the moment for rain for a second time. Just a brief resume on what's gone on during the day so far. Yorkshire were put into bat by Northants, who won the toss, and they lost Adam Lye, the very first ball of the match, unusually, but he clipped one onto his stumps off the bowling of Ben Sanderson and was gone without scoring. Will Frayne made 11, the only other wicket to have fallen. They were 67 for 2 at 26 minutes past 12 when bad light and rain forced them off the field. They took an early lunch. They lost exactly an hour's play by the time they resumed at 2:06. Tom Kohler-Cadwell's not out 42, by the way. Gary Ballance not out 0. And they went back on for 3 deliveries. That was it. And then came off again for rain. We've just heard the umpires shouting to the players down at pitch level that they, if there's no more rain, they will be resuming at 2:50. So 20 minutes or so away from that. But Yorkshire 67 for 2, having been put into bat first. Well, yeah, to be honest, I mean, apart from obviously snow, the first game of the lot here at Headingley on the Saturday afternoon, which washed out the rest of that day, it has been, if a little on the cool side, sunny almost throughout down at Canterbury a fortnight ago and down at Hove last week. But we're back in Yorkshire now, aren't we? ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we have some more cricket to report on, so as promised we're here for the next ball. The first ball of over number 23, as it will be, with Yorkshire 67 for 2. And for those who've recently stumbled across the commentary or maybe the stream, brief story of the day so far: Northants won the toss and decided they would field first. 2 changes for them: Tom Taylor and Simon Kerrigan coming in for Nathan Buck and Andrew Rossington, who injured his finger against Glamorgan last week. Joe Root not in the Yorkshire side, he's been rested, and Will Frayne back into it. And in fact, it was Adam Lyth and Tom Kohler-Cadmore who opened the batting for Yorkshire, and Lyth lasted no longer than just the one delivery, bowled trying to leave one by Ben Sanderson, the first delivery of the day from the Kirkstall lane end, so none for 1 Yorkshire, and then made it to 66 before losing a second wicket. Will Frayne and Tom Kohler-Cadmore putting on that partnership. Frayne LBW to Berg for 11. They then left the field just after that. 67 for 2 was the score when bad light and rain prevented further play from 12:26. Took an early lunch, also called it an exact hour of lost match time, and then came back on for 3 balls, and we had more rain. So hopefully we're set for the rest of the day. We shall see.
And it's going to be Gareth Berg who's going to start his 4th over with figures of 1 for 2 so far. And here we go again. Berg in again from the Kirkstall lane end outside the off stump, left alone by Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and there's no run. 3 slips in place. Ben Curran at first, Rob Keogh at second, Simon Kerrigan at third. We've got a third man, Safe Zabe at point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and deep backward square.
We were saying it was 2:50 resumption. It says 2:49 on the board. I'm not sure if the scoreboard clocks out or if the umpire's clocks are.
It was originally about 2:51, weren't they, actually, to resume. Here's Berg in again, bowls, draws Kohler-Cadmore onto the front foot, drives it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Incidentally, Adam Lyth was out at 10:59, so the game hadn't even started when he was when he cannoned it onto his stumps. I noticed that looking at the board.
No, it's one of those. It's one of the great stories, isn't it? It's about Peter Mills, the Cambridge University and Northamptonshire opener, who was out to a John Lever full toss, first ball of the season, who left the field just as the clock was striking 11. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Kohler-Cadmore, comes across his stumps, plays it up towards mid-wicket, where Charlie Thurston's fielding under the obligatory sun hat, obligatory for him anyway, and there's no run. Yes, and he always dines out on the story of him being out first ball of the season before the season had even started, as the clock at the church outside Fenners was striking 11. LBW Lever 0. Berg in again, bowls to Kohler-Cadmore, is in behind that, pushes it up towards mid-on, where Wayne Parnell's fielding, but once again it's Thurston who comes across mid-wicket to field. Parnell bowled an interesting little spell, 6 overs, 0 for 15, swinging the ball, and it did, when we were talking about this during the break for it almost did too much at times, didn't it? It swung too much, and the odd one that seemed away has maybe done a little bit too much as well. Here's Berg, and again bowls to Kohler-Cadmore, solidly in behind that, pushes it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Luke Proctor fields. Proctor in that position, that's sort of somewhere between extra cover and mid-off, which seems to be where he's posted himself quite frequently this year, except when he had a little bit of a side strain and then he was grazing down on the boundary. Might see him in the attack later. Remember the seam attack, and his Berg in again, bowls. Kohler-Cadmore playing this again out on the onside, fielded by Thurston at mid-wicket. End of the first over back. Well, it's the longest spell we've had for play for a while, because the second session lasted precisely 3 balls before we were off again. But anyway, maiden for Gareth Berg, who's now bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2. Wicket of Will Frayne, and Yorkshire is 67 for 2 after being put into bat.
You can get in touch on at oldmanrad with a double D, or at Jonathan Doidge, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. If you have something to say, tell us where you're listening from. Who's the most far-flung fan? Charlie Calver says it's lovely and sunny up here in Rawdon. I think we had your rain about an hour ago. That was some time ago during the rain break. That's
your neck of the woods, isn't it, Jonathan?
Rawdon, Royal Rawdon, yep.
Royal because you live there, presumably.
Indeed. Parnell is in and balance, shoulders, arms. Yeah, Rawdon CC, if you're not aware, this is specifically for you because the Yorkshire fans are probably yawning already. It produced the great Headley Verity.
Oh, right, okay.
So we have a little showcase on the wall, a blue plaque outside.
10 for 10.
Indeed.
I remember talking to Dennis Brooks, of course, born in Kippax, not far from here, who came down to Northamptonshire in the 30s and made his first-class debut against Yorkshire at Bradford in 1934.
Here's Parnell, Emerald stand end. But, dear me, that's wide and leaves Gary Balance even wider and has been signalled unusually. You can count them on the fingers of one hand during the season that are given. But, yeah.
Well, he took that in front of second slip.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah. That was the Land of Hope and Glory ball, wasn't it? Wider still and wider. Extraordinary. That is one of the widest wides I've seen in first-class cricket for a very long time.
And Steve Harmison walks back to his mark. It's Wayne Parnell coming in then. And that is wide again. And this time Gary Balance has got it away through point. Just a flat bat really as much as anything. Just met the ball pretty much on the pitch. And he's picked up his first runs. So off the mark with a 4, 72 for 2.
Yeah, just going back to Headley Verity. And I remember talking to Dennis Brooks. It was 1934, and he was out in his first innings batting down the order. Of course, he opened the batting for Northamptonshire for many years, but he was batting down the order as a 18-year-old. LBW Verity 1. I remember talking to him about this, and he remembered it vividly. And he said, I was back, and I should have been forward to him, and it was on me before I knew it."
Here's Parnell, wide of off stump, and Balance leaves well alone. Yep, so Headley Verity would be the most famous son in terms of those feats, but Brian Close also played briefly, and Brian Stott would be.
Yes. I have a funny feeling. Was Norman Grimshaw? Did he play at Rawdon at some point? I have a feeling he might have done it. But I'm sure somebody will know.
Good question.
Another one who came down to Northamptonshire.
And comes Parnell, and he's all at sea in this delivery, this over, isn't he? Both sides of the wicket. That's straight down the leg side, and Vasconcelos with a dive in vain. It's 4 byes.
It's not what you want when you've got your sort of first choice keeper there, but when you've got somebody who, whilst he's a very capable keeper, is basically filling in, it's not giving him a huge amount of chance here, is it?
No, and he's going to say 4 byes on his record, isn't it, as well? That's the worst thing.
So he did give Nick Cook a bit of an old-fashioned look there when he signalled that byes instead of wides.
Parnell into Balance, who has gone at the second attempt. He was dropped at second slip and then snapped up at first slip by Ben Curran. I think Rob Keogh was the man who got his mitts on it in the first place. That's and he's knocked it up in the air, and that is another big wicket for Northamptonshire, because Gary Balance has registered just those 4 runs from earlier in the over, and caught then by Ben Curran at first slip eventually for 4 runs, a 14-minute vigil at the crease, and just 11 deliveries, and that one scoring shot.
Well, Wayne Parnell had us all guessing in that over. It was all over the shop, and then he finally got one in the right place, found the edge. It flew, and it went straight to Rob Keogh. Already dropped one, actually. Dropped Will Frayne early on, didn't he, at second slip off Ben Sanderson earlier this morning. Dropped that one, but at least had the presence of mind to knock it up, and it was a very simple one for Ben Curran to take, who's fielding it at first slip. Wouldn't normally be in there, because normally Vasconcelos would be in at first slip, and Curran would probably be in at third, with Keogh at second, but he's in at first slip today, and it'll look every bit as good on the record as a sort of blinding one, low, left-handed and all the rest of it, but actually just a little knock-up and he caught it. But at least he had the presence of mind to take it, and yeah, that's another big wicket for Northamptonshire. And Wayne Parnell, well, I suppose you can always say in his bowling today he's made something happen, because he has beat the bat a few times, he's beaten the keeper a few times, and now he's picked up a wicket.
Yeah,
and still a ball to go in the over.
What happens next?
Harry Brookin.
Yeah, straight 6 over the top of the Emerald stand, I think, from Brookie first up.
I'll say it's certainly been plenty to talk about.
Yeah, it's variations. You got to have your variations right in the modern game. I'm not sure his variations have been entirely right, but all joking aside, he has picked up a wicket, and there's no underestimating the wicket of Gary Balance at this level of the game. It is a big wicket. He battered himself into some form at Hove last week. 70 plus in the second innings.
Northamptonshire got a point.
Yeah, first on the board. And Yorkshire, well, still got 124 to get to their first batting point, and of course failed to manage that at Hove last week, but still came out as winners of the contest. First ball for Harry Brook, and it's a good delivery first up. Big appeal as well, and not given. And Wayne Parnell was right down next to Harry Brook in his ear hole, I think, pretty much as the appeal continued. Not out. And that will be relief for Harry Brook. It didn't look a bad shout from this distance. I haven't seen it on the stream.
I was just watching it on the it maybe did again. It maybe just did a bit too much. I think that I suspect was all that, because it hit him on the foot right up in the block hole. Maybe just did. Yeah, I think that's probably what Nick Cook was thinking. It may just have swung a little bit too much. So yeah, but interesting over from Wayne Parnell. But it's been doing that, hasn't it? Right the way from the start. It's just been swinging around. I'm going to ask you to do the next over, if you mind, Jonathan, because I've got to go and update BBC Radio Northampton, as there is something to tell them.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm not sure. I thought I'd have a tea break at this point.
Sorry.
Feet up on the desk, and, you know.
I'll do two when I get back.
Kohler Cavmore then on strike. Harry Brooks survives, but there'll have been hearts aflutter after that Parnell delivery. Here is Gareth Berg from the Kirkstall Lane end, wide of off stump. Kohler Cavmore shoulders arms, and with every wicket that falls while the opening batsman is out there and with a score on the board, there's just that feeling that the Tykes lean ever more towards him to go on now. Harry Brook, of course, has been playing well, as Yorkshire supporting listeners will know this season. Hasn't yet had a three-figure first-class score, but as this next delivery by Kohler Cavmore has dropped into the offside and there's no run, but he's certainly looked fluent. But he'll know that people want to talk about centuries, and so does he. So Gareth Berg has 1 for 2 at the moment. He's in again to Kohler Cavmore. It's wide of off stump. Looks like it's shaping back in towards the right-hander, but it was too wide in the first instance to interest him in offering the bat. So Gary Balance, that latest wicket, one of those slightly off the wall wickets when you look in the book. Ben Curran, the catcher, after Rob Keogh had spilled the opportunity. Bergen again, and Kohler Cavmore just doubled over here. The ball again looks like it might have jagged slightly on him, and it drops off his pad, thigh pad I think it was, into the leg side. He walks away and just has a little bit of a rub, bit of gardening, sets himself for ball number 5 of this Gareth Berg over. Good delivery again from Gareth Berg. Looks like that's shaping in towards him, and it leaves Tom Kohler Cavmore. That is a good Gareth Berg delivery, just nipping slightly off the seam through to Ricardo Vasconcelos. And after getting a century last week, you'd think he's going to be dying to get the bat in his hand again. Having seen how the ball's nipping around here, might just want to wait a little bit longer, hope for a bit of sunshine before he's out there. As Gareth Berg is in, and Kohler Cavmore shoulders arms to the final delivery of that over. 76 then for 3 Yorkshire after 25, having been put into bat this morning and suffered that loss of their most prolific run scorer in the team so far this season, Adam Lyth, the very first ball of the day. Phil Dodsworth, good afternoon to you. Things a lot clearer north of Leeds now, he says. I'm watching and listening in Harrogate. Hopefully see play for the rest of the day. Thanks for that. Wayne Parnell going to continue then. He'll have a mid-on, mid-off point. 4 minutes in the slip cordon. He's got a deep backward square leg and a mid-wicket. And that's about your lot in terms of the folks here at the ground at Headingley, save for a few photographers and those that need to be. And a good delivery from Parnell, big shout, and Harry Brook this time looks like he's hit on the back leg, and he is limping off the field disconsolately because he has gone for a duck. So wickets in quick succession here for Northants and for Wayne Parnell after that licorice all sorts of an over previously from the Emerald stand end, which saw the end of Gary Balance. This time Harry Brook has gone, and he's gone for naught. 76 then for 4 now Yorkshire. And those struggles in the first innings of a match, well, they continue, but it is not easy out there at all with the bat, as if you are watching the streaming pictures, I'm sure you can see. Certainly nipping around and about off the seam. And Wayne Parnell, who already had a good shout on Harry Brook in his previous over, wraps him on the pad again here. As I say, on first view it looked like it might have been back pad. It might have clipped the front pad on the way through to hit the back. Either way, Harry Brook has gone for a duck. So 2 Yorkshire batsmen have failed to trouble the scorers in terms of sticking a run on the board at least. And Johnny Tattersall makes his way out to the middle then, with a bit of remedial work to do here for his team. How often has that been the case as well? Still got over 50 overs of the day remaining. And at Yorkshire 76 for 4. And I mentioned with every wicket that falls, the man who's got to start here, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, that leaning towards him to produce a quality score here just becomes that little bit stronger. So Tattersall takes his guard.
You're in destructive form this afternoon, Jonathan.
Taking wickets for a...
I was going to say, you carry on.
for a living here.
I'll go and have a sit down.
Andrew Gale, meanwhile, is down beneath our feet to the right on his mobile phone, walking around the boundary edge. He was out square on when the wicket fell. He's made his way back round here. Parnell is in, and Tattersall shoulders arms to that first delivery. Might want to go strap some pads on.
Yeah, I saw David Ripley having a wander around early. Beautiful afternoon now, sunshine, and still some cloud around, isn't there? But it doesn't look as though it's coming our way. I think most of that's gone. Hopefully, we'll get the old weather radar out. Yeah, there's a bit around, but hopefully we'll miss the worst of it.
Parnell then to Tattersall. Pushes it up to mid-off. There's no run. Johnny Tattersall is another one of the Yorkshire players who'd like to see a score. But, well, people had a bit of fun at his expense, I think, down at Canterbury the other week. Certainly Jack Leaning did. Former teammate and good pal from club cricket as well as Yorkshire cricket careers, as Parnell is into Tattersall, who pushes back down the pitch. There's no run, but if you don't know the story down there, Jack Leaning came on to bowl at the clubhouse end at Canterbury, and his third ball against Yorkshire in first class cricket, Johnny Tattersall obligingly chased a very, very wide one and nicked it to slip. Parnell turns, coming in again from the Emerald stand end of the ground, and this one fading down the leg side. And again, when Parnell, well, he seems to get it right and get a wicket, or get it wrong, and it looks all over the shop, and that is the latter. In this case, 4 byes, no chance of Vasconcelos getting across to that. Needed Inspector Gadget arms, I think, to reel that one in. So 4 more, 80 for 4.
What makes you think that Ricardo Vasconcelos isn't hugely enjoying keeping wicket here today? Just looking at him out there at the moment, he just looks like a chap who's Lost a pound and found a penny, as my old nan used to say.
Yeah, body language.
Doesn't look as though he's hugely happy with his lot, does he really?
No.
Pouring out his woes to his great pal Ben Curran, who's at first slip.
Here's Parnell again. And that's better. Wide of off stump. Tattersall shouldering arms, so he's yet to get off the mark. Kohler Cadmore remains on 42. He seems to have been anchored there. Well, he has been anchored there for several hours now. And it's 80 for 4 after 26.
It's interesting you saying there, Jonathan, about Jack Leaning getting a wicket with what is his third ball against Yorkshire. Thinking about it, of course, Ben Sanderson wouldn't have played a county championship match against Yorkshire because Northamptonshire. He only came to Northamptonshire in 2015-16, and Northamptonshire haven't played Yorkshire in the championship since 2014. So his first ball against Yorkshire in the county championship got Adam Lythe out this morning. Well, it's going to be Gareth Berg to continue, who today, as he has been pretty much all season, has been the pick of the Northamptonshire seamers. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 2 so far, and at the risk of stretching the point, he just does give the captain control. He's done that all the way through the season. That's been his role. That's the role as he sees it. Having a chat to him after the first day against Kent when he bowled 22 overs in the day, aged 40. Some of them to Darren Stevens pushing 45. And he said that's the job as he sees it. Running in from the Kirkstall Lane end, down below us, 4 slips in place and bowls outside the off stump to Kohler Cadmore. Good judgment, lets it go through, and there's no run.
I'll just correct myself, actually. Sorry, it was Jack Leaning's first ball against Yorkshire.
Right. Okay. Well, there we go then.
In first-class cricket, Johnny Tattersall caught Jack Leaning when he was facing his third ball against Yorkshire as a batsman, and he was out for a duck in response.
Good stats all over. Well, yes, Ben Sanderson will have enjoyed that first ball against Yorkshire, the club that released him 10 years ago now. Here's Berg in again, bowls outside the off stump, and once again it swings back late after it had gone past the bat, and Ricardo Vasconcelos had to take it going down the leg side. But that's, again, it's good batting from Tom Kohler Cadmore, getting everything out of harm's way. But Berg asking lots of questions at the moment. Parnell asking a few, some of the batsmen, some of the keeper. Here's Berg in again. Bowls falling, hits him on the pad, and I think there might have been an inside edge on there, because as soon as he started to go up, Gareth Berg just stifling the appeal, and I just think there might have been an inside edge on that. Rolled out in the offside. The slips did continue with the appeal thereafter, but David Milnes having none of it. I was talking to Gareth Berg after that Kent match, and he said, he was really nervous before coming to the ground today, even aged 40. Berg comes in again, bowls. Kohler Cadmore's nicely in behind that, pushes it up on the onside, where it's fielded at mid-wicket by Ben Sanderson, and there's no run. And he said, I still get nervous at the start of a season, and as soon as you stop getting nervous at the start of the season, no matter how long you've been in county cricket, that's probably a sign that you need to pack up. And he's still really buzzing, really enjoying his cricket. Coach of the Italian national side now, of course, as well. And here's Berg in again, bowls outside the off stump. Again, good carry. Still the ball's, 26 overs old, so there's still a bit of hardness there. But Kohler Cadmore's playing well, good judgment so far. He's there on 42, having lost Adam Lythe for 0, Will Frayne for 11, Gary Ballance for 4, and Harry Brook for 0. 2 wickets for Parnell, 1 apiece for Sanderson and Berg. Bright sunshine now at Emerald Headingley as Berg runs in again. Bowls to Kohler Cadmore and has flattened his off stump. It's a 2nd wicket for Gareth Berg, a 5th wicket for Northamptonshire. And Kohler Cadmore, having played really well and worked extremely hard for his 42 runs, is heading back into the pavilion. He's gone for 42, and Yorkshire, who won the toss and put into bat by Northamptonshire, 80 for 5. And since we've been back for that last rain break, they've lost 3 wickets for 4.
Yep, and Kohler Cadmore Well, I said he'd been marooned on 42 for several hours. We know, of course, that was largely because of the stoppages in play, but hadn't managed to add to the score before the enforced early lunch of 42, bowled by Gareth Berg. Then 77 deliveries was his stay at the crease, and so with 27 overs complete, Yorkshire in a spot of bother in their first innings again. 114 minutes he was out there in total, and he hit 6 boundaries during that time. So having got a start, got to 42, he's not been able to go on either, and still awaiting a first half century of the season. And somebody in the Yorkshire rank and file is going to need to find that sort of score, you feel, if they're going to put something on the board here that will be challenging. Having said that, on what we thought was an excellent humdinger of a pitch with bounce and carry down at Hove last week, they made only 150 and still won the game. So,
oh yeah, a very, very long way to go.
Yep.
But it's an encouraging start by Northamptonshire. The Seamers have generally bowled pretty well. I mean, Gareth Berg is once again outstanding. That was a wicket maiden. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 2. So we'll settle for that, I'm sure. So Wayne Parnell's been swinging the ball a lot, having a little bit of trouble controlling it at times. But when he has got it in the right place, as he did a couple of times to Harry Brook, once he was close to being LBW, and then the second time he was, he's been a bit of a handful. And Ben Sanderson was good up front. Tom Taylor was tidy enough as well with the new ball after a bit of a scruffy first over. But now, in bright sunshine, 80 for 5, and Wayne Parnell, 8 overs, 2 for 20 so far, is about to start a fresh over.
And he is coming around the wicket to the right-handed Johnny Tattersall. Pushes into the offside, and there is no run. It needs a scrapper, doesn't it, out there at the minute? It needs a street-fighting batsman, somebody who's going to, well, they're going to naturally be taking the odd risk, I think, here because of the moving ball. It's be under no illusions. It is not going to be easy for anybody to establish himself out there in these conditions at the minute. But somebody, as they say, needs to find a leg here, needs to find a way. And that's slanted across the face of Tattersall. He's another one that has Vasconcelos on his haunches and probably under his breath cursing Wayne Parnell. It's gone crashing into the boards down to our left for 4 more byes. 18 byes in this Yorkshire innings and 8 leg byes as well as a wide. So goodness gracious me, take off the extras. They don't look too clever.
It doesn't, and it's just extraordinary for a bowler of Wayne Parnell's experience to just seemingly having a bit of trouble controlling it here. I mean, it is swinging, but where he's starting it is possibly the issue, and as I think probably Ricardo Vasconcelos would agree.
Here he is again, and that one hitting Johnny Tattersall amidships. Tattersall has played 30 first-class matches, batted on 46 occasions, got 1,329 runs before he walked out there today, and that remains the case. He's not yet scored. Highest of 135 not out. That came in the match against the Leeds MCCU, just up the road at Wheatwood, in the pre-season warm-up game of 2019. He's had 8 50s in first-class cricket since then, and he works this next one nicely down to fine leg. It's a shot he plays well. A good touch player, Johnny Tattersall, when he gets going, and so picks up 4 more, and he's off the mark. In his case, averaging just over 32, and he's often produced a useful 40 or 50 in this sort of position, 6, 7 in the order in those last couple of seasons.
I think what will be interesting for a few of us will be how David Willey plays when he goes in. I'm not sure whether he'll be in next or next but one, but there's a few better strikers of the ball around when he's in song, and as I say, I imagine he'll be keen to put one over on his old teammates.
Yeah, not sure if we mentioned the fact that Don Bess had walked out there. I certainly didn't, so apologies for that, but he's at the non-striking end. And watching on as Johnny Tattersall gets another stray delivery from Parnell. That was very wide of off stump this time. And again, nice guide really from Tattersall's. Got it wide of the cordon and flew away down to our right for 4 through third man.
Yes, I wonder if Dad Peter's listening in or watching on the stream. I imagine he may well be. My goodness, there was you talk about wanting a scrapper. A street fighting cricketer. There's one for you.
Parnell into Tattersall. Tell you what, he wasn't far off dropping that onto his off stump, I don't think. Slanted across him, and he's played it into the ground, into the slip cordon in the end, and survives the over of a fashion. That's the way of things at the moment, surviving overs, isn't it? And particularly against Parnell, because it's sort of a bit like watching a boxer who you know has got, you know, the real knockout punch, but he's having a few swings and misses, and then bang, he catches it flush on the jaw, you're gone. And he's got those couple of wickets with that sort of delivery, and then he's had a few haymakers that have gone astray.
It's a bit like a lucky dip at the moment, isn't it? The old brand tub, you never quite know what you're going to get, but nevertheless, he's picked up a couple of wickets, and I'm pretty sure that Ricardo Vasconcelos will be, at the moment at least, less concerned about the 18 byes than he is about the fact that Parnell's picked up a couple of wickets and a couple of good ones as well, Gary Ballance and Harry Brook. Dom Bess is preparing to take strike with Gareth Berg back at the end of his mark, down below us at the Kirkstall Lane end. Outstanding figures for Berg at the moment. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 2. 4 slips still in place as he runs away from us to bowl to Dom Bess, who's on the back foot and punches it out into the covers, and there's no run. 4 short leg in there as well. They've got a man in under the lid, which is Charlie Thurston. Curran at first slip, Keogh at second, Kerrigan at third, Zabe in the slip cordon at fourth. Luke Proctor finds himself at point, and then mid-off, Ben Sanderson mid-on is Wayne Parnell, and deep backward square. Here's Bergen again, bowls outside the off stump, and Bess lets that go through to Vasconcelos, and there's no run. Lots of very dark clouds around us, but bright sunshine at the moment, and the fact that we've got bright sunshine just sort of heightens the contrast with those very dark clouds over to left and right, really. See Ben Sanderson just starting to limber up at mid-off, so maybe he's going to come back for another spell. Here's Berg in, bowls full length. Bess drives up to Sanderson, an extra cover, and there's no run, and Vasconcelos just having a chat with Luke Proctor. Wouldn't think, I'd be surprised if he came into the attack at the moment, but he's a pretty savvy cricketer, is Luke Proctor, very experienced, and I know comes up with some good insights at times. There's Berg once again driving Bess, this time onto the back foot, plays it out the covers, and Proctor fields, and there's no run. It was noticeable, Jonathan, during the Glamorgan game that a couple of times Proctor would run up from the fielding position down on the boundary and have a chat with either Vasconcelos or Adam Rossington if he was on the field, and just come up with a little suggestion. And I know they feel he's a good judge. He knows he can weigh up opponents pretty quickly and come up with a thought about a field placing maybe, or a bowling change. Here's Berg in again, bowls wide outside the off stump, and Bess has a little flirt with that one. I think he was looking to sort of almost uppercut it over the slip cordon. There's no third man, so it would have been a free hit, and there's no bearing out that. Kerrigan and Zay were both sort of going through the motions there of catching one at third and fourth slip respectively. So I think that's where they thought it was going, but he didn't make contact. Berg already at the end of his mark. Runs in again and bowls to Bess, who's beaten outside the off stump. That's a good ball. It just shaped away a little bit, but bounced. Still a little bit in this pitch, and still a little bit of hardness in the new ball. 29 overs gone. Johnny Tattersall is 8. Don Bess yet to get off the mark, and Yorkshire 92 for 5.
Yeah, I think you'll find similar from David Willey when in Yorkshire in the field as well. He'll probably, not excessively, but if he thinks he's seen something, he might have a chat with Steve Patterson or the bowler or both. Joe Root similar when he's playing, as you'd expect. Johnny Tattersall going to be back on strike. Don Bess, by the way, who's yet to get off the mark. His scores this season in first-class cricket: 38 not out here in the only time he batted against Glamorgan, 36 in the only time he batted down at Canterbury against Kent, and he made 36 last week against Sussex, although over the 2 innings, 17 and 19. And of course he was notorious last week, took 7 wickets in a match, 6 for 53 in the Sussex second innings.
Yeah, a performance that pleased a lot of people, no matter who they support. Sanderson back.
Yeah, his first class wicket of the season was actually the one for 55 in the first innings. Tattersall shouldering arms to Sanderson first up. A nice loosener. So there are runs to be made. We know Don Bess can bat. He's got a first class 100 to his name. He did score first class 50 for Yorkshire in his lone spell here in red ball cricket back in 2019, or one of his 2 lone spells that season. The second one, of course, was to play T20. So 92 for 5 into the 30th over. Sanderson in. Tattersall drops that into the pitch in front of him, and there is no run. Johnny Tattersall, as I was saying, that one first class ton as well. He's not had a first class 100 against another county.
Well, now would be a very good time.
Yes, got into the 90s at Scarborough a couple of seasons ago. How he loved that here. Sun in at the moment as Sanderson comes in. Tattersall drops that in front of him, no run. And let's have a look at his figures for the season. Got to refresh my memory on these things, because I've got to that stage where remembering them off the top of my head from last week is now a struggle. 15 and 15 not out here against Glamorgan, 11 against Kent, and 7 and 8 last week. So he certainly wants some runs on the board.
Yes, 4 or 5 games in, it just starts to get to that stage where they just all slightly blur into one, don't they? And you think, was that last week or the week before?
4 or 5 balls. Well, I just did the Jack Leaning thing, didn't I? Yes. Typical. I knew that there was a first ball and a third ball, and of course, rather than go back to the notes, I thought I got it right and check them up, and you find that you're wrong. So 2 dots, and Sanderson in again to Tattersall, who thickish outside edge. He was opening the face to give him the benefit of the doubt, and it was nowhere near the cordon, and he's got himself 2 down through third man. Who was that? Who was falling over backwards?
Rob Keogh. He had one of those afternoons during the Glamorgan game when he Dan Douthwaite, as you know, hits the ball hard, smashed one back at him when he was bowling, and you have to sort of nominally put it down as a chance, but it was, it was one of those, it either stuck or it didn't. So he was left wringing his hand. It obviously really stung his hand, and then during the next over he was out on the boundary. He managed to slide along the rope and give himself a rope burn as well.
Here's Sanderson, and Tattersall turns that through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up at least 1. He is lightning between the sticks. Don Bess isn't slow, but they think better of it, and probably a sensible decision at this stage of the game. Wouldn't want to lose a 6th wicket with a silly run out. 95 for 5. Russell Walker, good afternoon to you. You can get in touch, by the way, on at oldmanrad, RADD, or at Jonathan Doidge on Twitter, or at BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com on the emails. Russell Walker, afternoon, Jonathan. That's not a good afternoon. Someone needs to dig in and grind the innings out. It looks like a real test of technique out there. A day to bat in your bubble, as the modern expression goes.
Very good. We have to do everything in our bubble these days, don't we? So from eating lunch downwards. It's going to be Gareth Berg to continue, bowling his 8th over. Decidedly miserly so far. He's conceded just 2 runs. 7 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 2. Picked up the wickets of Will Frayne and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, either side of those 2 stoppages for initially bad light and then rain, hail, sleet, whatever else you want to throw into the mix. Here's Berg running away from us, 4 slips in place, and that's worked off his toes by Johnny Tattersall, but straight to Charlie Thurston at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Thurston no longer under the lid at forward short leg as he was in the previous over, so we're back with the sun hat with 96 on his back. And Berg gets on with the game, turning at the end of his run. In again, bowls to Tattersall, who's going to pick up runs here. He turns that away pleasantly, just behind square on the onside, and it just goes down there to long leg. Ben Sanderson comes in off the boundary, fields, and Tattersall is through for a single, 12 to him, and Yorkshire up to 96 for 5. Curran at first slip with a snood. We have this return of the snood. The snood is out there. Curran at first. Keogh at second. Tom Taylor in the cordon at third. That's outside the off stump. Good ball to Dom Bess. Again, probing that off stump line. Played at it. I think pulled the bat out of the way a little bit posthumously. It went through to Vasconcelos. I was wondering where Tom Taylor was, and he's in there at third slip. I don't think I've ever seen him in the slip cordon before.
I was wondering where Dom Bess was. He looked like he was going for his daily exercise walk. He was so far down the track there.
Yeah, it's an interesting theory, obviously. 4 slips, point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. And here's Berg, and again he edges, and it's half stopped by Rob Keogh at second slip along the floor, and they're able to come through for a single because Ben Curran has to run back from first slip to complete the fielding. I'm sure he probably said something encouraging to Rob Keogh, like, I'm doing your dirty work this afternoon, having taken the catch via Keogh. But Dom Bess is off the mark, 1 to him, and Yorkshire up to 97 for 5. And having done that, then he has to do the running when Keogh half stops one. Berg in again, bowls to Tattersall, who lets that go through outside the off stump, lifts everything out of danger. Just a chance really for these two to regroup. A very good little session for Northamptonshire after they came back after those 2 stoppages, picking up 3 wickets for 4 runs in 3 overs, with 2 to Wayne Parnell and 1 to Gareth Berg. As 76 for 2 became 80 for 5, 97 for 5 now. Sunshine again across the ground as Berg bowls short, and Tattersall ducks underneath it, and that's the end of the over. 97 for 5. Tattersall is 12, Bess is 1, and Berg now 8 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 4. A couple of runs in that over ruined his figures.
Yeah, disgrace. Take him off now. Too expensive. Charlotte says Boggle Hole. You were asking about Boggle Hole. Boggle Hole, also known as Millbeck, is just along the beach from Robin Hood's Bay. This sounds like it's a Wikipedia thing. Are you doing Wikipedia now, Charlotte? It's just along the beach from Robin Hood's Bay where Millbeck Valley reaches the coast. There's a youth hostel there, and a lovely cafe, and a stream to paddle in from one who's spent years of happy holidays in Robin Hood's Bay. That's Charlotte Evers of the North Yorkshire Tourism. Charlotte Evers of the Yorkshire County Cricket Supporters Association. In fact, lovely Charlotte. Thanks for that, Charlotte.
It sounds idyllic. It's delightful. Go there now.
Yeah, well, there you go. You are up at Scarborough, of course, later in the year for the one-dayer, so that might be the day before. Trip out for you.
Can't wait. Really looking forward to that.
Meanwhile, here is Ben Sanderson from the Emerald stand end. He opened the bowling, of course, felt a good spell from the Kirkstall lane end. That first delivery, the over pushed back by Dom Bess, who is off the mark with that single previously.
Is Scarborough the only outground that you're using this year, Jonathan, apart from Headingley? York, right, okay.
Got a couple of 50-over fixtures at York.
Good.
Which was used for the game against Warwickshire back in 2019, 4-day game. Now then, in comes Sanderson again. And Bess solidly behind that. Dom Bess, the hero of the hour last week, with his first 5-foot in white rose colours, as it were. So he was chuffed to tick that particular box. And,
Absolutely, and after everything he'd been through during the winter, I think, as I say, I think no matter who your allegiance is, I think a lot of people were very, very pleased to see him get some wickets.
Here comes Sanderson again, and Best shouldering arms. Yeah, he did an interview with me at the end of day 3 when he'd taken the 5 for. Cracking interview from him. And he comes across as a real thinking cricketer. For a lad who's only 23, and also very candid as well. I mean, some of the interviews he's given with other people that I've listened to as well. And no surprise that people are willing him on to do well as he drops this next delivery into the leg side, and there's no run. Yeah, he's been in some dark places, I think, and he said he was beginning to hate cricket during the winter.
Yeah, I saw that quote. That's just so sad, isn't it? That's, as you say, he's hopefully coming out of that now. Yeah, well, similar experience, of course, with Simon Kerrigan, who's had again after a bad experience with England, and then his sort of first-class career really falling apart. To see him come back in the way he did at Old Trafford was great to see.
Sanderson into Bess again. He was again working it to leg, but no run.
And again, I think it was one of those that transcended county allegiances. I think people up and down the country were just pleased to see Simon Kerrigan back in the game. And again, I had a chat with him after the opening day, and it was actually quite moving, because he was sort of saying, I never thought I'd be playing a first-class match on this ground again after Lancashire had released him, and there he was, not only playing there but doing well.
Sanderson in, and again Bess pushes into the leg side up to mid-on, and there's no run. So end of the 32nd over, 97 for 5. Tattersall 12. Bess is not out on 1, and the partnership worth 17 at the moment. And a reminder that Northants won the toss, put Yorkshire in this morning, took Adam Lyth first ball of the day, Will Frayne for 11, Gary Balance for 4, Harry Brook without scoring, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore for 42 are the other 4 batsmen to have gone. Yeah, just it's interesting to when you find out more about what's going on. So many of our interviews are driven by what's just happened in the day out there in the middle, but actually there are so many other drivers behind players before they get anywhere close to crossing that white line on any given day. And when you do get the time and opportunity to explore that more, you know, it's great to hear, especially, you know, players who will if you like, lay that before you, those experiences. Some players are absolutely entitled to as well, are totally guarded about that and would rather keep that within, but some will talk about it, and it just gives you that insight into the struggles that some players go through.
Well, cricket's, as we know, very much played in the mind, and yeah, there are so many strands in any given day's play, really. It's what makes championship cricket the great game it is. Gareth Berg is thoroughly enjoying himself at the moment, bowls that outside the off stump to Johnny Tattersall, who lets it go through, and again it just looked to swing back fairly late, and once again Ricardo Vasconcelos had to do a little tumble away to his left to stop it. I don't think he's enjoying himself, you know, I really don't.
No, he needs one of those sort of metal rods through his shoulders, a bit like on a
table football
pitch. Yeah, just move him side to side somewhere along there, generally speaking, chap, and he might stop 1 or 2.
Yeah. Here's Gareth Berg in again, bowling. This time that's a good ball from Berg. And again, it's just beaten the outside edge. It goes through to the keeper. And Johnny Tattersall, I don't think he could do an awful lot about that. Berg really is into his work now. He's having a chat with David Milnes, the umpire. And again, it's nice to see someone like Gareth Berg, who at the end of last season, I think questions were being asked about how long, how much more he got in the tank. Well, we're getting the answer. Here's Bergen again, bowls to Tattersall. Nice little release as he drives that into the offside and manages to find the gap between Saif Zaib, who's at point, and Luke Proctor in the covers, and they come through for a single. 13 to Tattersall, and Yorkshire up to 98 for 5. If you're just tuning in or logging on, you're very, very welcome to Emerald Headingley, the opening day of this match between Yorkshire and Northamptonshire. I'll just run through who's been and gone so far as Berg comes in, bowls to Bess, who cracks that away through the covers. Nice shot, good balance off the back foot, and it crosses the rope in front of the east stand, that's the 100 up for Yorkshire, 102 for 5, and Dom Bess, his first boundary, he goes up to 5, and once again Gareth Berg's figures are being ruined. Yorkshire today have lost Adam Lythe, first ball for 0, then Will Frayne for 11, Gary Balance for 4, Harry Brook for 0, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore for 42. 2 wickets for Gareth Berg, 2 for Wayne Parnell, and 1 for Ben Sanderson. Still the 4 slips in place, some behind a cloud now as Berg comes in, bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump. Got what it deserved, really. That was a slightly tired looking delivery from Gareth Berg, and Dom Bess latching onto it, cracking it away through the covers, and he picks up back-to-back boundaries. He goes up to 9, and Yorkshire to 106 for 5.
Get him on at both ends. I think I heard the thousands of Yorkshire supporters in the stadium cheering there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, he just. Yeah, it's always difficult. I'm sure Gareth Berg's obviously bowled an excellent spell today. And, maybe time perhaps to give Tom Taylor a role, or maybe even have a look at Luke Proctor. He's got a couple of spin options, of course, out there as well. He's got Simon Kerrigan and Rob Keogh. We haven't seen spin yet, and with a new ball still doing this, I'm not sure we will for a time. Here's Bergen again, bowls very full length to Bess, who digs it out up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Luke Proctor. End of the over. Gareth Berg, 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 13. 8 off that, 2 boundaries to Dom Bess, and Yorkshire 106 for 5. Bess is 9, Tattersalls 13.
I never thought before I set out today that I'd be reading social media that involved Jake Thackeray, but Andrew in Bridlington has emailed as well,
wonderful,
saying many moons ago I used to really love Jake's TV show on BBC Two. I'd forgotten about his genius songwriting until I heard a couple of songs on the radio a couple of years ago. On hearing them, I spent a good few hours checking out Jake on various media streaming applications. Castleford Ladies Magic Circle,
yeah.
Brother Gorilla, La Di Da, and The Hair of the Widow of Bridlington, which I've just listened to for the first time. This song also mentions Scarborough, which enables me finally to sneak in a cricket reference, namely the lovely Yorkshire Cricket Ground on North Marine Drive. Thanks, Andy.
Sister Josephine, and my 2 favourite Jake Thackeray songs, I think, are The Brigadier and The Bull.
Here is Sanderson in, and Tattersall Shells down, which I don't know, I've got to say.
No, they're both very good, and the Bull contains one of my very favourite Jake Thackeray lines, and there are many of them, but it's if you must put people on pedestals, wear a big hat, which doesn't make any sense probably without the context of the song, but if you start explaining the context of the song, it starts to get maybe not entirely suitable for a family audience, but
it's BBC and cricket.
It's very good stuff.
Sanderson into Tattersall, shouldering arms to another one. Penny in Pudsey, good afternoon to you. She was in regular contact with us down at Hove last week. Yikes is the simple one-word email, presumably a reflection on the scoreboard. Lily, afternoon to you. She's hoping that Johnny Tat and Dom Bess build a partnership. And Dave Ricardo.
Any relation to Vasconcelos?
I'm going to read that. It's a long email from Sam Cameron, so we'll come back to that when I've got the opportunity. As this next delivery from Sanderson sees Tattersall shouldering arms and there's no run. Jake Thackeray then, those last couple that you mentioned, I've heard some of his stuff, but did he sing everything? Does he talk things?
These were actual songs,
right.
Both of those two. The Brigadier, I think, is my favourite. If I had to choose just one, which would be rather cruel considering his extensive and fantastic output, but I think that's probably just about my favourite.
Okay. In comes Sanderson again. Taylor, should I say? I think I said Sanderson, didn't I, earlier in the over. Taylor into Tattersall, 12 to 12, who opens the face and runs it out to point. There's no run. Yeah, I was asking about the talking thing because all that stuff reminded me of primary school when the teacher used to stick Stanley Holloway on.
Albert the Lion.
Yes.
There's a famous seaside resort called Blackpool that's noted for fresh air and fun, and Mr. and Mrs. Ramsbottom went there with young Albert, their son.
That's the one. Taylor in to Tattersall, who shoulders arms through to Vasconcelos.
Stick with the horse's head handle, the finest that Woolworths could sell. Marvellous. Sam, pick up thy musket. I think the series actually that our correspondent there was saying about was a series called Jake Thackeray and Songs that he did on the BBC around about 1980, 81, something like that, which I've got on DVD, and it's very good. He's probably at his most sort of relaxed and pithy and trenchant, and there's a very receptive audience. Just Jake up there on the stage with his bass player, and it's terrific. It's a great memory of a great performer.
Here's Taylor in again, and Taylor thinks about playing at that and then shoulders arms in the end. He remains 13, best 9, 106 for 5 after 34 overs have been complete. That would have been around about a similar time to when Mike Harding used to do that sort of thing on TV.
The Rochdale Cowboy. Yes, it would have been around about that time. But yeah, Jake Thackeray was great favourite of mine. I'm pleased there's so many people that obviously in this part of the world, as you would expect, that still remember him so fondly. Now, are we going to see a change? We are, and I think this was probably why Tom Taylor bowled the previous over, because I think Ben Sanderson seems to be happier bowling at this Kirkstall Lane end, so that over has just enabled Sanderson to switch to this end, to the Kirkstall Lane end, which is where of course he picked up the wicket of Adam Lyth this morning. Going to be bowling to Dom Bess with 4 slips in place. Sanderson in a bit outside the off stump, and again he's right on the money at the first ball of his spell. It seems away outside the off stump. It's taken by Ricardo Vasconcelos. Dave to his intimates, and Tom Bess just goes down the pitch and gives it a very suspicious prod. I think there's a lot wrong with the surface. It's doing a bit with a new ball, but you would expect it to, really. Cloudy at the moment as Sanderson again runs away from us, bowls, and Bess in behind that, pushes it up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Wayne Parnell. And there's no run. 2 sun hats out there now. Parnell's another sun hat wearer, along with Charlie Thurston. Thurston, who had a terrific time last year with his 96 in the first Bob Willis Trophy match of the season against Warwickshire to help Northamptonshire save the game, and then a maiden championship century against Glamorgan. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Dom Bess, who drives a nice on drive and a very good bit of fielding off his own bowling from Ben Sanderson, who dives right across the pitch, gets a right hand to it, deflects it up for the aforementioned Charlie Thurston to field, and there's no run. Yeah, Thurston hasn't had was actually leading run scorer in the Bob Willis Trophy for Northamptonshire last season. Hasn't had a great start this season. Had a disappointing game against Glamorgan last time out. One in the first innings, running himself out, and then naught in the second innings. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Bess, who's driving that back down the pitch. Sanderson fields and there's no run. But Charlie Thurston, very, very strong square of the wicket, on the offside especially. Probably, I'm sure Yorkshire will have done their homework, and you'll see a couple of gullies probably in place early on when he goes into bat. Tends to be his favoured scoring area. Sunshine now as Sanderson comes, and that's a beauty to Bess, and there's an appeal for a catch behind, but it's not out. In fact, it came more from behind the wicket rather than from the bowler. Beat the inside edge, so possibly just flick the pad on the way through, the flap of the pad. Good take by Vasconcelos, but going the wrong way, but bowler wasn't interested, and neither was umpire David Milnes. 106 for 5, Yorkshire. Dom Bess on 9. Taken 2 boundaries in the previous over from Berg. Here's Sanderson in there bowling to him, and he's right in behind that. Plays it back down the pitch for Sanderson to field. End of another over. 9 to Dom Bess, 13 to Johnny Tattersall. 106 for 5. We've had 35 overs. We've got 42 left in the day, so we've lost 19 overs with those stoppages. So tea is going to be late.
Yes, somewhat. So, back to this email from Sam, who says, hello from Bradford, an economist writes, did I really hear that Vasconcelos is called Dave by his teammates? For a brief, silly moment, I thought this was very recondite wordplay. as David Ricardo. David Ricardo is one of the most famous economists in history and a man quite influential in political thinking. They can tell my knowledge of economists. I wasn't sure if it was David or David. I guess given that Only Fools and Horses is probably known to all generations, he's called Dave for that reason, as Taylor is in, and that is worked onto the leg side by Tattersall, and there's no run. I guess given that Only Fools is probably known to all generations, he's called Dave for that reason, or like the TV channel that is the most common name. I know there are some witty nicknames for sports people, but I've yet to hear one based on scholarly knowledge, and I still have not.
No, I think you can fairly safely rule out any connection to the famous economist with that nickname, I'm afraid.
Taylor over the wicket into Tattersall, who shoulders arms, and there's no run.
I did have to ask Ricardo about this after the last game, because I did a little joint interview. Obviously, Northamptonshire supporters will know that Vasconcelos and Rob Keogh put on a big 239-run partnership to win the match against Glamorgan. So I did the two of them together after the game. And of course all the references that Rob Keogh was making were to Dave, and it did occur to me that perhaps people that may not know them personally wouldn't know actually what was being talked about, so I thought I'd better get some sort of explanation.
Taylor into Tattersall, who has got this away not too far to the left of Zabe, who is fielding at point and chasing this one down but not going to reach it, and 4 runs. Ballooning to some extent really off the edge of Johnny Tattersall's bat. Certainly wouldn't call it the most convincing shot he'll play in his career, but he's picked up 4. He's on to 17. Yorkshire 110 for 5.
So I thought I'd better get some sort of explanation, and Ricardo Vasconcelos' comment was, it's down to this muppet, indicating Rob Keogh, and apparently it was that when he first came to Northamptonshire 3 years ago, that his full name, Ricardo Surador Vasconcelos, was regarded in the dressing room as being a little bit too difficult to get the tongue around, so he was Dave. I think that he's probably more, it's more to do with Only Fools and Horses than it is to do with world economics. I strongly suspect.
In comes Taylor from the Emerald stand end once again. Tattersall waits, drops it into the leg side. There's no run. You'd think that there should be a limit, shouldn't there? Really, ECB should impose a maximum limit on characters in a player's allowance. Malcolm Palmer has emailed BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you want to. He says, "Hi Doidgy, I'm with you at last, having been to the hospital with the missus for her appointment this morning." Well, we hope that went smoothly for her, Malcolm. It says, "I see you have real Headingley weather, and we have real Alicante weather now." More to come in a mo, because Taylor's halfway through his run-up and now bowls to Tattersall, who shoulders arms. And picking up on that, he says, "I heard a mention of Boggle Hole earlier. It was my favourite youth hostel in my cycling days. Let's hope our tail can wag enough to get us a point or 2. Thanks, Malcolm. I'm wishing you all the best. So it is BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, or on Twitter at Jonathan Doidge, or at OldManRad, RADD. Last ball of this Taylor over. Yet to take a wicket, and doesn't with that delivery either, wide of off stump, and Tattersall leaves well alone. 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 15 for Taylor. Sanderson, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 28. Will we assume continue at this, the Kirkstall Lane end. So just the 1 point on the board so far, Northants, with that 3rd wicket, and they're not far away from a second here. Yorkshire 90 runs away from their first batting bonus point for a little while.
Yeah, and Ben Sanderson, who's going to be continuing his work today. So far 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 28. Still just that 1 wicket of Adam Lyth, although the way his form he's been in this year, you wouldn't say it was just a wicket. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls outside the off stump. Seams away, bounces a little bit, and Vasconcelos didn't take it cleanly. But at least it doesn't go down to the boundary, as a few have today. And there's no run. Yeah, Sanderson, we're talking about his second coming, if you like, in county cricket with Northamptonshire, who decided to have a look at him in 2015. Picked him for 3 championship matches that year and the game against the Australians. Took him on the staff in 2016. Sanderson in again, bowls outside the off stump. Good ball, good line to Dom Bess. But he plays it well. Drops the hands and it goes through to Vasconcelos. And the first full season, he finished with, what, 55 wickets, including an 8 against Gloucestershire. 60 wickets in 2019. And I think there was a lot of relief in Northamptonshire circles when he agreed a new contract to keep him at the club until at least the end of next season, 2022. Sanderson in again, bowls, and Best just dropping that down behind square on the onside, and they come through for a single. Vasconcelos has to come round from behind the stumps to field. One more to Bess, who's up to 10, and dreaded Nelson for Yorkshire, 111 for 5, feet off the floor for all Yorkshire supporters. If it's all the same to you. Cut down to 9 for 89 in the match against Somerset. Sanderson in again, bowls to Tattersall this time, plays it out in the offside, and it's fielded by Zabe at point, and there's no run. Yeah, 9 for 89 on a difficult pitch at Northampton against Somerset, and he bowled beautifully. Of course, finished on the losing side. He's also the team's joint leading wicket taker in the T20 last year, so valuable in all formats. And here he is running in from the Kirkstall Lane end. Bowls outside the off stump, a little bit too wide that. Tattersall didn't have to have anything to do with it, and he didn't. Shouldered arms go through to Vasconcelos, who thought it was the end of the over and started scurrying down the pitch, and saw that David Milnes was unmoved and Ben Sanderson was going back to his mark. I've seen people do that in a club match to try and trick the umpire, but it certainly wasn't going to work here. Still the 4 slips in. Northamptonshire looking for a 6th wicket. Is Sanderson, bowls to Tattersall, plays that nicely, rocks onto the back foot, plays it out to the covers. Zabe fields, end of the over, Tattersall 17, Bess is 10, and Yorkshire 111 for 5.
Yep, on Twitter, Andy says John Richardson, comedian, is always talking about Jake Thackeray on Meet the Richardsons. And, well, we are up to date for the moment, unusually. You have a massive backlog. It's nice to keep the housekeeping in order. So, Nelson, as Andrew said, 111 for 5. Don't know why we refer it to as Nelson in Yorkshire. He weren't a Yorkshireman.
Norfolk man, wasn't he?
Yeah.
We've got another committee meeting. Northamptonshire do like a committee meeting. Who's this one? Parnell, Taylor and Proctor.
Have you seen the sketch, the Hale and Pace sketch of Yorkshire Airways?
Oh, yes. Sure. Yes.
In comes Taylor. Now then, Pace shouldered arms to that one. He offered his bat momentarily and then flipped it over the top.
Departing from Leeds Airport, returning to Leeds Airport because there's nowhere else worth going to, isn't it? Or words to that effect. Very good. Alan Bennett class, wasn't it? It was
yeah.
Very funny. I'm glad you mentioned it, because if I'd have mentioned it, I'd have got into trouble.
Oh, brilliant. Hilarious. But yeah, you're right. He would have done, lad. In comes Bess. In comes Taylor to Bess, who pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, good humour.
Well, my wife was born in Wakefield, so that possibly gives me some sort of credentials up in this part of the world, but that's about it, I'm afraid.
What? She married out at County?
I know.
What's going on there? I'm bound to say I'm not sure about her. That's what she's doing. Marrying out at County. In comes Taylor, and Bess opens the face and runs that one wide of the slip cordon, and he's just going to get there and beat the chasing fielding contingent, so he's going to get 4. He's on to 14, 115 for 5. It's one of those days, I think, where you can forgive batsmen for not playing the most convincing of shots. The ball is clearly on the move, and there's no doubt that batting conditions are not easy.
Absolutely, and I think it was one of our correspondents earlier, wasn't it, who said that they need a scrapper out there at the moment and a street fighter, and that's just the sort of innings. It really isn't easy out there, and a lot of balls are going past the edge. That's interesting. They dropped down a third man, Simon Kerrigan. Don't want to be leaking too many runs. I think that's always the thing, isn't it? The Third Man Preservation Society will be highly delighted.
Yeah, the president's usually on most of weeks on our correspondence, as this next delivery from Taylor is through to Vasconcelos, who's got a dive to his right this time as best shouldered arms. Yeah, Kerrigan's dropped in 20 metres maybe from the boundary edge. It has been slowish running down there. No real surprise, with a bit of moisture around.
Also quite a long boundary down that side, isn't it? So
yeah.
That's probably a sensible field placing.
But it just gives you an inkling as well that maybe the fielding side think, well, I'll tell you what, if we take these wickets, it's not going to be easy batting here, so we've got to try and attack, but also just block a few gaps up at the same time. Best driving this next delivery up to mid-off. Anywhere else, and it probably would have been crossing the boundary rope about now for 4, but straight to the man.
I think my favourite comment about the third man this year was our colleague Matt Coles from Kent. Well, he and I were sharing commentary, and he said if they don't have a third man in here, they'll have the people here with pitchforks and burning torches, saying that they should be demanding the return of the third man.
And this one sees Taylor slant down the leg side, and Bess has a little flick at it. Vasconcelos, to be fair, takes a very good stop down the left-hand side, having seen a few disappear into the boards. He'll feel a little bit better. He's got his mitts around that one. It completes over number 38, still 39 remaining, which of course means 7 more until the quite significantly delayed tea break, as it will be. 4 o'clock about to click on the clock. I think that means Andrew might have to disappear off and do an update. Yorkshire 115 for 5, Tattersall 17, Bess on 14. Taylor has now gone for 19 from 8 overs and 3 maidens without managing to get one in the wickets column. David Atkins says Northern Calypso by Hale and Pace is even funnier than Yorkshire Airlines. Can't recall seeing that one, but might have a look for it. Meanwhile, Sanderson, 1 for 29, is just starting his 13th over from not his 13th over from the Kirkstall Lane end, but he's starting his 13th over from the Kirkstall Lane end. And Tattersall blocked that one. Just waiting on Sanderson again, sets himself, runs past a few of the white stripes to indicate the bowler's run-up markers on the ground, and delivers that next delivery to Tattersall. Shouldering arms again. Penny in Putsey says, Tar for reading out my very insightful email earlier, Teehee. Just to say that David, Lugsy, Leatherdale and Vanessa are the patrons of the 5 Pilchards Inn at Heston in Cornwall. I was wondering where Lugsy was these days. I knew it was somewhere down that way. Looks rather nice, she says. Sanderson takes a moment at the end of his run and then pushes off, comes in again, and that's nicely worked off his legs by Tattersall. We saw him play a 4 down this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground earlier in the afternoon, and he's worked that one a little bit wider down at the football stand end, but still nowhere near the fielder, and picks up 4 more. He's on to 21, 119 now for 5 Yorkshire. So a bit of a recovery from that 80 for 5 when they lost a clump of 3 wickets for just 4 runs in a spell of 19 minutes. Continuing Penny from Putsey's email, she says also hi to cousin Phil again, who's propped up in his man cave due to a very sore back watching the cricket. A Yorkshire member for over 40 years. No wonder he's got a bad back. Thanks, Penny. Hi, Phil. And we've just got a discussion going on here. Might be to do with the shape of the ball. Nick Cook is having a chat with one of the Northants fielders who's obscured from view at this moment in time. chat going on around the field. So while we wait for the outcome of that, takes a contingent of 3 Northamptonshire players. Being cleaned up. Maybe it dropped into the discarded covers down at the Emerald stand end of the ground. Might have got a bit wet, perhaps. It dropped at the wrong spot. So afternoon JD says John Logan, Yorkshire's titanic struggle for first innings bonus batting points has hit a Gareth Berg. Berg has in the past taken wickets against the Tykes for Hampshire and Middlesex, so it's little surprise he's among the wickets. Are the 40s the new 20s? Darren Stevens et al. Now here's Sanderson again. Tattersall plays this nicely with control wide of the slip cord and just laid his bat on it. It's racing away down towards the third man boundary and has been pulled in. But they will get back for a comfortable 3. So 122 for 5. Tattersall on to 24 now. And Ben from Middlesbrough says, just woken up off nights and after looking at the score, feel like I should go back to bed. It says, Ben from Middlesbrough, brackets, yes, I was born in the North Riding of Yorkshire. Even so, Sir Geoffrey played at Acklam Park in the early 80s. Have a good one. Thanks, Ben. Now there's a bit of a stretching routine going on down at third slip. There's a bit of a break in play as Tattersall and Bess have a few words as well. Still waiting for 2 more deliveries in this Ben Sanderson 13th over. Here's going to be the next ball now. Good one as well. Dom Bess beaten, offering the bat just outside off stump, 4th stump sort of line. Yeah, it draws applause above the head from skipper and keeper Ricardo Vasconcelos. So Bass on 14, waits. Slightly open stance, trigger movement, slightly back and across. And he gets a short ball here from Sanderson, roundabout leg stump, and he's just worked it on its way with the pace of the ball, and that's nicely guided backward of square leg. One of those really, really annoying shots from a fielder's perspective. Vasconcelos, with his gloves and pads on, had run fully, got to be 80 metres across to that boundary with one of his teammates, and he was within about a stride length of it as the ball crossed the rope. So 4 to Dom Bess, he's on to 18. Partnership now worth 46, and that should not be underestimated from a Yorkshire perspective. Having been 80 for 5, they're now 126 for 5, 6 overs before tea.
There's excellent stuff from these two. I think they really have played very, very well. They haven't been phased if the odd one has gone past the edge, which in these conditions is always likely to be the case, but if the opportunity's been there to score, whether it's putting a ball that's slightly off target away or looking to rotate the strike, very good stuff from these two. Northamptonshire could do with breaking this partnership. Taylor in again, bowls short to Johnny Tattersall, who ducks underneath that. It goes through to Ricardo Vasconcelos. 3 slips in now. Curran at first, Keogh at second. And I was looking to see who's in there at third. It's Gareth Berg. He's in there at third slip. Simon Kerrigan in this position that we were talking about earlier. Third man, but some way in off the boundary. It's a long boundary that side, on the western side of the ground. And a backward point, extra cover mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg as Taylor comes in, bowls once again short of a length to Tattersall, who's on the back foot in behind it. Plays it back down the pitch. And Taylor himself fields, flicks it on to Luke Proctor to do a bit of ball maintenance. Taylor in into his 9th over. Been pretty tidy so far. 0 for 19 with 3 maidens in there.
I like that bit of ball maintenance. It sounds like somebody should be coming on with a little green toolbox or maybe
yes.
one of those moulded plastic briefcases with a few screwdrivers in there.
Yes.
Hopefully no sandpaper.
No. Taylor in again, bowls outside the off stump, and Tattersall lets that go through to Ricardo Vasconcelos, and there's no one. No, that would be a very bad idea. All things being equal, it would make it a very long day for us as well.
Just thought I'd chuck that one in there.
Lots of post-match interviews and things to do, and no, it's not a good idea. No, I suppose what they ought to be doing, if it's maintenance, then they ought to be looking at it, shaking their head and going, it's going to be costly.
Yeah.
Well, Tom Taylor, big tall fair-haired all-rounder from the far end, runs and bowls again outside the off stump, a little bit wide. Vasconcelos takes it well, and there's no run.
Tell you what, hey, what do you think, Alf? Oh, tell you what, Dave, don't know about that. I tell you what do you think? Oh,
it's getting
Bob, Bob.
It's getting the parts. That's the trouble. Getting the parts.
Tell you what, I've not seen one like this before. I think it's what they call you've got a misshaped ball, lad.
This is Taylor running in towards us. Bowls. That's getting slightly short of a length, and good batting from Johnny Tattersall. Just rocks onto the back foot, punches it up through extra cover, and it means a bit of a chase for Luke Proctor down towards the western terrace. Sadly empty, of course. They pick up 2 runs, 26 to Tattersall, 128 for 5. Yeah, it will be great when we can once again hear a bit of noise from the western terrace, or indeed from anywhere on the ground apart from the players' dressing room. It's been a bit like the rugby matches at the moment, where all the support staff and strength and conditioning coaches and heaven knows what seem to try and make as much noise as they possibly can to support the team. Taylor in again, bowls Tattersall outside the off stump, lets it go through. End of the over, 26 Tattersall, 18 to Don Bess. And Yorkshire 128 for 5, partnership worth 48 for the 6th wicket. And I think it's pretty much the case at the moment that the players in the dressing room are just trying to make as much noise as they possibly can. Some counties more than others, but it doesn't really make up for the lack of spectators. And hopefully, I don't think which it's going to be.
Tea?
It must be. Now that's interesting. It can't be for any other reason. We are now at 10 past 4. Yes, I suppose that's right, isn't it? Because half an hour after what should have been the scheduled interval. So, what it's going to mean is that we're going to have quite a long final session, because there's going to be still 37 overs to bowl in the final session. So yeah, 10 past 4, and the players coming off a tee. The old days where you just had to get through to 32 overs, whatever the stoppage is. Thankfully, obviously the rule has changed. So they're coming off for tea. Tea on the first day, 128 for 5, and the ground staff going out there to do any running repairs that might be necessary. So it means we're going to have to bowl 37 overs when the players go back on at around about 4:30 local time. So that means that we're probably going to be, if we get through, and obviously that's an if, because there is a bit of weather around, and the light might be an issue later on, although of course we do have the option of the floodlights. It means we're probably going to be looking to finish, about 6:45, something like that. So a bit of overtime in store, Jonathan, but nevertheless, 128 for 5 Yorkshire.
Yep, we'll say goodbye for now. We'll see you after tea. On a difficult day for Yorkshire, they find themselves 128 for 5 at tea. That's a recovery from 80 for 5 a little bit earlier this afternoon, having lost 3 quick wickets for just 4 runs in the space of a 19-minute spell in which Wayne Parnell and Gareth Berg did the damage. Tom Kohler-Cowmore, top scorer for Yorkshire so far. He made 42. Adam Lyth was bowled first ball of the day off an inside edge for a delivery he tried to leave from Ben Sanderson. Will Frayne went for 11, Gary Ballance for just 4, and Harry Brook, LBW, without scoring. That was after Northants won the toss and put the Tykes into bat. They're struggling away at the moment in tough conditions for batting, and at tea they're 128 for 5. It is tea at the moment, as these things go, you know, cricket. It was delayed because of that rain break earlier on, so they took tea at 4:10 and they'll be back on after the cucumber sandwiches or whatever they're having in a couple of minutes' time. 128 for 5 is the all-important score. They were 80 for 5 at one stage. They lost 3 wickets for just 4 runs after the resumption. Gary Ballance for just 4, Harry Brook without scoring, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore couldn't make it to a first half century of the season. He made 42. Northants have bowled well in conditions that are favouring the ball. Difficult for Yorkshire having been put into bat. But still out there at the moment, or will be in a moment or two's time. Johnny Tattersall is 28 not out. Dominic Bess is not out on 18. They've shared a partnership of 48 so far for the 6th wicket. Yorkshire 128 for 5 at tea. Just at this moment, there's sun poking through somewhere. I can't actually see much in the way of blue. It's fairly grey and cloudy overhead, but it's bright enough to get out there and play. So come on, lads.
Oh, good afternoon. Welcome back to Emerald Headingley, where we're just about to start the third and final session of the opening day's play in this LV Insurance County Championship match between Yorkshire and Northamptonshire. Sunshine as the players and the umpires, David Milnes and Nick Cook, head out after tea. I'm Andrew Rad from BBC Radio Northampton, colleague Jonathan Doidge sharing commentary, and Northamptonshire players out in the middle. Probably had the better of exchanges so far. Yorkshire going to be resuming on 128 for 5 with Johnny Tattersall on 28 and Dom Bess on 18, but these two have done an excellent job. They put on 48 for the 6th wicket because when they came together, Yorkshire in deep trouble at 80 for 5, having lost 3 quick wickets in the space of 3 overs with the addition of 4 runs. So far, successful bowlers for Northamptonshire today, 2 for Wayne Parnell, 2 for Gareth Berg, and 1 for Ben Sanderson. And Sanderson it is, who's going to begin the evening session. He's going to be bowling from this Kirkstall Lane end down below us, and he's going to be bowling to Dom Bess. Just have a look at the field as it shapes up. 3 slips, the third of which is Gareth Berg, who is limbering up, so I suspect he might be going to have another bowl. And here's Sanderson in from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowls to Dominic Bess, plays it out the offside. Save, feels a backward point, no run. And Jonathan, we were saying, really, for Yorkshire's point of view, just these two keep doing what they've been doing. I think they've been excellent.
And you know, consolidation is the word that gets used at this sort of time, isn't it? A little bit of a rear guard action, whatever, but no, they've been picking off the bad ball, running it around, and the bowlers have just been using the conditions pretty well. It wouldn't be perfect in that respect, I'm sure, when you speak to Dave Ripley perhaps later.
No, Sanderson in again, bowls to Bess, again plays it out the offside. Fielded by Save, and there's no run. No, there's been some wayward stuff. I think certainly it seemed earlier as though Wayne Parnell in particular was just struggling to control the way the ball was swinging. It was going, and it was going late, which makes it difficult, not least for the keeper, hence the number of extras that we've seen totted up. Ricardo Vasconcelos, of course, captaining and keeping wicket in the absence of Adam Rossington. There's Sanderson in again, bowls to Bess, who's in behind that, plays it up on the onside this time, and it's Charlie Thurston under the sun hat, comes in from mid-wicket to field, and once again there's no run.
2 Sun Hats though now.
Wayne Parnell is the other one. He's another one to favour the Sun Hat. At least now he's got rid of the sort of golf cap that he was wearing before he was actually given his Northamptonshire cap up at Old Trafford.
Very 80s. The
Yes.
Sun Hat.
Oh yeah. Well, no worse for that. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Bess, who looks to steer that down wide of third slip, but it just goes into the ground, and it's well fielded by Gareth Berg at third slip. Sticks down a right-hand and fields. There is a third man anyway, so we'd only got a single.
I mean, there's always been people who have, have worn the Sun Hat since and before the 80s, but the 80s, there was when they brought this style in.
Yes, that's right.
There was a predominance, wasn't there, in the game of it then.
The likes of Carl Hooper.
Yeah, I was just thinking of him.
Very, very cool, didn't it? Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Bess, who's pushing forward just a little bit tentatively, but it goes up on the onside, and well, we've got the 2 sun-hatted players there, Thurston and Parnell. Thurston fields and there's no run.
Richie Richardson, former overseas player here,
of course. Yes. I remember seeing him get a very good 100 at Luton one year, in the around about 1993, 4, something like that, when Yorkshire were down that way. Wooddown Park. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and this time Bess is nicely onto the front foot, plays it up to mid-off where it's fielded by Luke Proctor. And the end of a tidy first over from Ben Sanderson, who's bowled 14 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 40. And Yorkshire stay on 128 for 5. Tattersall is 28 and Bess is 18.
Yeah, Sun Hats. Who do you remember? Who was a fine exponent of the Sun Hat? Who looked cool in the Sun Hat, as Radders said. Is Radders all right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, Radders all right.
It's,
Good.
Yes, it seems to be fairly common usage these days.
I think anything but common. Andrew Rad. So at Old Man Rad Double D for Andrew on Twitter, or at Jonathan Doidge, and BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. So Taylor to Tattersall. 2 T's, number 12. 2 number 12s as well in opposition directly here. First ball was pushed out into the offside by Johnny Tattersall. Sun shining at Headingley again at the moment.
About Radders, I was described, Phil Rowe and I, Northampton's former assistant coach, who does some commentary back at Northampton. We were described last week as the hinge and bracket of cricket commentary, which I rather enjoyed, being fans of theirs, but interesting comparison.
Taylor into Tattersall, who does play at that one. Didn't manage to step too far out of his crease on account of the length that was bowled. Might have just been nipping away from him slightly. Little win for the bowler.
He's bowled nicely today, Tom Taylor, without any success so far. But he said he just that one slightly scruffy over at the start, didn't he? When the radar just wasn't quite functioning, he flung a couple down the leg side. But since then, he's been pretty good. His pitch map, I think, would be quite impressive.
Here he comes again then. Tattersall this time is able to get forward and play this. Clive Lloyd, of course, not with one of these Sun Hats, but with the floppy. He had the floppy, didn't he?
The floppy one, yeah.
Back in the day.
Do you remember the one that around about that time, Roy Fredericks?
Yeah, Roy Fredericks.
Used to have this and Gordon Greenwich as well. The rather odd sort of bean. It wasn't like a beanie.
Yeah.
Hat, wasn't it? It was rather an odd shape. And Phil Edmonds used to have rather an odd shaped one as well. It was with the sort of stiff brim and.
That's right. The West Indies players you mentioned, those were sort of toweling ones, weren't they?
Yes, that's right.
Taylor into Tattersall, who thinks about playing again, then whips the bat away.
You think of Roy Fredericks opening the batting to Dennis Early and Jeff Thompson in the World Cup final in '75 at Lords, with wearing this sort of toweling sun hat, and was it hooking Dennis Lilly out of the ground and then just falling on his stumps, wasn't it? Just his foot dislodged the bail.
That's one of the things about lockdown. Not many great things about lockdown at all, but often those old bits of footage were pumped out in various programmes. Good to catch up with and relive those memories, as Taylor is in and pushed into the offside this time by Tattersall, no run. Yeah, watched there's a couple of programmes, weren't there, about, in fact several, about the different World Cups.
Yes,
75
right.
was really good.
Apart from Sunil Gavaskar, blocking it for a very long time for not many in the opening match against England at Lords.
Why? What?
It was a strange one, that, wasn't it?
I cannot understand that now. I can't understand that at all. 128 for 5. Last ball of the 42nd. Taylor in. Tattersall again shouldering arms. So he remains 26. Bess 18. Partnership still 48. And well, Northants will want to get in and among again in this final session, as Andrew mentioned earlier. I think it's going to be a long final session as well. Still 35 overs to go in the day. 20 minutes or so before 5 o'clock. It's going to be a late one. Have to make sure I reset the central heating timer. Save a bit of money, lad.
It's very, very, very praiseworthy in every respect.
Don't want that to come on too early now.
Well, it's quite obviously you open the window at tea time, just have a little bit of fresh air, and actually it's quite chilly out there, isn't it?
Very much so, yeah.
Cool. 3 slips in place. Ben Sanderson starting a fresh over, and that's a good ball to Dom Bess. And again, it left him outside the off stump, beat the outside edge, went through to Ricardo Vasconcelos, and it was still going up, I think, when it reached him. So there is still a little bit in this pitch. I say the new ball, well, it's not a new ball now. The ball's, 42 overs old. We're in the 42nd over of the innings, but it's still just doing a bit sideways, and the odd one's just bouncing a bit as well. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls outside the off stump, and Dom Bess, I'm not sure he had to play at that. He did, but it went through to Ricardo Vasconcelos, no harm done. But to say again, this is tough. This is tough batting conditions, has been from the first ball this morning. And the batsman just having a little chat. And Johnny Tattersall spots that Ben Sanderson's already at the end of his mark, so he scurries back into his ground. Sanderson in again, and Bess coming across his stumps, plays that up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Wayne Parnell. And there's no run. Parnell picked up 2 wickets today in quick succession. Gary Ballance caught at first slip via second slip for 4, and Harry Brook LBW for 0. Brook having survived a very confident appeal for LBW just moments before that by Parnell. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and that's again beaten Bess outside the off stump. But in contrast, now I don't know what you thought to that, Jonathan. That didn't seem to bounce very much. I just wonder, and he's just having a little suspicious prod. I just wonder if there may be a little bit of up and down here.
My apologies, I wasn't watching.
No,
I've got to say, I've just got a text on with the sports editor here at the
No, it's important stuff. No, I just the odd ones still just zipping through, and just the odd ones dying a touch. I don't know. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls full length, and Bess works that nicely into the onside. He's going to pick up a single because Wayne Parnell at mid-on had to make a bit of ground round to his right. So first run since tea for Dom Bess. He's up to 19 in Yorkshire to 129 for 5. Partnership worth 49 for the 6th wicket. Weather looks okay at the moment. There's plenty of cloud around, but nothing that looks particularly threatening. Certainly quite fine over to our right, over towards the west. Here's Sanderson in again, and Tattersall in behind it, plays it up on the onside, where it's fielded by Save Zabe. End of another over. Tidy one from Sanderson, 26 to Tattersall, 19 to Bess. Sanderson 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 41, and Yorkshire 129 for 5.
David Ripley and some of the Northants staff opposite us down at the Emerald stand end of the ground. Wonder if, I'm thinking, you know, as I used to come and watch Test cricket here as a youngster, learning the game, and some of those players we've been talking about, I'm sure David Ripley would probably have been here as well,
I'm sure.
watching some of those stars of the 70s and early 80s.
Yeah, I'm sure he would. Yeah, it's John Sadler with David Ripley as the assistant coach, and Chris Liddell, the bowling coach, having a little perambulate.
So in comes Taylor, and had a bit of pace about it as well, and struck well by Dom Bess. He middled that, but unfortunately for him, straight to Zabe. there at point. Sporting number 18, is it? Have I got that wrong? Has he moved now down here?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's Simon Carrigan.
Yes. Zabe down to our right. Was when I looked away after I'd said that, I thought, no, wait a minute, it's down here. Moving swiftly along. Taylor in, and Best drops that into the offside. And Carrigan's
been all over the shop today, and he was in at fourth slip.
Well, yeah, that's
fourth slip early on, and he's going to start singing the song "I've Been Everywhere, Man." Yes, pretty much today.
Or here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a few options. Who's that limbering at Parnell? Having a little limber up at mid-on, so he might be back in the attack presently.
So Best waits. Not out 19. That could have been different. Had he flicked a little wider with the bat, not too far away from getting a nick on that, drawn into playing slightly away from his body. Credit once again to Taylor, who, as Andrew said, has bowled well without yet taking a wicket today, and that's something Dom Best knows all about, because he did keep things tight. Probably wasn't his best in the first innings with the ball against Glamorgan here, but barring that, he bowled pretty well in the other 3 innings that he didn't take a wicket in, but was still, as he told us on that interview last week, doing a job for his team. Doing a job with the bat here, and this time he gets away his favoured cut shot, hit that nicely, and has split the gap between point and third man. And that is 4 more to him. So into the 20s, 23, 133 for 5, and yeah, 50 partnership, which has come up in exactly 100 deliveries. 26 of them made by Tattersall and 23 by Dom Bess.
I think these two have done a really, really good job for their side. They've stuck in there, as we've been saying. They've been beaten a few times outside the off stump, but they haven't let it faze them. And if the ball's been there to put away, they've put it away. Really good batting. Oh, shot.
Beautiful shot. As Andrew called it, Taylor's delivery just over pitching this time, maybe compensating a little too much for that short ball he just bowled, and Bess just the full face of the bat there and just timed it. No real power about that at all, but 4 more.
And to be fair, Jonathan, they've earned the right to that. You know, there's going to be the odd scoring opportunity, and they've battled hard. They've played through what his conditions were even more difficult earlier on, especially coming in at 80 for 5, and they're just starting to reap the rewards now.
So 137 for 5, Taylor in, and this time, having got a couple of boundaries, Bess is content to shoulder arms, and that will end the over. So Taylor 11 overs, 4 maidens, none for 29 now. That's just put a little bit of a blot on the figures. If you could just wind the clock back to a couple of balls ago.
If I could turn back time.
If we could all wind the clock back.
Oh, yes. You're going to start doing your Cher impression there. If I could turn back time. Well, it's now going to be Ben Sanderson doing the impression of himself. And he's going to bowl his 16th over of the innings from Kirkstall Lane end. Most of those, almost all of them, involved from this end. He'd have a brief burst from the other end earlier on. His Sanderson in again, and again challenging that off stump. Johnny Tattersall is getting plenty to think about out there, and he's again having a good old prod of the pitch. And certainly, I think that Gareth Berg at third slip there thought they might be in business. That ball went past the outside edge, but not to be. Northamptonshire would need, you feel, to break this partnership as soon as they can. I think I'm looking to possibly bowl Yorkshire out for under 200. Is Sanderson in again? Bowls to Tattersall, who drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. Still to come, Jordan Thompson, David Willey, Stephen Patterson and Duane Olivier. Is that the order, you reckon, or would David Willey go in next, do you think?
I would suspect that David Willey will go in next.
Yeah. Well, so it was very interesting to see how he plays it, when or if he gets out there. Not needed yet, of course. Sanderson in and bowls this one to Tattersall, who's on the back foot very correctly. Plays it up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Proctor, and there's no run. Proctor is the Northamptonshire fielder in charge of keeping the ball as shiny as possible. There ain't going to be a lot of shine on it. 45 overs old.
I'll just correct that, actually. No, Jordan Thompson, I suspect, will go in next. Yes, ahead of David Willey. My apologies, folks.
He is.
Too many texts flying backwards and forwards from the sports.
Sanderson in again. Well, that's the important stuff. And played back down the pitch by Johnny Tattersall rather, and there's no run. Managed to conflate the Yorkshire wicket-keeper with the Yorkshire captain there. We finished it with Tattersall. Just looking at the Yorkshire 6th wicket record for against Northamptonshire. It's usually a good way of getting a wicket. 166. Yeah, Brian Close and Fred Truman at Northampton in 1963. Here's Sanderson in, bowls outside the off stump. Right. And that beats Tattersall. And again, it just one of those deliveries that just bounced a little bit, and Vasconcelos having to take it at head height. 137 for 5.
Finest fast bowler ever drew breath.
Well, I have a funny feeling. I don't know. I may have got this wrong. I think he may have got 100 in that game. Sir Frederick, he did. I thought he did. He got Brian Close got 161, and Fred Truman got 104 out of 339 all out. There's Sanderson in again, punched off the back foot by Tattersall. Nice stroke, but without any great timing. Goes up to mid-on where it's fielded by Wayne Parnell. End of the over, 26 Tattersall, 27 Bess. 137 for 5 Yorkshire, and 57 the partnership now. Yeah, 339 all out. And Fred Truman caught and bowled Larter for 104. They went on to win the match by 7 wickets. And most of the damage, bowling-wise, was done by Raymond Illingworth, who picked up 4 in the first innings, 3 in the second.
You're doing having a bit of a on the pipe,
moment. Yeah. I do not know what is going off out there.
I can't understand it at all. The bowling to me that day.
As Taylor was in, and Bess shouldered out to the first delivery of the over, then there was no run.
Yeah, we've all used to do that. I do not understand what is going off out there. Yeah, David, just as he was bowling in that match, Tex Dilley was playing for Northamptonshire in that one. Michael Dilley, who celebrated his birthday recently. If you're listening, Michael, which you may well be, hope you're going well. Tex took 2 championship hat-tricks in space of a few weeks in 1961. Legend of local cricket, Mike Dilley.
Taylor into Bess.
And there's no, I tell you, I'd never have got 100 if Trevor Bailey had been bowling at me. Trevor Bailey, the finest all-round cricketer.
Well, it's interesting just looking at that scorecard, because first change was Colin Milburn, who didn't bowl. He bowled a bit when he first came to Northamptonshire. He didn't bowl that much later on. Of course, when he came back after his accident, he did bowl he played as almost like a sort of a seamer who batted a bit, bowled a few medium paces in one-day cricket. He bowled 27 overs in the innings. First change, 2 for 95.
Taylor to Bess, who is solidly-ish pushing forward. A little bit late on it, perhaps. He dropped it right into the pitch and back up and hit his bat for a second time.
And 3 spinners in that attack. Mick Allen, left-arm spinner. Peter Watts, leg spinner, and Malcolm Scott, the other left-armer. Malcolm sadly lost last year. But yeah, good win for Yorkshire on that occasion. Colin Milburn, top scorer for Northamptonshire, batting at number 5. It was still the days of Reynolds and Norman opening.
Taylor into Bess, who does have a little push at that, and then withdraws the bat fairly late. Another little moral success for Tom Taylor, but still wicketless.
Yeah, he's. I thought he bowled well up at Old Trafford when he finished with 4 for 91 from 27 overs, and I don't think those figures really flattered him. I thought he bowled probably better than that, and he's a brilliant fielder as well. He ran out Alex Davis up there with a terrific bit of fielding in the first innings, and then Dane Villas likewise in the second.
Taylor again, and Bess this time allowing that one through to Vasconcelos, who's
Sorry.
Took it round his bootlaces. He's had an extraordinary day behind the stumps, I think it's fair to say.
He's not, as I say, I don't think he's massively enjoying himself. But Tom Taylor is one of those happy cricketers, just makes things happen. Things tend to happen when he's in the game. And actually, this has probably been one of his quieter days. But again, I don't think his figures flatter him. Was he 12 overs, 0 for 29? He could have been a lot better than that.
And in he comes again. To bowl to Bess, last ball of the over, good delivery. There's an appeal from the cordon. Bess chopping down on it, not sure whether there was, but yeah, chopped it onto his legs. In actual fact,
there was no appeal from the bowler, wasn't
no.
He wasn't interested.
He's certainly got a career in probably. You can imagine him running a brewery, can't you, when he's retired? Tom Taylor, it sounds that way, doesn't it? You know, Tom Taylor, Fine Hills.
Yes, no, he's a very pleasant young man, and as I say, I think Northamptonshire feel it's another good bit of business, having signed him on a 3-year contract from Leicestershire at the end of last year. Made his championship debut for Northamptonshire this season, of course, in the opening match of the season against Kent. Here's Ben Sanderson, who's picked up just the 1 wicket today with the first ball of the match, looking for his second, who runs in and bowls on that edge, and there he's got it. He's caught it third slip. So Sanderson gets the wicket. It's Johnny Tattersall who's gone. He's forced that away, played a little bit firmly at it, and it went straight into the breastbone of Gareth Berg at third slip, who takes the catch. And that's the breakthrough Northamptonshire wanted. Tattersall goes for a battling 26. The partnership ends at 57. Sanderson gets his second wicket, and that's the first time this season that he's taken more than 1 wicket in an innings. In the 7th championship innings of the season, and Yorkshire now 137 for 6.
Yep, and well, it's due reward for bowling well at this end, the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground in particular. Doesn't seem as comfortable from the Emerald stand end. So Gareth Berg taking the catch, and Tattersall has gone. And again, it's another score with a start on the board. Important to emphasise today that batting conditions aren't as good as they have been on some other days so far this season. 90 minutes, good job for Yorkshire from 80 for 5 to help get him up to that 137 for 6 as they are at the moment. But having got there and weathered some difficult times, and the ball just starting to get that bit older now, he'd hoped to have got past the 50 mark for a 9th time in first class cricket, but that was not to be. And so Jordan Thompson, new man in.
I just see Don Bess is hobbling a little bit. I don't know if you noticed whether it was that the one in the previous over, which he sort of seemed to jam into his, maybe into just the fleshy bit behind the pad. But he's just he's struggling a little bit out there. I'm sure he'll be fine. He'll just run it off in a minute. So we've got Jordan Thompson in, so left-hander at the crease. Good catch by Gareth Berg. As I say, it just went at him sort of breastbone height, but it did fly, so he's having a decent day. A couple of wickets and a catch, and Ben Sanderson strikes again. 137 for 6. Now can Thompson, Bess, Willie and the tail group again, regroup and give Yorkshire a total somewhere north of 200, I think 250. Would be quite an achievement. Would be not a bad score on this after being put in. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Thompson, who's straight away nicely onto the front foot, just pushes in into the covers where it's fielded by Safe Zabe, and there's no run. You feel a bit for Johnny Tattersall there, don't you? You've done so much of the hard work and battled away. As Jonathan was saying, 63 balls for his 26 runs. You'd probably say worth a bit more than that today. And then just push that one a little bit firm-footed. This ball to Thompson, played down into the gully where it's fielded by Zabe again, and there's no run. Still the 3 slips in. We had 4 at the start for Northamptonshire, but Simon Kerrigan, who found himself in the slip cordon at that stage, has been banished. And interestingly, and I think this all plays into what you were saying earlier, Jonathan, Northamptonshire don't want to leak too many runs. They've got a long leg in and a third man, even at 137 for 6. Here's Thompson in again, bowls outside the off stump, which Thompson lets go through to Vasconcelos, and there's no run. I think you're absolutely right. I think the point you made earlier that Northamptonshire don't want Yorkshire to get up to. We talked about that 220, 250, something like that. I think they're conscious of the fact that, especially with the quality of Yorkshire's bowling, it's not going to be easy for their top order either when they get the chance. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Thompson, who's beaten, and Sanderson wheeling away, going back to his mark, bemoaning his luck, as he seems to have spent quite a lot of this season bemoaning his luck, but at least he's got one smallish monkey off his back, and as I say, this match actually has managed to get more than 1 wicket in an innings today.
You should watch the Tattersall dismissal again. Looks like the ball's angled in towards him, and so he's waiting for it to come in. Doesn't really move his feet, and then it sort of straightens, and then he gets the thick edge.
And that's how it is. Appeal for LBW must be close, or they may just have pitched outside leg stump. Possibly. Good shout. Yeah, I think that probably pitched just outside. Not out, says umpire David Milnes, but another little minor success, moral success, if not tangible one, for Ben Sanderson, as that over ends. 17 overs, 2 for 41. Thompson survives, yet to get off the mark. Don Bess is on 27, and Yorkshire, with 47 overs bowled in the innings, are 137 for 6. And I just wonder, Jonathan, how long it's going to be before perhaps the lights come back on again. It's just starting to get a little bit murky again. It's not bad at the moment, but it's just light just seems to be fading a touch. Hope there's nothing nasty behind us.
Yeah, not too bad at the minute, as Taylor then from the Emerald stand there. None for 29 off 12, bowling to Bess, who pushes that out into the point region. And there is no run. Taylor gets the requisite chat, bit of encouragement as the ball's passed back to him. Turns and in he comes then, past umpire Nick Cook, and again Bess thinking about playing that, but then does one of those quite exaggerated leaves, pulling the ball, pulling the bat I should say, right over the top of the shoulder and down. Don't forget you can get in touch at Jonathan Doidge or at oldmanrad, R-A-D-D, on Twitter, or email BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. In comes Taylor once again. Nick Cook standing well back. The umpire, thick edge from Bess. It's dropped just short of second slip. Rob Keogh. We've already seen him palm one up in the air that Ben Curran took earlier in the day, and that's one of those where you've got to go for it with your hands. It's always difficult to slip, aren't they, when they're dying on you. It's dropped marginally short, but you wouldn't have been able to have the time to get forward and catch that. It's not like a looping catch off a spin bowler, and he's probably got it on the end of the finger, something like that. It's certainly just going through the pain barrier at the moment as Taylor comes in again, and this time Bess has shouldered arms once again. Don Bess remains not out on 27. Jordan Thompson yet to get off the mark. 137 for 6. John says, hi JD, I would think that the hinge and bracket of the BBC cricket commentary this week is Brace, Girdle and Fletch together. Mr. Optimist versus Mr. Pessimistic, bracket cynical. Any West Indian cricketer of yore wearing a floppy sun hat were cool. Richie Richardson, coolness personified in my opinion. Yeah, he did look cool, didn't he, Richie? As Bess drives this next Taylor delivery back past the bowler, who mistimed his attempted pickup and so concedes a run into the bargain. 28 now to Bess, 138 for 6. One left in the 48th. It's Jordan Thompson who's going to be on strike to face his first Taylor delivery. So he's ready and set. Got a high backlift, Jordan Thompson. Taylor in, good delivery as well, just angled in towards Thompson from round the wicket and then held its line. And the batsman certainly interested in trying to have a little push at that and then pulled the bat away, but probably a little bit on the late side. Anyway, end of the 48th over, 138 for 6 now. Sanderson 2 for 41. Taylor yet to take a wicket, none for 30 from his 13. Northants, of course, picked up a second bowling bonus point with that 6th Yorkshire wicket. The teams, well, of course, this is Group 3. The 18 counties have been split into 6 groups. And here is Sanderson from the Kirkstall Lane end. There's a shout here for an LBW on Dom Bess. Didn't feel right from up here, but we're not straight on. You might have picked that up on the stream by now if you're watching that. Going back to the groups, 3 groups. Yorkshire in Group 3 along with Northants. Yorkshire starting this game in 2nd place with 53 points from 3 matches. Northants with the 1 win compared to Yorkshire's 2, plus a defeat and a draw, 40 points from their 3 matches prior to this. That next Sanderson delivery then sees Bess again with the leave. Just the 3 slips in place here. The 3rd man was dispatched when the left-hander was on strike, and is still in a place for the right-hander as well as a long leg. Point, a man at mid-wicket, about maybe 5 to 10 metres in front of Nick Cook at square leg, mid-on and mid-off, and this delivery well angled in towards Dom Bess, but pitched outside off, and he was happy to watch it go by. Andrew was just a little concerned with overhead conditions. I think we're okay at the moment. Reasonably high cloud, he said with slight hesitation in voice. Watch it start raining now from the back of the back of where we're sitting. We have our backs to the Kirkstall Lane, and Sanderson is in, and that is pushed up to mid-on, this time by Dom Bess, where the fielding is done by Wayne Parnell, who a bit of a Bertie Bassett, wasn't he? Yes. Earlier in the day. Did get a couple of wickets, and yes, important ones as well. Gary Balance and of course Harry Brook, but all sorts of other stuff being offered up as well.
Fair to say, kept us all guessing.
For Ricardo Vasconcelos. Well, he's got another one here from Sanderson that just dies on him a bit. It's been a little bit like that, hasn't it? There's been a couple that have been almost round the bootlaces by the time they've arrived down there. That was a dot. Just the one left in the over.
Yeah, just looking at the radar, it looks like there might be a little bit of a sort of shower pushing down towards Ripon, so we've got quite a little way to go yet before it gets here, if it does. What do we do before weather radars? Stick your lick your finger and stick it outside, I suppose. Stick it outside the window.
Sanderson in, driven by Bess, but straight back to the bowler, which will conclude the over at 138 for 6. Yeah, nice spot, Ripon. Ben Code country.
I think most counties used to have at least one player who was the sort of the weather prophet, didn't they? The one who was in Northamptonshire's case. I know Jim Watts, who was I mentioned earlier, was captain of Northamptonshire for a number of years. I would say one of our very shrewdest and best captains, great servant to Northamptonshire cricket over many years. And I reckon that if you saw, David Steele has told me that if you saw Jim turn up with his Mac, then you knew you were in for rain. He always knew what it was going to do, without listening to the weather forecast, presumably. Well, it's going to be Tom Taylor who's going to continue this good spell. 13 overs, 0 for 30 so far. 3 slips in plays, bowls to the left-handed Thompson. It goes past outside the off stump, and Thompson doesn't play at it, and there's no run. Nick Cook is going for a little wander. The other umpire, David Milnes, engaged in conversation down there with Simon Kerrigan, who finds himself at mid-wicket, having been at just about every other fielding position today, apart from keeping wicket. And there are probably times when Ricardo Vasconcelos was hoping he might have a go at that as well. Here's Taylor round the wicket to Thompson, and Vasconcelos has to go across a long way, takes that in front of Ben Curran at first slip. Just taken out there by the angle. And Taylor bowling round the wicket. 3 slips in place. He's got a third man in, who's Ben Sanderson having a chat with David Ripley down there on the boundary. And a backward point extra cover mid-on, mid-wicket. And the man just about, 15 yards in from the boundary at long leg. Taylor in again, bowls again outside the off stump, and Thompson lets that go through to Vasconcelos. Again, goes through fairly low to him.
Is that the weather prophet stuff all regurgitating those old phrases as well? You know, the cows have got the backsides against the wall,
yes,
it's going to rain.
Well, in Northampton, it's probably a saying that has variants around the country, but in Northamptonshire it's looking a bit black over Bill's mothers.
Yeah, yes.
I used to say about if it's just coming over dark. Round the wicket goes Taylor again, once again bowls outside the off stump, trying to lure Taylor into luring Thompson into playing a shot, which so far he hasn't. And Thompson and Don Best just have a quick chat in mid-wicket, exchange notes and encouragement, no doubt. Thompson yet to get off the mark. Faced, 10 balls. Don Best scrapping away, 28 not out off 68 balls. Already made some useful runs for Yorkshire this year. Taylor in again, bowls to Thompson. Thompson is away, whips that one away through mid-wicket, and all Wayne Parnell is going to be able to do is chase after it and retrieve it from the big tarpaulin at the far end of the ground in front of the Emerald stand. So Thompson away with the boundary. A crisp stroke, 4 to him, and Yorkshire up to 142 for 6. Hit that hard.
Yeah, it's one of his, probably his favourite area, certainly one of his. Big 6 last week through there, down at Hove. So that's one of the match.
Hit that with a flourish. And it's now, ball having been retrieved from the tarpaulin by Wayne Parnell, is now being brought personally for the attention of Luke Proctor, as we say, is head of Northamptonshire's ball maintenance department, who's now not very happy with it, and he's going to show it to umpire Nick Cook. Whether they just thought it had got into the water on the tarpaulin and water's got under the seam or something like that. Bowler doesn't seem too bothered, but Luke Proctor and Nick Cook are having some sort of seminar, a Zoom call maybe about it, or
yeah.
But
I hope all the delegates have got their name badges on.
Absolutely, but Tom Taylor's obviously on mute because he hasn't said anything, or if he has said anything, you couldn't hear him, of course, which is usually what happens with Zoom meetings. Luke Proctor's now going through this exaggerated routine of polishing and looking and shaking his head, and Nick Cook's now wandering over to have another chat with him. They've still got 20, and I would sort of slightly gently point out, if I was the umpire, they've still got 27 overs to bowl today, and it's nearly 5:15. Round the wicket comes Taylor, bowls outside the off stump, and Thompson leaves it alone. Umpire Nick Cook eventually gets round to signalling over, one that seemed to last a very long time. Don Best 28, Thompson's 4, and Yorkshire 142 for 6.
If it was your school teacher, he'd have been saying, "It's your time you're wasting. You were staying back, staying behind. It's your time, lad." Yeah, talking of the weather, it reminds me of a game I played in. It was, I'll tell you when it was, during the 2005 Ashes series.
Mm-hmm.
England were playing Australia in well, not actually in the test match, I think it was one of the one-dayers, somewhere like Cardiff. I think Freddie Flintoff might have got 100 in that game. Could be wrong, or 5 wickets, something like that. Anyway, we're playing literally just around the corner here, just down to the traffic lights to our right, Kirkstall traffic lights, and turn right onto Kirkstall Educational, half a mile away, something like that, as Sanderson's first delivery sees Bess watch that go by. And we had, in the league at the time, had this ridiculous rain rule for cup games, and it was a cup match, where if you lost, say, 20 overs, then you would deduct the worst 10 overs from the batting team and the best 10 overs, and you'd have to score what was left.
In the middle,
but
yeah.
you still retained all your 10 wickets. So
Strange rule.
Yeah, trying to get rain rules right for cricket matches is
True.
obviously not difficult, not easy, is it? And there was no DLS in league cricket. Next ball a dot. So I remember walking out, tossing up with their skipper, and he won the toss and decided to bat. And I'd seen the forecast, and the forecast was it was going to be a lovely afternoon up till around about what you'd normally call your tea in 45 over game, whatever it was, 50 over match, and then the heavens would open, sort of Armageddon skies,
Yes.
and
You wouldn't get back on.
or you would be very much reduced with the rest of the game. Sanderson's next delivery pushed into the offside by Best. There's no run. So sure enough, they're a strong side. We were chasing leather for 45 overs. They got something like 260, something like that. And just about right on cue, as we were looking at we got 261 in 45 overs here. It came over dark, absolutely hammered it down, and left us 9 overs to get, I think it was something like 75, but with all 10 wickets, which managed to accomplish. Now then, that's a good delivery from Sanderson, just short of length. Don Best didn't play it wholly comfortably. It was a bit 50-50 about it. It was in the air for a little while wide of the cordon. He's got a single down to third man. But yeah, as I was walking off after doing the toss, saying, "Have you not seen the forecast?" And he said, "We don't need to worry about forecasts, We've got, and I just, when you think after a game,
Yeah.
okay, maybe you need to in future. Sanderson then in from the coastal lane end to the left-handed Jordan Thompson, who opens the face and runs that one backward of point. And he's going to pick up a single down to third man. So he's on to 5. Best 29. Partnership in its infancy is 7. And Yorkshire 144 for 6. And that includes 27 extras. And you just wonder how important something like that stat. It's another individual knock, isn't it, for a batsman, where you might say it's a useful 20 odd he got there. Wonder how important that could be. Sanderson into Bess, who just leans back, having planted his front foot down the pitch, and plays it to point. And there's no run. End of the over, 145 for 6.
I thought you were going to say it was like the Neville Carter story about Wilfred Rhodes and Emmett Robinson, and sort of saying it'll be sticky at 1/2 Wilfred Nay, 1/2 now 5 o'clock, sticking his thumb in the pitch and working out when it was going to be at the best time to bowl. Yes, I think somebody could probably has somewhere in the world written a learned paper about all the different attempts to try and make sense out of rain rules in recreational cricket. I think we've all been left from time to time in club cricket digging the handbook out of the bottom of your bag and trying to find the relevant page in the rules. And we're going to see Wayne Parnell coming back into the attack, bowling left arm over to Jordan Thompson, and carries on where he left off earlier with let's call it a loosener, wide outside the off stump, very wide, taken by Ricardo Vasconcelos in front of Ben Curran at first slip. Parnell's picked up 2 wickets so far. He's into his 10th over, 2 for 28 with 4 maidens, removing Gary Balance for 4 and Harry Brook for 0. But in between, has just sprayed it a touch. Here's Parnell in again, bowls outside the off stump to Vasconcelos, and it again only just got through to him, and he didn't take it cleanly, with a sort of rather resigned air, and he explains it all too.
Is there a third choice keeper that's playing in this game?
Don't think so. No, I don't think of anybody else I've ever seen. No, unless Ben Curran can keep. I don't think I've ever seen him. Well, I haven't seen him keep, but
I might be tempted to trap my finger in the hotel door or something tonight.
Here's Parnell in bowls, and that's driven beautifully by Jordan Thompson. And as Jonathan said a couple of overs ago, that's his arc, and he hit it very powerfully through there and Luke Proctor at mid-on had no chance. It rattles away to the boundary in front of the Emerald stand. 4 more to Thompson, 9 to him rather, and Yorkshire up to 148 for 6. He hit that very hard. Made a satisfying sound from a batting point of view as it came off the bat. A real crack echoing around this rather cavernous ground. And Thompson, obviously, if it's up there, he's going to whack it. That ball's a little bit shorter of a length, and he steers it down towards third man. Ben Sanderson breaks off his conversation with the Northamptonshire coaching staff to come in off the third man boundary and send in a return. 1 more to Jordan Thompson, who's into double figures, 10 to him. And Yorkshire up to 149 for 6. Ben Sanderson in conversation down there with John Sadler and Chris Liddell. David Ripley's obviously gone ahead to get the kettle on or whatever. This feels like a brew. 3 slips in place now as Don Best prepares to face this ball from Wayne Parnell. Wide outside the off stump, and Best just lets it go through to Vasconcelos, and there's no run. Yeah, I think the issue discussing pre-match was whether Northamptonshire would let Ricardo Vasconcelos do everything, keep wicket, captain, open the batting, or whether they would take one of those things off him, maybe by bringing in Harry Gouldston, the academy keeper, who did actually keep on the final morning against Glamorgan after Adam Rossington had gone off to keep wicket. Here's Parnell in again, bowls to Best, very full length, digs it up to mid-off, and that's the end of the over. Don Best stays on 29, Thompson on 10, Yorkshire 149 for 6, but no, they decided against it.
Just got to do a quick 5:20 update for tees, which will go something like this. Yorkshire 149 for 6 on a difficult first day of this match against Northamptonshire, who won the toss and put the home side into bat. Tom Kohler-Cavmore, the top scorer so far with 42. When last year with me, it was T and Yorkshire were 128 for 5. They've lost Johnny Tattersall since then, caught by Gareth Berg off the bowling of Ben Sanderson for 26. Don Bess is 29. Jordan Thompson with him is not out on 10. A partnership in its infancy worth 12 at the moment. And with 25 overs still to go today because of rain and bad light breaks earlier in the piece, Yorkshire are 149 for 6. Which fitted in neatly between overs, because here is Ben Sanderson once again from the Kirkstall lane, and good delivery first up to Jordan Thompson, who can't move the feet and moves the bat just inside the line. They'll feel a little bit better about life from 80 for 5 to get to 149 for 6. And again, it's important to stress that batting conditions are not easy, and in much better apparent batting conditions last week at Hove, they made just the 150 first up and still managed to win that game. So Sanderson into Thompson, another good delivery. Outside edge, not sure if that was a dropped chance or not.
Don't think so. I don't think it carried. I'm just having a look on the. It's hard. I don't think it quite got there. Bit hard to tell from the replay. First thought was it had just about died in front of the fielder, Gareth Berg at third slip.
But if you can bowl consistently here, just keep nagging away, there will be a delivery that the batsman is going to find some difficulty in playing. Thompson plays just inside the line of this next Sanderson delivery. I think you give the batsman credit with control on that one. Ben Crossland, good afternoon to you. Greetings, Jonathan. My favourite Fred, as in FST quote, comes from the Indoor League. That lad can lake table football.
The Indoor League, produced by Sid Waddell, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Compulsory lunchtime watching in the 70s, coming home from school.
Sanderson into Thompson, who plays inside that one, just outside off stump. There's no run. Yeah, Sid, big influence, gotta say. Who's great company.
Yes, it was. He was from. He lived in, was it Pudsey, up that neck of the woods for a while.
Well, you know, I keep mentioning Pudsey St Lawrence, but yeah.
I'm feeding you the lines. It's
Sid
all right.
was very much involved there. That's
still very, very, very much missed.
Definitely. Sanderson in, and good delivery again. It's not easy for Jordan Thompson. He's played comfortably inside a couple, but when Sanderson gets it on the money, when he has to play, it hasn't been easy in this over. He got a thickish edge again there down to third man and has survived it. Single, he's on to 11. The 150 is up. Little tick. And another sort of minor milestone is raised.
Nick Cook's having a chat with somebody. I don't know. He's just shouting at somebody. It's never quite know with Nick.
Sanderson in to Bess. He's a little bit more comfortable in playing that up to mid-on. Parnell fielding. There's no run.
He's talking into his walkie-talkie, presumably just checking something with the scorers. But he just looked for a moment as if he was just bellowing to himself. It was quite comical.
I think it was because prior to that delivery, on the board it still said 52.4 overs.
Yeah.
And I think they were probably just checking that they thought it was 52.5, and it is now confirmed that it was.
Yeah.
It was either that or they're saying, can they not afford Bilfoot floodlights around here, because we should have a couple of lights on now, lads.
Yeah.
So it's getting a little bit gloomy.
It is getting a little bit gloomy, yeah. No, I was seeing a clip recently, the Indoor League, of late Bill Maynard, the actor, is it Greengrass from Heartbeat, playing cheese skittles, which is very well known in our part of the world, down in Northamptonshire. Here's Parnell in again, bowls to Thompson. He just turned around a little bit by that one. It goes off a thick outside edge down to third man where Sanderson fields, and they pick up a single. 12 to Thompson, 151 for 6.
That's another trip you could pop up and do. Go to Goathland, where they filmed Heartbeat.
Oh yes.
Not too far away from Scarbados. Or you could, if you want to pay homage to Bill, you remember the Gaffer?
Yes. Oh yes.
He used to drive the opening credits to the Gaffer. He used to drive I think it was a Rover, and he was driving it up Kirkstall Hill, which is just down to the right there. You see. Yeah, what about that?
Well, so I tell you, you in the
local knowledge.
You in the employ of the I get accused of maintaining that everything's from Northamptonshire, but this is very impressive. Parnell in again, bowls to Bess, who plays that up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, we finished it with an animated discussion, I think it was during the Kent match, about breakfast cereal. I had to point out, of course, that Weetabix is made in Northamptonshire, and from Northamptonshire wheat, and you just seeing that everything that conversation turned to, I was managing to get in a Northamptonshire reference, which I'm sure wasn't annoying at all. At all. Here's Parnell turning at the end of his run. The large and empty Emerald stand behind him, and he bowls, and that's a bit of a waft from Dom Bess, who's played with admirable discipline, 29 off 78 balls, but that was a little bit of a waft. It was outside off stump, and fortunately for him, didn't find the edge. 3 slips waiting for it. Curran at first with the hand warmer, doing the rather frenzied maracas shaking just to get the hand warmer working. Keogh is usually doing that at second slip. Berg at third. And here's Parnell, left arm over, bowls again outside the off stump. Dom Bess lets it go through, and Nick Cook, who always likes a word with somebody, is now engaging Tom Taylor in conversation. Does love a natter, does Nick. Good man of cricket. I was just saying, 65 he turns next month, which doesn't really seem possible. England player, of course, England bowler. Very successful start in Test cricket, didn't he, around about 1983. Came into the side, got a lot of wickets. Here's Parnell, in again, bowls to Dom Bess, who forces that away off the back foot, goes down to third man, and they pick up a single, a safe save, who's already about, 15 yards in from the boundary, comes into field. And Dom Bess goes into the 30s, 30 to him, 152 for 6. You're saying Bess has gotten to the 30s, two or three times this season already? These are useful runs. He brings, obviously, primarily here for his bowling, but he's going to score a few runs at number 7. Very, very handy indeed. Here's Thompson facing this ball from Parnell, who drives, and it goes off a thick edge down to third man. Well wide of third slip. Once again, Ben Sanderson's in business. in front of the Northamptonshire coaching staff, sends in a nice return. 153 for 6 at the end of the over. Thompson is 13, Bess is on 30, and Parnell's now bowled 11 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 36.
I should imagine that Ricardo Vasconcelos will be happy that he's posted third man and final leg for quite some time, because quite a bit has gone down there. I know, given the fact that it takes a man out of the cordon, it does open up the field a little bit more to both batsmen, so they can feel like they can play down into that general area, or if they do have a drive at something and get plenty on it, then it's going to go wide of the cordon. But nonetheless, there's a few that would have popped over the boundary rope. There might have been another 15, 20 maybe on the board, something like that.
Which in the context could be important.
So here is Sanderson with 3 in the cordon to Thompson, who pushes it out to point. And there's no run. So still third and fine here as well. Mid-on is a little bit deeper than mid-off. There's a man at mid-wicket.
I'll say good afternoon, because I'm sure we'll be listening to Tony Kingston, usually Northamptonshire scorer, of course, who because scorers at the moment are not allowed to travel. Isn't up here, but I'm sure I'll be listening at home.
Sanderson in to Jordan Thompson, who plays that with I think 1 foot off the ground. Turned it in front of square on the leg side and timed it nicely. That was the key, and it's raced away into the boundary boards on the eastern side of the ground for 4. So he's on to 17, and he has himself a little bit of a start as well. 157 now for 6.
He was telling me a good story, Kingo, about we talk about Northamptonshire's last win here, which was 1990 in the county championship on this ground, which was his first match as Northamptonshire's official scorer, official first 11 scorer.
Sanderson throws this one at wide of Jordan Thompson, but can't tempt him to play. Vasconcelos taking that at about 1.5 slip.
And the thing he remembered about that game, apart from the fact that both Alan Fordham and Alan Lamb made double hundreds in the game, was the fact that they had a fire alarm at the hotel, staying in Brighouse, and they had a fire alarm at 3 o'clock in the morning, and all the players had to evacuate, and Curtly Ambrose had never seen frost before. But at 3 o'clock in the morning in Brighouse, he saw frost.
Sanderson switching to round the wicket, and that is better. He tightens up lines. Jordan Thompson forced into playing and missing at that one. Still 157. Why on earth they were staying down in Brighouse?
I've no idea. It rather surprised me, but maybe they had a deal on or something. But yeah, that's where they were staying apparently. But yeah, Northamptonshire winning on that occasion. I say Fordham 206, Lamb 235.
2 to come in the over, and we have an update for BBC Humberside in a moment or two as well. Sanderson in, Thompson offers the bat at that one wide of off stump. He's not having the best of times at the moment against Ben Sanderson, but he has picked up a boundary in this over. David Collicutt says morning from sunny Redondo Beach, California. He's hoping Yorkshire can reach 250 plus in this first innings. That's well, less optimistic than it was at one stage, but still pretty optimistic. Sean in Roundhay says everything comes from Northampton. Cobblers. Cat's eyes invented by a Yorkshireman.
Percy Shaw.
And of course, we provided Northants' coach as well.
That's true.
Sanderson's final delivery of the over is watched by Thompson, who's 17, best 30, 157 for 6. Stand by your beds for an update for BBC Humberside. Bit of Super League news at the moment. Could be getting queued in now. No, more Rugby League news.
Oh,
Just waiting with bated breath here.
We're being pushed down the order.
Oh, not on Humberside. Rugby League.
Tiddlywinks.
And Wayne Parnell coming back into the attack at the Emerald stand end. He's going to be bowling here to the right-handed Dom Bess. Coming round the wicket and driven first up through extra cover by Bess, who's going to pick up at least 2, and yeah, he's going to get back for a comfortable 3rd in the end here. So 23 this partnership worth. Still waiting for a cue. Oh, here we go. Here we go. He certainly is, and Yorkshire are 164-6, which is something of a recovery from 80 for 5 after 27 overs earlier in the day. We've had rain interruptions, we've had bad light spells as well, and Yorkshire have just lost a wicket as I'm speaking. Jordan Thompson has been bowled by Wayne Parnell for 17, so they are now 160 for 7. Johnny Tattersall for 26 and now Thompson for 17, the two men to have gone since tea. And it is a struggle once again in the first innings for Yorkshire to get themselves a batting point there. 160 for 7.
Done on the angle, I think there, Jonathan. Just came across a long way and knocked out his leg stump. Just a bit of a misjudgment of the line and the angle, I think.
So trudging off disconsolate, and because, as I said, not long ago he had got himself off to a bit of a start again, but it just feels like at the moment that there is a ball coming with your name on it, doesn't it?
Yeah,
on this day.
That's absolutely right. And funnily enough, it's the comment that exactly that comment that Wayne Parnell made when I had a chat with him after the first day of the Glamorgan match at Northampton, when it looked a bit like a sort of fairly typical Northampton pitch, which, as we were saying earlier, can do a little bit early on and then just tends to go very, very flat. And but he was saying then that he thought that because the bounce was just a little bit up and down, there was always the chance of, you know, of one having your name on it. And it's been a very interesting spell from Wayne Parnell today, because it was, you know, a stint from him, because he's bowled a mixture of some absolute jaffers and some stuff which has given the keeper absolutely no chance. But you know, at the end of the day, he's picked up 3 wickets, and Northamptonshire, I'm sure, will be, having put Yorkshire in this morning, will be reasonably happy at 160 for 7. And now in comes Northampton-born David Willey. And how's he going to play it?
Well, if you've been claiming everything for Northampton today, so he'll probably get 150 not out, something like that, and he'll be able to say, well, you know, Yorkshire put on a great first innings total, and it was spawned by Northamptonshire.
Well, he's one of only 2 Northamptonshire-born players in the match. The other one being Ben Curran, born in Northampton while his father was captaining Northamptonshire.
So yeah, Wayne Parnell, he's been a bit sort of rabbit out of the hat, hasn't he? Paul Daniels might be a fan of his, maybe.
Not a lot.
Here he comes over the wicket to David Willey, who was thinking about leaving that, and in the end has left it down to third man for a single.
Almost did an Adam Lyth there, didn't he?
Yeah, just a bit wider and shorter, wasn't it, I think? So he's off the mark first up. Be happy about that. 161 for 7. So what now can Don Best do? Can he take it on? Yorkshire still haven't had anybody who's even made the half century just yet. 161 for 7, and Parnell coming in from the Emerald stand end once more, and Bess is down playing a square drive to this one, really. There's a despairing dive at point, and in the end the ball is reeled in by Saif Zaib, who's come round from third man, and they get back for 2.
I see, yeah. Nick Cook now having a chat with David Willey, possibly reminiscing about the times that he spent playing with his father at Leicestershire, of course, and before Nick moved to Northamptonshire, and after Peter moved there from Northamptonshire.
Parnell in, nice drive from Don Best. That was just a beautiful shot. Lent on it, straight through extra cover, and one of the best shots we've seen all day. 39 to him, 167 for 7. Yeah, one of those, isn't it? Hi David, how's your dad? Fine, thanks. Last time I spoke to him, good. How are you? I'm all right, thanks. Yeah.
Well, Peter's often, when obviously spectators are in at Northampton, Peter's usually there. Doesn't live very far away from the county ground in Northampton, so he's often there watching. Even so, obviously David being up here now, he's still a a frequent visitor to County Ground. Always good to see him. There's some trenchant views on most cricketing matters. A few gutsier cricketers than Peter Willey, my goodness. Talking about earlier on, off air, we're talking about batsmen that did well against the West Indies pace attack in the 80s, and the fact that Alan Lamb scored obviously 3 centuries in that series, and Peter Willey getting 200s against them, one in Antigua and one at the Oval, both pitches that went through at the time, and you needed a bit of courage to take on that particular bowling attack in those conditions, and Peter certainly had that. Later, of course, a very well respected umpire.
You always think of that interesting stance as well.
Yes, the old two-eyed stance.
Parnell into Best, short ball, and he's hammered that away backward of point. It was aerial for a long time, but nowhere near either of the fielders who were positioned at point and third man, and has rattled into the nets, in actual fact, down to our right, the Western Terrace side of the ground. So 43 to Dom Bess, 171 for 7. Again, looking a little bit more health than it did a few moments ago, with a quick 11 partnership between this pair.
It slightly sums up Wayne Parnell's day, that really, doesn't it? That you know, in that over, he's picked up a wicket, and he's gone for what, 11 runs, including a couple of boundaries. One of which was a ball that was short and wide and just cried out for to be put away, which it was, and one absolutely beautiful shot by Dom Bess. I would say that rivals, we were talking about I think Tom Kohler-Cadmore had a beautiful on drive earlier on during his innings of 42, which was a classy shot. That was as well. That was a beautiful stroke. And Gareth Berg is coming back into the attack. Bowler that's probably given Northamptonshire most control today, bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Willie, and that goes down the leg side. Taken by Vasconcelos, and there's no run. And Parnell, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 50 so far today. Picked up 3 wickets in the first innings of the match against Glamorgan on his championship debut for Northamptonshire. And here's Berg from this Kirkstall Lane end, bowls once again to Willie. 3 slips in place, and David Willey just plays that out into the covers, fielded by Parnell, who's now dispensed with the sun hat in favour of his Northamptonshire cap, which is nice to see. And there's no run there. Gareth Berg into his 10th over. 2 for 13 so far. 9.2 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 13. Wickets of Frayne and Kohler-Cadmore. Berg in again, bowls to Willie, who's in behind that, plays it up on the offside. Once again, it's Parnell fielding an extra cover who fields. Light looks a little better than it did about a quarter of an hour ago.
Yep.
Not too bad at all. Still 20 overs to go, which is going to take us, assuming the seamers stay on and assuming we get through, to what, 10 to 7, something like that. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Willie, drives without any great power or timing, and once again it goes up to Wayne Parnell. Only three players involved in the game so far this over. Gareth Berg just checking his spikes. Let's see if there's one missing. If there is, did he remember to put the key in the bag? It is one of those great cricketing laws that when you lose a stud, you always realise that you've got to put the key in the bag. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Willie, who's playing that off the back foot, and Berg fields off his own bowling.
They are rubbish, aren't they? The keys. I mean, they're not. You know, that little strip of metal that you certainly used to get. I know that there's the plasticky bits on top of them now, but they're often absolutely dire. I know that I used to lose a lot bowling, and I was forever screwing them back in, and they were forever coming back out again.
Well, you need to be Garth to have the strength to get a stud out with him in the first place. His Berg bowls full length to Willie, who drives that away through mid-off, and he's going to get 4 runs as it crosses the boundary just in front of us, down below the covers, and long chase for Ben Sanderson to come and retrieve. Probably would have been Wayne Parnell's to chase, but obviously he's going to be bowling the next over, and that was timed well enough that it was always going to cross the rope, and they're having to move one of the covers down below to get the ball out from underneath it, which they have. So David Willey on 5, and at the end of the over, Yorkshire 175 for 7. Mid-wicket conference between Dom Bess, who's on 43, which means he's the top scorer in the innings. Tom Kohler-Cadmore made 42, of course, earlier on.
Updates incoming again from
Yes.
BBC Radio York. Very shortly. Wayne Parnell going to continue from the Emerald stand end then. There's a lovely strike that from David Willey. Perfectly executed off drive. Now then, a man coming out of the cordon here. Gareth Berg has been removed from it, having taken a catch. That of Johnny Tattersall earlier in the piece. So Parnell round the wicket to Dom Bess, who shoulders arms, and Vasconcelos got his hand to that. It was drifting a long way down leg side once again. He's had a torrid time, hasn't he, at the back of the stumps, and that was a bye. Signals Nick Cook. So 19 byes, 8 leg byes and a wide, 28 extras in this Yorkshire 176 for 7. So David Willey back on strike, and at the return of 3 slips. He is, of course, relatively new to the crease. Been in there 10 minutes or so now. Parnell switches back to over the wicket, and this one fades down the leg side. Vasconcelos again diving across to his right. Well, got his hand on it and stopped the ball. That was the main thing.
Nasty 1.5 volley. Nasty 1.5 volley there, wasn't it?
Update time. Yeah, it's been a tricky old day for Yorkshire, who are 176 for the loss of 7 wickets at the moment. Dominic Bess out there, not out on 43. He's now Yorkshire's highest scorer in the game so far, having eclipsed Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who made 42 earlier. He's been most recently joined by David Willey, who's not out on 5. That was following the most recent dismissal of Jordan Thompson, bowled by Wayne Parnell for 17. He followed Johnny Tattersall, who was out for 26, caught at slip off the bowling of Ben Sanderson after tea. As I say, it's been a difficult day, having lost the toss and been put into bat by Northants. There are still 19.5 overs remaining, so plenty of work for them to do at the moment. They're 180 now for 7. So David Willey. I'm not sure, did he get an edge to slip then? Was it a dropped catch or did it drop short?
It was a dropped catch, but it went through the cordon.
Waits again, good delivery from Parnell, and David Willey is clearly beaten with this one and squared up. Going to see that one again on the replay now. Yeah, just angled in towards him and then nipping away. Not a lot you can do about that as a batsman. He's probably laughing, I think, as Wayne Parnell turns and walks off back to his mark, but probably also thinking, well, you know what, you'll get yours as well if I get the ball in my hand in the none too distant, if conditions are similar. That is, Parnell in again, and Willey playing just inside the line of this one. Gave us a good interview after the win down at Canterbury a couple of weeks ago. First time we've spoken to him after a day's play this season. Got his first 5 of course, for Yorkshire that day. Bowled really well. A couple of lovely in-swinging off-stump Yorkers. Wasn't really conditions for swing bowling, strangely enough, down at Hove last week. Didn't seem to swing a lot for many people, David Willey included. But he waits now with the bats. Parnell's in again. This time he's able to get back to a short ball and just angle that wide of the cordon for another single. Takes him into doubles figures. Yorkshire 181 for 7. Just want to give a quick plug, if I can, Andrew, to our cricket show, which is on BBC Radio Leeds on the main output. But you can, of course, bring that up and still listen to our commentary at the same time. Jamie Rayner and Jangir Ahmed, they're on air in about 10-15 minutes time. In fact, you'll hear me talking on the show because I'll be on at the top of it when they come for an update, and maybe at the end of the day's play. But all sorts of stuff, Yorkshire and local cricket appertaining to Yorkshire, so please do give them a try.
You're positively ubiquitous today, Jonathan. You're everywhere. No, I was just watching the sharp intake of breath. I was just watching that one while you were giving the update that David Willey edged through the slips, and I think he's probably going to go down as a chance to Ben Curran's left at first slip. It flew again. It was that sort of 1.5 slip position, but it was, I think you have to say, it was technically a chance which hasn't been accepted. David Willey now will be hoping to make Northamptonshire pay for that. He's on 10, 181 for 7. Already these two have put on 21. And here's Gareth Berg, bit of sunshine now, and he bowls over the wicket to the left-handed Willey, who just lets that go through to Vasconcelos, who for once gets one that's carrying nicely through to him, that he hasn't got to either dive to his right, dive to his left, grovel round at his bootstraps. Pleasant evening now, a little bit of rather watery sunshine, but in view of what we've had earlier in the day, we're grateful for that. A little chat between Berg and Ben Sanderson, who's at mid-on. 3 slips in place as Berg comes in, bowls to Willey, plays that back down the pitch, and Berg himself fields, and there's no run.
David Collicutt, good afternoon to you, says everybody knows that cricket was invented by Yorkshiremen and then perfected by Sir Geoffrey Boycott.
Well, I'm not going to argue. I want to get, want to get back to the hotel without being set upon by burly men. On the way back to my hotel this evening, is Berg in again, bowls to Willey, who just plays that off his hip up to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Charlie Thurston, and there's no run.
It's not men you need to worry about, lad. You've heard about strong northern women.
Well, I have indeed. But well, I suppose yes, it's very possible it was invented by a Yorkshireman. I suppose Hampshire would claim, possibly with Hambledon and all that, but who knows? Nobody knows for sure. Might have been a Northamptonian, you never know. Here's Berg in again, bowls to David Willey, who's nicely firmly in behind that, plays it up on the onside. Once again, Thurston feels bright sunshine now.
So hypothetically, if this were washed out and had to settle the points on a boxing match from the history of Northants and Yorkshire cricket, I mean, it sounds like you might want to put Peter Willey up.
Well,
Peter, I don't know if you're interested in that, if you're with us. Yes. Taking on the challenge, roll I tell you what, roll the cuffs up.
I wouldn't arm wrestle with him, that is for sure. Never play the banjo again. Here's Berg in again, bowls to David Willey, who just steers that down wide of third slip down to third man, and picks up a single. One more to him. He goes up to 11, and Yorkshire to 182 for 7. Field changes over for the right-handed Bess. He used to have this wonderful thing about underarming the ball in from the boundary. Remember that when he's doing towards the back end of his playing career. He used to flick the ball in underarm from the fence. When you think that he had to sort of reinvent his bowling a little bit because he had that awful knee injury earlier on in his career, and sort of reinvented himself as an off spinner with great success. Here's Berg in, bowls to Bess, who just squirts that off a thickish inside edge just behind square on the onside. That's really good running. Set themselves to come back for 2. There's 2 fielders converging on it, and they set themselves to come back for 2. Luke Proctor fielded in the end, and they got 2. So 2 more runs to Don Bess, 45 to him. Willey 11, end of the over, 184 for 7.
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure in terms of who I'd put up for Yorkshire in that one, really. I mean, FST would have fancied himself, wouldn't he? All right, we'll sort him out. All right. But well, given his talents with everything that he seemed to do, somebody like DB Close.
I was going to say Brian, because Brian Close could have probably done it with either hand if he was going to arm wrestle. He'd, being pretty much ambidextrous, he'd be able to do it right hand or left hand.
Probably reading the Sporting Life at the same time while driving down the M1 or whatever it was that Viv Richards said about him.
Yeah, that'd be. I just tell you what, Peter Willey against Brian Close for hard men of cricket, that would be a good scrap. That really would.
Now then, we have Wayne Parnell with 3 for 55 from the Emerald stand end here, bowling to David Willey, who doesn't play that entirely convincingly. I think he must have got some bat on it. Down to, well, Vasconcelos it was, who comes round to sweep up. Dropped into the short fine leg area, so 12 to David Willey. 185 for 7. They're closing in, folks. Yorkshire listeners, Yorkshire viewers, they're closing in on a batting point. 15 short of it though, so there's going to be no celebrations just at the moment. But failed to achieve one last week. And it's a concern not only to supporters but to those within as well, I guess. Striving for it. Parnell in. Bess pushes out into the offside. And there's no run. Done a good job here, Don Bess. 45. Might he make it to a half century? The first in the match. Contributions so far. Adam Lyth with the first ball of the match duck. Will Frayne 11. Gary Balance 4. Harry Brook didn't score. Tom Kohler-Cadmore 42. Johnny Tattersall 26. And most recently Jordan Thompson was bowled by Wayne Parnell for 17. And it is said Parnell coming in round the wicket to bowl to Dominic Bess, who steps away to the offside and then just moves the body back inside that to run it down. Nice little late cut really down to third man, where Zabe does the fielding. Picked up a single.
Interesting one, Safe. We were talking about this during the last match, that he bats left-handed, bowls left arm and throws right arm, which was just slightly flawed, because you tend to look at fielders, you know, you often identify them from a distance whether they're throwing in right arm or left arm, and he bowls left, throws right.
Parnell to Willey, who's got a nick on that, and he's been caught behind Vasconcelos, tumbling away to his left, but he'll at least be happy to have picked up a wicket for his pains on this occasion. And Yorkshire now 186 for 8. David Willey caught Vasconcelos, bowled Parnell for 12. Partnership ended at 26. And Yorkshire then 5 minutes before the schedule B, of course, because of that stoppage time earlier in the day. 186 for 8.
Yeah, we were speculating how David Willey would play it, and I think it was always on the cards that he was going to try and go out and play positively, but on that occasion just got one from Wayne Parnell that just took the outside edge. Good, actually it was a good catch by Vasconcelos, because he had to make ground and dive away to his left, but also it only just carried to him, so it was a good low catch. And yeah, we took it well, and that's a 4th wicket for Wayne Parnell, who, say, one way or another, he's had quite an eventful day, but in the W column at the end, he can point to 4 wickets to add to 3 in the first innings against Glamorgan on his championship debut for Northamptonshire. And I was looking to see, I would imagine it would be Stephen Patterson in next, but no one has appeared yet. Have they declared? They've got enough. Call them in, captain. Oh, it is, yeah, Stephen Patterson's just appearing from down below us.
I think he was just waiting for the cheers from the crowd.
Yes, he was just like Don Bradman in the Bodyline series of the 80s, that awful mini series that they did, and he sort of seemed to milk the applause as he came out. Well, unfortunately, I'm sure there would have been some applause if there'd been spectators in the ground, which there isn't. But I was thinking, Jonathan, when's your first match that you hopefully will be able to, assuming the road map goes to plan? I know Northamptonshire's is Lancashire, starting on May the 20th, where they're hoping they're going to be able to get a few spectators in.
Yeah, curiously, that week of the 17th of May, when we're hoping to see some spectators be allowed in, there is no championship fixture. Maybe they're just allowing for people to queue for a week and camp out to get in for the first fixture. But no, Yorkshire away, in actual fact, at Old Trafford, the first available week, as it were. That is a fixture starting on the 27th of May, the first time that we should see crowds. And then the first one here is the following week, 3rd of June, before we should hopefully see spectators in the ground, and that will be the return fixture against Sussex.
Well, we can't wait, can we? It'll be very, very welcome.
Certainly will. Parnell then, bowling to the Yorkshire skipper, and that is slanted across him, and he's happy to shoulder arms.
I think, although I'm sure Yorkshire will be hoping to try and get as many runs as they possibly can, sure at the back of their minds the thought that they perhaps wouldn't mind a little half a dozen or so overs tonight at Northamptonshire's openers.
Patterson waits, final ball, the 60th over of this Yorkshire first innings, and he gets one wide of off stump, and as I say, on a regular basis he does love to free his arms in that general area, likes to play it square on the offside, and he'll be happy to get off the mark with a single down to third man, so 187 for 8.
I was thinking about, as you do at this time of the day, who it might be quite interesting to have a chat to at close of play, and I'd actually be quite keen to have a chat with Chris Liddell, Northamptonshire bowling coach, because I would be interested to see his thoughts on how the attackers performed as a unit today, because they've all had successes. Obviously, Gareth Berg and picked up a couple of wickets. Ben Sanderson's had a couple. Wayne Parnell's got 4. Tom Taylor, I thought, actually has bowled well without getting a wicket, and I'd just be interested to know what his thoughts were on how the bowling unit has performed today. So perhaps have a little chat with. He's always an interesting guy to speak to. So perhaps have a little chat with him later. Gareth Berg it is for now in bright sunshine. 3 slips in place, and he's bowling to the Yorkshire captain Stephen Patterson, who reaches for that, plays it out in the offside. Goes up to Ben Sanderson, who's an extra cover, and there's no run. Beautiful evening now. Best part of the day, as they say.
Best part of the day, aye. Yep. Interesting at the moment as well, isn't it? I mean, Yorkshire obviously just want to keep going and get as many as they can. I'm not sure you particularly want to bat
No.
a tricky little spell this evening if you're Northants.
There's Bergen again, poles to Patterson outside the off stump, and again it's just the odd one is still going through, even though the ball is 60 overs old. There's still a little bit there for the bowlers prepared to put it in, and it seems, my imagination, Jonathan, but almost more from this end. It seems as though probably more have just gone through from this Kirkstall Lane end. Is Bergen again, bowls to Patterson, pushes up to Sanderson with extra cover, and there's no run.
Yep. Don't think I'd strongly disagree with that.
It's just interesting when Gareth Berg walked past David Milnes. He just sort of made the little gesture to suggest that there's a little bit of bounce there still. Just past 6 o'clock as Berg comes in and bowls outside the off stump to Stephen Patterson, and it goes through to Ricardo Vasconcelos, and there's no run. A couple of balls left in the over, after which I better go and chip into the Cobblers show tonight, it being a Thursday evening. It'll be the Northampton Town football show. The question, I'm sure, will be debated as to whether Northampton Town can avoid relegation from League One in the last couple of games. Here's Berg bowling to Patterson, once again drives it up to extra cover, where it's fielded by Sanderson, and there's no run.
I think my old pal Mark Webber might appear on that.
He is presenting it.
Is he?
He'll be presenting it tonight.
Top man, Mark.
Yes, he'll be talking all things Cobblers, as one of our correspondents mentioned earlier. I know where you're coming from. It's all right. Don't take offence. Here's Bergen again. Bowls to Patterson outside the off stump. Lets it go through to Vasconcelos. End of the over. Patterson 1, Bess 46, and Yorkshire 187 for 8.
Yeah, just a quick look. And by the way, warning folks, it's going to be cricket show time shortly. That'll be just opening up, so I'll be doing an update on that fairly soon. But Sussex 318 for 7 against Lancashire, having chosen to bat at Hove at Derby. Notts were all out for 256, and Derbyshire already struggling at 35 for 2. At Worcester, Essex won the toss, chose to bat, and they're making a good fist of it. 244 for 2. Plenty of batting points potentially for them. They've already picked up 1 and close to a second. Warwickshire playing Durham at Chesterley Street. Warwickshire already bowled out, of course, for 87. Durham not far off eclipsing that without losing a wicket. 63 without loss. As the first delivery of this next at Parnell over from round the wicket wraps Dom Bess somewhere around the thigh pad area, and it is away, and they get through for a single, so leg by. At Bristol, Gloucester won the toss, put Leicestershire in, and they are 249 for 3. So it's been a good day for them. At Taunton, Somerset decided to ask Middlesex to bat, and they've done pretty well given the scores around the country today. 307 for 6. Parnell in to Patterson, who drops this down by his feet, asks if it's okay to pick it up, and gets the nod. And then at Sophia Gardens, Kent bowled out for 138. Glamorgan in response, 62 for 2, trailing by 76. That is, of course, in our group. And then at the Oval, Hampshire 92 all out, Surrey 131 for 1. Already in front by 39. Bad light has stopped play there at the moment. So that's a quick look around the grounds. In comes Parnell once again, and Patterson just had a little bit of a waft over the top of that one. Doesn't make connection. Be one of the more routine takes of the day for Ricardo Vasconcelos. So no change in that score, 188 for 8. Still waiting on that update. And in comes Wayne Parnell once again, bowling from wide of the crease past umpire Nick Cook. It's short, wide of off stump, and Stephen Patterson, as I mentioned, I think just as he'd come in, loves to free the arms and get it away squarish on the offside. He's got it backward of point, this one, and he'll need no second invitations to that sort of shot. He's on to 5 then with a boundary down to the foot of the Western Terrace. 192 for 8, 8 runs shy of a batting point. So on what has been a difficult day in tricky conditions, that wouldn't be the worst of achievements. In comes Parnell once again. Another ball short of length, and Patterson this time maybe a little bit shoulder of the bat. Ball in the air for a while down towards third man, but he picks up another single. Two cries of encouragement. Sun shining brightly at the moment. Lengthening shadows cast from the Western Terrace side of the ground. And in he comes again, and Dom Bess plays this with conviction down to third man, just running it down in the direction of Safe Zabe, and he gets another single. So 47 to Bess, 194 for 8. 15 overs remaining in the day. David Collicutt says, interestingly, international cricket was invented by the USA.
Oldest international fixture, isn't it? USA against Canada.
So can Dom Bess tick off the first little milestone of his batting season with a half century here for Yorkshire?
You're about to update you, Jonathan.
Well, we should have some cue at this point, but nothing yet. As that first delivery of Gareth Berg's over is just wide of off stump, so probably better just continue,
yeah,
because it may end up in a brief few words. Usual stuff at top of the hour: the news, the weather, the roads, then the intro to the programme. Big slam bang start, no doubt, to the cricket show going on at the minute. Berg is in, and that is wide of off stump, and gives Dominic Bess the opportunity to cut this, and he plays it nicely. He plays that shot very well on a regular basis, and he has got his first half century of the season then. Eclipsed his 38 best score so far a little bit earlier on, and that is a 7th first class half century for Dominic Bess. He's taken 153 minutes to get there and 92 deliveries. Nobody can say he's been impatient about it, but it's been much needed from a Yorkshire perspective, having been 80 for 5 at one stage. In fact, 80 for 5 I think when he walked out there. And he's off the back foot, just opening the face and running this out to point for another run. So 52 to him, 199 for 8. Tantalising close to that first bonus point of the match from a home perspective. Gareth Berg 2 for 25 from his 12.5 overs so far. And he's not thrown up too much that the batsman can hit. Here he is, number 13 on his back. In again to Patterson, who's got that away. Not entirely sure that was convincing, and Berg, hands on his head, probably agrees. The ball's... has it got to the boundary? Well, it's been flicked back in field. And in the end, Steve Patterson will have to settle for 3. It's one of those that they would have looked at had there been the TV cameras and a third umpire here. But either way, Yorkshire have their first batting point. Patterson with 3. They've gone on to 202 for 8. And Gareth Berg, well, disappointed not to have picked up his man there. Clearly he thought that was an unconvincing Patterson stroke. Short ball here, pulled by Dominic Bess, and if that has hit the gap, that will be 4, and it has. 2 men converging on it, but another invaluable 4 runs here, 206 for 8. Just starting, Andrew, to be a feeling that Yorkshire have escaped a potentially pretty low total here.
No, they have, and it's all really down to Dom Bess, who's doing an absolutely first-rate job for his side. And yeah, it's just you know, it's the old thing, isn't it? You work hard for a session, and then you hope to reap the rewards in the final session when perhaps the ball's a bit softer and the bowlers are not quite as fresh, and that's exactly what Dom Bess is doing at the moment.
And,
it's out.
Short ball, and he's out. Pull that one straight to straight mid-wicket, and so that is the end of Dominic Bess for 56, 206 for 7. I'm told that listeners to the BBC Radio Leeds Cricket Show are with us, so you've just joined us at an inopportune moment as far as Yorkshire are concerned. The 9th wicket has now fallen, 206 for 9, with Dom Bess, who's played really well to make it to a half century. First time of the season for him, first one of the match from a Yorkshire point of view. He's just banging his bat on the ground in disappointment with himself because he has batted well, patiently. Came in when the score was 80 for 5. Difficult times for Yorkshire at that stage, and looked like they might be dismissed for a low total in tricky batting conditions. But it's thanks to him mainly that they've managed to get up to a batting point in recent times. So 206 for 9. Last man walking out there is Duan Olivier. Still 14 overs to go in the day here at Headingley. We're not quite sure whether we'll see all of those or not, but it would be pretty tricky, you thought, you feel, with if Northants have to go in and face whatever it might be, 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that, at the back end of the day here, in these conditions against fresh, fit and firing Yorkshire bowlers. So Steve Patterson not out 9, and I'm getting all sorts of messages at the same time here, but I can't hear anybody back in the studio in terms of program output or cue, if you're still wondering whether I can or not. So I'll just continue talking with the commentary for now, and maybe give a brief resume of the day, because Northants won the toss, put Yorkshire into bat, and got the wicket of Adam Lyth, of course, the very first ball of the morning. He was trying to leave a delivery from Ben Sanderson and just chopped it onto his stumps. Parnell is in to Patterson, who drops it out into the offside, and there is no run. And we can now hear Dom Bess with his interview with yours truly down at Kent last week, and now he's disappeared again. I can tell you that Steve Patterson is not out 9. Ollie Fear, who is on strike, who is not on strike, is a non-striking end I should say, is not out on noughts. Patterson pushes this next one out into the covers, and there's no run.
Yes, you just think that, as you've sort of alluded to, Jonathan, I think a nasty little, 6, 7, 8 overs, something like that. I'm sure Ricardo Vasconcelos and Ben Curran wouldn't be relishing the prospect, that is for certain.
Now then a nick
he's
here.
out.
Yep, Patterson, last man to go, caught behind.
Yes.
By Vasconcelos, so he's picked up a couple. He's had a torrid old time, hasn't he?
5 for Wayne Parnell.
Yeah, well bowled, sir. Well bowled in part, really, wasn't it? It was a tale of several different parts in actual fact. Bit up and down, bit side to side, but bowled some peaches in and among, and he's got the wicket of the Yorkshire skipper. The last one to go then, caught Vasconcelos, bowled Parnell for 9, 5 for 64 for Wayne Parnell from 15 overs and 3 deliveries, including 4 maidens. 2 for 48 from 21 for Ben Sanderson. He bowled 8 maidens. Tom Taylor bowled well without taking a wicket, none for 34 off 14. And Gareth Berg, 13 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 32. Just the 4 bowlers used by Northamptonshire. And Yorkshire, well, they got a batting point, but not much more. 206 all out. And we're going to see them bowl this evening on the first evening of the match.
Yeah, just the innings ended with a little bit of a whimper rather than a bang, didn't it? And I think Don Bess will be annoyed with himself when you think that he played so well, worked so hard to get to his 56, and then went out in a rather disappointing fashion from his point of view. Got a bit of a long hop outside off stump that he just miscued a pull to mid-wicket, and then Steve Patterson just getting an edge through to the keeper off Wayne Parnell to give him a 5th wicket of the innings. I would strongly suspect that if you'd have offered Northamptonshire 206 all out when they won the toss this morning and put Yorkshire in, they would have taken it. But it's gone rather a sort of a roundabout route to get there, as you say. And I think the way Wayne Parnell's bowled today almost sums up what's been a slightly peculiar day. In that, as you say, he's bowled some absolute jaffers, and then the rest of the time has sprayed it around a touch. But he's got 5 for 64, first 5-wicket haul for Northamptonshire, so he'll be happy with that. Northamptonshire will be happy with that. But now, a real test, and this is a question of just momentum, isn't it?
Good evening, chaps. I am here. I can read you. Thank you. Do you want some sound effects? Yeah, I can pretend I'm at the top of the Himalayas, something like that, if you want. You know. Yesterday. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, X not out. I don't talk about ages anymore. I've just ticked off another one, and anybody who mentions the number, no, I'm not bothered, to be honest with you. But I'm not telling you. Indeed, yes. Yorkshire are all out. Yeah, while you were trying to find me, and you sent out the search party, they lost 2 wickets in quick succession there. So I'm not sure if you heard the commentary at the point that Don Bess was dismissed. He was caught by Kerrigan off Gareth Berg for 56. And he played well. He came in at 80 for 5, and obviously Yorkshire at that point could have been blown away for 100 and something, but not much more than that. So he had to be watchful. It's been a difficult day for batting. Conditions have certainly favoured the ball, and so good decision, you'd have to say, Northants, having won the toss, to stick Yorkshire in and roll them for 206. Not a big score. And so, yeah, full credit to Don Bess. Faced 95 deliveries, was out there for 157 minutes, hit 10 fours, took some opportunities, and did well. He was supported by Johnny Tattersall, who made 26. Jordan Thompson made 17. David Willey made 12, and Steve Patterson made 9. He was the last man out. So there were chip-ins around there as well. Tom Kohler-Cadmore was the man out as Bess had walked to the crease, and he was Yorkshire's top scorer at that point with 42, because the top order, well, to put it bluntly, failed today. Adam Lyth without first ball of the day. Will Frayne made just the 11. Gary Balance just 4, and Harry Brook was out for a duck. So somebody had to find a leg from somewhere, if you like, to guts it out. And as I say, in tough conditions, Don Bess has managed to do that, and that's an invaluable 56, or could prove to be, as far as his team are concerned. The other thing as well to mention is the extras, which were 29 and out of 206, in a fairly low total. That's on a day when you've seen scores of 56 and 42 as the top 2 individual scores. That's the 3rd highest score, more than Johnny Tattersall got with the bat. So who knows what sort of a part that could play come the end of the competition, on the contest. And it won't be easy this last little bit of time on day 1 for Northants out there with the bat. I'm sure the top order batsmen were kind of thinking, well, I'm not too bothered if Yorkshire sort of are not all out today, but just don't score many more runs, please, and then we'll face it in the morning. And that might have been the general feeling among the top 2 or 3 in the Northants batting lineup. So it's been an interesting day's cricket, fellas. It's been a tough day's cricket from a Yorkshire perspective, and I'd say not a bad effort to pick up a batting point in tough conditions. Yeah, he'll be less disappointed with this, I think, than he was down there, because I think we'd all read it, and he himself was saying it's a good batting pitch. He described it as easy when the opening pair were out there last week. I don't think anybody would say any of today has been easy. So given they've got 56 more runs than they got on that pitch last week, you'd have to say this is a better start without being a great start. So, and in that old cricketing cliche about not knowing what it's like until both sides have batted, it could be different if it does warm up and we do have a day of full sunshine for batting tomorrow. We've seen that a few times over the last couple of years here, where it can change, and if you're just unlucky enough to be batting on a bowling day, then you can suffer for that in terms of the result at the end of the game. But I think weather-wise it seems to be pretty similar for the full 4 days here, so I don't imagine it's going to be getting a whole lot easier out there with the bat in your hand. Yeah, well, just one of those things, isn't it, Jangir? I mean, you can't legislate for that. If you're going to make an error of judgment, then first ball of the whole lot is going to be one of those times, isn't it? And he's thinking about getting bat on ball, I suppose. He just puts his front foot down the track. I'm not sure if you've seen it, and he decides that he wants to pull the bat away, and he just doesn't pull it away in time. And it could go anywhere on another day. That's missing leg stump, it's going somewhere else. But today it's the stumps, and that's it. And we were talking on commentary about cashing in when you get the opportunities, and this is something that the players will talk to you about. Andrew Gale will talk to you about, and so Adam Lyth, he's done really well to start this season, and it's for those days that he's taken his opportunities so far. That today is that the other side of that coin, isn't it? And he's not had that little bit of luck on his side. He'll have, I'm sure, plenty of good days again as this season goes on, and who knows, maybe in this match. You'd have thought so. The ball, it's been pitch movement as much as anything. Rather than swing, but I'm sure he'll fancy this. David Willey. It'd be interesting to see who gets the new ball out the Kirkstall Lane end. David Willey is going to open the bowling. They've just gone back out there, and he's going to open from the Emerald stand end. Of course, we know he can swing the ball. So we shall see, I guess, what he can get on this in these first few overs. Andrew, have we got any confirmation on how many overs Yorkshire, Northants are going to have to bat here before the end of the day?
No, I need to just check on that. It would be around about 10 or 11, I think.
There we go. So my colleague Andrew Radd from BBC Radio Northampton. Welcome to the cricket show, Andrew.
Thank you.
So 10 or 11 overs, something like that. So it could be tricky times. I've got to say, conditions at the moment are, reasonably good. Full sunshine coming in from over the Western Terrace. But you'd expect Yorkshire are going to ask a few questions here of Northants in response to that 206 all out. One of the great moments of your career.
I can retire happy now.
So David Willey then to bowl the first delivery of this Northants innings, and well, a little bit of a flash at that one outside off stump from Ben Curran.
Yes, he's had a frustrating start to the season, Ben Curran. This is the opening pair that David Ripley was very keen to put together, and he's felt right from before the start of the season that this is the pair he wants to go with. They get on well together off the field, and he thinks they complement each other well. But Ben Curran's made a few starts and just hasn't gone on.
Willey in again, and Curran shoulders arms, and there's no run.
We came up with a stat actually during the previous match against Glamorgan that Ben Curran in his first-class career has been out 11 times in the 30s, and that seems to be the sort of the danger zone for him. Gets to 30 and then for some unknown reason just doesn't go on. But he's got 10 overs after this one, he and Vasconcelos, and if they're still together and coming off the field together at whenever it'll be, 7 o'clock or after that, I'm sure Northamptonshire will be well happy with the day's work.
Here's Willey again, and just starting it off a little bit too wide of off stump to interest Ben Curran.
It's going to be a late finish, isn't it? 10 overs, and it's nearly 6:30 now, so it's going to be well after 7 o'clock.
Yeah, but just in time for a nice early evening meal for you, though. As you trundle off back to the hotel.
Yeah, well, as you and I know, there's always stuff to do before you can turn thoughts to food.
Fish and chips, I think, tonight for you. Fish and
Could well
chips
be.
first
Could
night.
well be. I shall have a little wander up and down the street, see what's available.
Willey is in, and that is dropped out into the offside by Curran, and there's no run. Well, immediately up the hill there's a nice fish restaurant, and if you go to the traffic lights and turn left and walk on to get a bit of exercise, just to walk off the fish and chips before you eat them, and then there's another one as well.
Yeah, so that's one of the many reasons I'm looking forward to going to Scarborough. Of course, always good fish and chips there. In contrast to Curran's travails, Vasconcelos is currently averaging 99.25 in Championship this year.
Curran driving this David Willey delivery, which is over pitched just around about off stump, and lovely off drive brings him the first runs of this Northants first innings, then 4 without loss.
Yeah, Ben Curran is, he's yet to score a Championship 100. He's got to 80 a couple of times, but he just seems to find ways of getting out. He's a good player, he's a talented player, as we know, and David Ripley is certainly one to back players, which is good to see. But it would make it much easier if he just get a score.
And in comes Willey, and shouldering arms is Ben Curran. So end of the first over then, and that passes without mishap for the visiting side, who are 4 without loss.
It's frustrating in the second innings of against Glamorgan, when Northamptonshire had set off on that run chase, 355 in 79, and the opener's done a really good job, put on 54 in 11 overs, so they were rattling along at 5 and over just to give the innings some real impetus, and then out of nowhere they bring on the off spinner Callum Taylor, and Ben Curran just got a little bit caught in the crease, and LBW, and again another little platform, got to 24 and then got out, and that sort of slightly sums up where he's been for this season, and also some of last season as well. You just feel that with Ben Curran, if he could just get, it's a bit like the old Mike Gatting thing with his first Test 100, if he could just get 100 under his belt, then it would by no means be the last. But That's a little way off yet, but he's made a decent start anyway. Now it's Vasconcelos. He's going to be facing this ball from Jordan Thompson, the Kirkstall Lane end, and Vasconcelos flicks away down the leg side, and there's a sort of a half appeal from Johnny Tattersall behind the stumps. He thought he might just have got something on that and strangled him down the leg side, but not to be. So Vasconcelos in this Northamptonshire side, certainly a key wicket, and of course he's now got this added responsibility, or dual responsibility, of captaincy, and he's just spent 63 overs keeping wicket. Thompson in bowls to him down the leg side, and very intent on keeping everything out of the way, especially the gloves, and just pulls them out of danger, and it goes through and it's taken by Tattersall. Beautiful evening, sunshine, some sort of fluffy clouds above us, but I don't think light's going to be a problem now. 6:30 local time. Here's Thompson in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who goes on the back foot, plays it back down the pitch, and Jordan Thompson fields, no run. 3 slips in place, and a backward point, extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and long leg down there on the boundary near the east stand. And Thompson running from down below us, bowls to Vasconcelos, who is away, not particularly convincingly. A bit of a sort of thick inside edge down towards backward square, but he comes through for a single, so he's off the mark with 1, and Northamptonshire up to 5 for no wicket. Comes down and has a chat with Ben Curran, who's just taking his guard from umpire Milnes. And yes, Vasconcelos, having made 185 not out last time out to win the match against Glamorgan, 221 balls, 6 and 25 fours. His highest score in first-class cricket is 7th 100, and of those, the 6th time he'd gone past 140. Here's Thompson in bowls to Curran. He's on top of that, plays it down on the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So when Vasconcelos does get in, he tends to go big. And of course the recipient of a 5-year contract at the end of the 2019 season, so tied into Northamptonshire for a while. We certainly think very, very highly of him, and his record would underline why. Round the wicket goes Thompson, and bowls to Curran, who plays that out the offside, and it just goes into the covers, and there's no run there. End of Jordan Thompson's first over, which cost just the 1 run. Curran is 4, Vasconcelos 1, and Northamptonshire 5 for no wicket, replying to Yorkshire's 206 all out.
Yeah, and interesting that Jordan Thompson has been entrusted the new ball. We've only seen that, I think, just last week at Sussex, 2nd innings, from what I can recall. Just his 10th first-class match, this. And career best figures of 5 for 31. He's got 27 first-class wickets at 18, going at 2.5 and over. And part of that is his abilities and the way he's approached it, and also part of that is how he's been worked into the Yorkshire attack at times as well. Patterson in, and that is just wide of off stump, but a thickish inside edge there from Vasconcelos at around about square leg, where Jordan Thompson was round to field. He's just got a knack, as I mentioned after last week's game, of just making something happen, particularly with the ball, but also at times with the bat. Took the wicket of Ben Brown last week, which was vital really to the outcome at that stage. Now David Willey just gets this wrong, slants it across the left-handed Vasconcelos, who picks him off for a single down to Will Frayne, away to our right at long leg. So with Steve Patterson and Dwan Olivier out there, I suppose a bit of feather in the cap of Jordan Thompson, but he is a sort of 2-dimensional bowler in the sense that he can swing it when it's swinging, and he can certainly hit the pitch. David Willey in to Curran, who pushes that to Jordan Thompson at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
It's a nice choice for the captain to have to make, though, isn't it? There's plenty of options there.
Yeah, and of course, missing both opening bowlers that would be if they were fit in Matthew Fisher and Ben Code. Both pulled up injured in the first game here against Glamorgan in those Arctic conditions. Willie is in, and Curran shoulders arms. Johnny Tattersall just fumbles this one, but there's no run.
It's the two Northampton-born players in direct opposition at the moment. Willie to Curran. They're both sons of famous cricketing fathers as well.
And with a Northamptonshire umpire.
Yes, that's right. Yes, although Nick was born in Leicester, but yes, obviously spent a number of seasons with Northamptonshire as player and then as coach.
In comes Willie, wide of off stump. Curran shouldering arms. Yeah, I mean, I did hear a rumour that the grass seed had been driven up from Northamptonshire.
There's every chance. There's a certain type of loam, of course, that comes from Northamptonshire. I'm not mentioning it might be advertising, but always, everything comes. All that is most wholesome and good, of course, comes out of Northamptonshire. Myself excluded.
Willie in. That's not too far off. A little flick down the leg side from Curran. Johnny Tattersall again not taking that cleanly, tumbling away to his right, but no harm done. End of the third over of this Northants response to Yorkshire's 206 all out, and they are precisely 200 behind at 6 without loss.
It's one of those things in Northampton that's like being born within the sound of Bow Bells that supposedly makes you a Cockney. I think in Northampton you have to have been born in the Barrett maternity home in Northampton, which is about 30 seconds walk from the offices of BBC Radio Northampton in Northampton Town Centre, which, as my son pointed out when I told him this first time, he said, "You haven't gone very far, have you, in the last X number of years?" Round the wicket comes Jordan Thompson, starting a fresh over. Bowls to Vasconcelos, who's in behind that, plays it up to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
One of the great put-downs then.
Absolutely, yes. Well, it was a very fair point, but yeah, if you're born in the Barrett, then you're a true Northamptonian. Jordan Thompson looking to get a breakthrough here. 3 slips waiting for the edge. He's bowling round the wicket. Of course, 2 left-handers opening the batting for Northamptonshire. And this ball to Vasconcelos, he's picked up off his hip, and he's got hold of plenty of that, and he's gone all the way for 6. So that's the first 6 of the match, and that ball was on the hip of Ricardo Vasconcelos, and it's indicative, I think, of the form he's in at the moment. The way he's seeing the ball, he just picked that up. There's a fielder down there at backward square, but stood absolutely no chance, and it thumped on the full into the boundary boards in front of the east stand. 6 to Vasconcelos, 12 for no wicket. And Vasconcelos has made 8 of them. Thompson in again, bowls to him outside the off stump this time, and he just lets that go through to Johnny Tattersall, and there's no run. Statement of intent there from Vasconcelos. Probably in the course of this innings, I was saying earlier, his championship average this year 99.25 before this innings, which means at this very moment it was probably over 100.
Just a word of warning, Adam Lyth had something similar
Yes.
before this innings today.
Absolutely. Round the wicket comes Thompson, bowls to Vasconcelos, who pushes that up into the offside, just goes behind square, and Don Bess in there at backward point, who fields, and there's no run. Bess top scoring for Yorkshire, fine innings, 56 off 95 balls with 10 fours. Other useful contributions from Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who made 42, and Johnny Tattersall 26. And here's Thompson again, round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump once again. Vasconcelos lets it go through. Good carry with a new ball, as you would expect. And for Northamptonshire, Wayne Parnell finishing with 5 for 64 from 15.3 overs. Gareth Berg, who's been really the go-to for Northamptonshire this year, 13 overs, 3 for 32. Ben Sanderson, 21 overs, 2 for 48. First time he's taken more than 1 wicket in an innings so far this season. As Thompson comes in round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump once again. Vasconcelos lets it go through to Johnny Tattersall. End of the over with 4 gone now. And Northamptonshire 12 for no wicket. Curran 4, Vasconcelos 8. And the other bowler used today, Tom Taylor, 14 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 34. I don't think those figures really flatter him. I thought he bowled well today. Certainly bowled some good lines, apart from just one slightly ragged opening over when he strayed a bit down the leg side. But bowled well. Wasn't his day today. But you can imagine circumstances Jonathan Murray bowled a lot worse than that and come up with 2 or 3 wickets.
Yeah, that, as they say, is cricket, I suppose. As David Willett is in to Curran, who gets a little bit of a leading edge on this one to cover, where Gary Ballance is positioned but drops short of him. Good evening to you, Sam, who says, with regard to spectators being allowed in, you can get into the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy match here on the 29th of May, as I applied and got the nominal ticket. Thanks, Sam. So, Willie in. Curran works his square on the leg side. Jordan Thompson fields but can't prevent the single. Stuart McArdle has emailed on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com and says, hello JD, you mentioned in the last match that Yorkshire's first innings were woeful and the batting bonus points total were poor, if not showing a deficit. The vital statistics over the last 3 seasons is simply that Yorkshire had one of the worst batting bonus points totals in the county championship. Yeah, well, I don't dispute that. Willie is in, and that is driven square nicely as well by Vasconcelos, just in front of point, and will pick up 4 runs. So he's on to 12, and well, a good start here for Northants. No early mishaps. 17 without loss. It's been an issue. I mean, playing here, first innings, you'd expect that to be more so than on some venues and on some surfaces. That's been a historical thing. It's not just this particular team or these last 3 seasons, as I said, because Willie's delivery is just wide of off stump, and Vasconcelos decides to shoulder arms. I stand to be corrected on that. If you want to put the stats in front of me, folks, that's fine. But I think a general impression, and for somebody like Andrew, who's not here all the time, you think Headingley, you think?
Yeah, absolutely. You think it's going to be tough. First morning at Headingley is not a time to be a top order batsman. That's what you would sort of word association test. That's what you'd think, isn't it?
David Willey turns then, advancing in once again towards Vasconcelos, who's happy to shoulder arms to this one as well. Yes, they have definitely disappointed, as they themselves would admit on several occasions. I remember first game of last season in the BWT up at Durham when I think they were 199 first innings. Just needed to find something to get another batting bonus point. As it turned out, wouldn't have mattered. And as I responded to somebody, one of our correspondents last week on that front, last year it was lost time due to the weather rather than batting bonus points that were Yorkshire's key concern, as David Willey's last delivery is watched by Curran. So 17 without loss after 5.
I thought we might canter through some of the scores from elsewhere. I know people like to know what's happening elsewhere in the country. A number of games today have moved on apace, it's fair to say. At Derby, Nottinghamshire 256 all out in the East Midlands Derby. Derbyshire 73 for 4 in reply, and they're still playing there. Close of play at New Road. Essex have had a solid first day against Worcestershire, 266 for 2 after winning the toss and choosing for bat. Tom Westley is 75 not out there. At Riverside, where they had that sensational start, Warwickshire at one stage, 31 for 8. They recovered, if that's the word, to 87 all out. Durham, though, 78 for no wickets. Stephen Patterson coming into the attack, bowling round the wicket outside the off stump. Left alone by Ben Curran, taken again by Johnny Tattersall outside leg stump, but possibly that as much the angle as. I don't think there was any great prodigious swing behind that delivery. But Stephen Patterson deciding to, with all the options available, bring himself into the attack fairly early on. So yeah, 87 all out Warwickshire, 78 for no wicket Durham, and they're still playing there at Bristol. Come to that in a sec. Patterson in again, bowls to Curran, who drives, but it just goes up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Gary Balance, and there's no run. At Bristol, Leicestershire, who were put into bat by Gloucestershire, 264 for 4, close of play there, so the Foxes will be pretty happy with that state of affairs. Somerset also won the toss, chose to bowl first against Middlesex at Taunton, and Middlesex have reached the close on 308 for 6. So that not maybe a particularly good insertion. Patterson in again, bowls to Curran, plays it back down the pitch, and the bowler fields, and there's no run. At Sophia Gardens, match in this same group, of course, Group 3. Glamorgan on top, Kent 138 all out today, and Glamorgan 104 for 2, still playing there. But Glamorgan have had a very good day. Down at the Oval, possibly the most one-sided day in any of the matches so far. Patterson in again, bowls to Curran, who again drives up to mid-off, again balance fields, and there's no run. Hampshire bowled out for 92, and Surrey reaching the close on 131 for 1. So I think it's probably fair to say that Surrey have just about shaded that day. Rory Burns is 61 not out, and Hashim Amla 59 not out. So a very good day for Surrey, and that brings you up to date with what's happening around the country. Patterson round the wicket, bowls to Curran outside the off stump, and Curran lets it go through to Tattersall. And there's no run. 5 overs to go after this one, with the clock showing 6:45, but just about the best light we've had today, really. It's absolutely gorgeous now. Beautiful evening.
That is Yorkshire, lad.
Looking forward to my...
Are you claiming the weather as well?
No.
You sure?
Can't possibly claim that.
Is it not shining from... No, Northampton's not in the west, is it?
No. We're a bit further south.
So end of the over, 17 without loss then. Just the 5 remaining today. Should get through that up to the top of the hour. And having seen the change, well, Yorkshire obviously trying to get a breakthrough this evening. Seen the change at the Kirkswell Road end. It looks as though there's going to be a double change. Dwan Olivier is marching off towards Nick Cook. Looks like he might have had a haircut here, Dwan Olivier. Yeah.
Oh right. Was he another one of these with lockdown locks, or?
No, not especially, but his hair is definitely normally longer than that.
That's a sharp one.
Yeah.
That's a number 2 all over, I reckon. That's what I usually have.
He's gone short. Wonder if the bowling will match it. We'll see. It can do occasionally if he wants to dig one in. So
just ask mine to cut the grey out these days and leave the rest. Doesn't leave much.
I wasn't going to go there.
Yeah, it's all right.
So he's bowling over the wicket here from the Emerald stand end. Dwan Olivier, the South African, of course, overseas player as he now is, and that is turned square on the leg side by Ricardo Vasconcelos, who remains on 12, having seen that ball fielded by Jordan Thompson. A couple of looseners, and then he might let one go, might let him see a couple go before the end of the day's play. Plenty of chit-chat between Messrs Harry Brook at third, Adam Lyth at second, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore at first slip. Wonder what that's all about, as Olivier's next delivery sees Vasconcelos push it out into the offside this time. Fielding is done by David Willey.
I think the thing about Vasconcelos is when a couple of years ago you could see that he was obviously a super boundary striker, but I think there's a maturity about his batting that's come in the last certainly this season.
Here's Olivier. He's up there to drive, and the invitation is duly accepted by the Northants captain. Lovely off drive for 4 brings him, takes him on to 16. 21 without loss now.
Yeah, if the ball's there to be hit, he'll hit it. But I think this one thing very noticeable about his cricket this year is more prepared to hang back a little bit, soak up a bit of pressure sometimes, rotate the strike, just drop ones. And he seems to have spent a good part of this season batting with Rob Keogh, and certainly the 2 big partnerships, one against Kent, one against Glamorgan, and they seem to bounce well off each other.
Here's Olivier, goes a little shorter this time, and that's dropped to mid-wicket where Jordan Thompson fields, and there's no run. And
play for each other, and it's a sign of, I think, increasing maturity of Vasconcelos for someone who's still, in cricketing terms, and just generally, still a young man. 23 now.
Yeah, it sounded like an entertaining knock last week, and that's a good delivery from Olivier. As the beating of him this time just ends up falling over slightly towards the offside, suggesting it might have shaped in on him.
It was good stuff, and but you have to say, just having gone through those scores, full credit to Glamorgan, because they're just coming off the back of a bit of a tonking, and the bowling was not the best, it must be said, in that last day against Northamptonshire. And today they've come out and bowled Kent out for 138.
Olivier, fuller delivery and with open face, that's run out into the covers. A shy at the stumps by David Willey, and Yorkshire's hands on head suggest that if that had hit direct, well, Ben Curran might have been in a spot of bother.
He'd given up, hadn't he? He knew that if he hit the stumps he was out, and yeah, that would definitely have been curtains. Interesting, look at that Glamorgan bowling attack. Lucas Carey has come into the side. He wasn't playing against Northamptonshire. Tim van der Hoogten was unfit, and he's back in today, and he's picked up 4 wickets today, so obviously made a difference. And 4 also for David Lloyd, who took the new ball against Northamptonshire in both innings, and bowled pretty well. And today came on 3rd change and picked up 4 wickets, so they found a way. Stephen Patterson starting a fresh over from this Kirkstall end, bowls outside the off stump, lures Vasconcelos into a stroke. It beats the edge, goes through to Johnny Tattersall, and there's no run. 3 overs to go after this one, so 23 balls for Northamptonshire to survive. As I say, if they could get through without losing a wicket tonight, I think they'll look at the scoreboard and they'll say we've had a pretty good day, but a lot of cricket still to be played in this match, of course. Around the wicket comes Patterson in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, plays it out into the offside, goes up to extra cover where Will Frayne fields, and there's no run. 3 slips still in, as there were right from the start. Sun quite low in the sky now, of course. If you were sitting in the east stand, you need to have the visor pulled down, you wouldn't see a thing. There's Patterson in again, bowls, and that beats Vasconcelos outside the off stump, well bowled. Again, I think that just came in on the angle, did enough off the seam to beat the outside edge. And Vasconcelos just having a little wander off towards square leg and rehearsing leaving, which is maybe what he should have been doing to that one.
Yep, whenever you need things settling down, you try your luck with a couple of early wickets with your opening bowlers. You can always turn and rely on Steve Patterson.
Patterson in again, bowls on Vasconcelos' legs, which is his strength, of course. He plays it up to mid-wicket. And there's no run, fielded by David Willing.
Sean in Roundair says, fish and chips, jump in the motor, drive to Oakwood Chippy, park by the clock. Yeah, Oakwood clock. And he says, why? They are one of the few chippies left that still fry in beef dripping. Ooh. It makes all the difference.
But it does. That sounds magnificent. Oakwood. Have to get the old atlas out. Here's Patterson again, round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, who I think we give him credit and think he played just about inside the line of that one, but again it was that testing line just outside off stump from Steve Patterson, who's dropped right onto the money from the first ball. He's yet to concede a run. 1 ball to go in his second over. He really has been the model of accuracy so far, setting the example, of course, as captain. And here he is again, bowling around the wicket to Vasconcelos. And that just again was a good ball because it was the same line, just came in a little bit on the angle, bowling around the wicket, and it bounced as well. But Vasconcelos played it well. Shouldered arms, got everything out of danger. Goes through to Johnny Tattersall rather. End of the over. Patterson 2 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 0. And with 3 overs left to go, Northamptonshire 22 for no wicket, replying to Yorkshire's 206.
Sean in round A has quoted somebody else's tweet, which says the tallest mallard duck to have ever lived since records began, known as Long Boy. He lives on the campus of the University of York, England, standing just over 1 metre, 3.5 feet tall. That is a tweet by Dick King Smith HQ, and Sean has retweeted it saying, the Curtly Ambrose of ducks. As Ollie Fear in for his first ball of the over.
Well,
to Curran, which is pushed out into the point region. There's no run.
he inflicted a few ducks on a few batsmen in his time, Sir Curtly. Fine bowler.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I think one of his best performances, actually, I can bring to mind was against Yorkshire in a NatWest Trophy game in the year Northamptonshire won it in 1992 at Northampton, when he was quite outstanding.
Oliver in, and that might have been a nick, you know. It's gone through the slip cordon and will run away for 4.
My feeling there was I thought he played that, actually just played it with soft hands. I thought he played it quite well. But again, it was a little bit of a moral success for the bowler.
So 9 to Curran, Northants. Well, if not getting away here, they have at least got some runs on the board in just over 8 overs, 26 without loss. Here is Oliver in again. Curran more solidly behind this one, dropping into the offside. There's no run.
Yes, that's that match against Yorkshire 1992. Just trying to find the scorecard. It's interesting that you're saying about that and the sort of the mindset of an opener going in at this time. And Wayne Larkins was obviously a great player. His attitude was always, well, at the end of the day, yeah, okay, you can say it's difficult, but fielders are up, plenty of gaps in the field, chance to get a few on the board.
Oliver is in and Curran drives to extra cover. There's no run. I'm expecting our Yorkshire tinted listeners to come back with lots of riposts here tomorrow. We want loads of stats, folks. Yorkshire players who've done wonderful feats against Northants tomorrow. Otherwise, Andrew's in danger having his car park pass rescinded.
All right, I'll start off with one then. The first time Northamptonshire and Yorkshire played each other in County Championship, 1908. Northamptonshire bowled out for 27 and 15.
That's the start. Oliver in, and then it's pushed back at the pitch by Curran. And the bowler fields in his follow through. There's no run.
And the only thing I'll say is that George Thompson, who was Northamptonshire's best player and whose biography I'm writing at the moment, couldn't bat because he got lumbago. So that's the only sort of rider on that. Here you go, Curtly Ambrose, 1992 NatWest Trophy. Northamptonshire 325 for 7. Yorkshire 192 all out. Ambrose 8.3 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 7.
Who, sorry? Oliver is in, and that is a nick this time as well. A thickish edge from Curran, and it had the fielders diving away to the left. Again, he might have just softened the hands on it to some extent. Hard to tell from here whether or not it carried. Not sure if you've got the stream up in front of you.
I have. It's a few balls behind. That's the only trouble. It's about 3 deliveries behind. So we'll have to. I'll keep it up and we'll have a look.
You're obviously not on the Yorkshire stream there, no?
You
see, there you go. You see.
You
see, we've got one there.
The other thing about that game in 1950, of course, Sachin Tendulkar was playing for Yorkshire in that one. Caught Ripley, bowled Capel for 21. Well,
good up Sachin Tendulkar.
Yes. Could play a bit. Decent player, they tell me. Penultimate over of the day, about to start. Oh yes, John Whiting, thank you for that. Mark Robinson, 9 wickets for Yorkshire against Northamptonshire at Harrogate. Thanks for that, John. You're supposed to be on my side.
Thank you, John. Okay, yep, just approaching the end of the day's play. Just 2 overs remaining. Steve Patterson's just starting out, bowling the penultimate one to Ben Curran, who's not out 10. Ricardo Vasconcelos, the captain for Northants in this game, is not out 17, so they haven't managed to make a breakthrough yet. As you know, Yorkshire were bowled out for 206 earlier in the piece, with Don Best top scoring with 56, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who we're going to be speaking to after the day's play, was next best with 42. It's been a tough old day, but despite those favourable conditions for the ball when Yorkshire were batting, as I say, they haven't yet made a breakthrough in this Northants response. 27 without loss.
Was nice coming through the Herbert Sutcliffe gates this morning and remembering all the sixes he hit on a championship game in Kettering back in the 30s. There was about 13 sixes in the match. I think over the years it's probably fair to say that Yorkshire have had the edge over Northamptonshire, but and that ball is played away down through the slips wide of third slip by Ben Curran, and again it's gone down to the boundary at third man, and these are handy runs for Northamptonshire and fairly risk free, and that runs away to the fence. 31 for no wicket, Northamptonshire. Curran up to 14, Vasconcelos on 17. And the ball just goes down onto the tarpaulin in front of the Emerald stand, and Yorkshire may find themselves in the same situation that Northamptonshire were in earlier when the ball went down there and got decidedly soggy. Here you go. Northampton, that match, Kettering 1933, Northamptonshire 27 all out. Sutcliffe 113 out of Yorkshire's reply of 301, including 10 sixes. Here's Patterson coming back over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. That ball just got very big on Johnny Tattersall, and it's gone down for a bye to third man. It seems though Tattersall almost didn't pick that up. But it bounced again, as a few have today. It just bounced, especially from this end, once again. And Tatterson just going through the gloves. A bye is signalled by umpire David Milnes, and Northamptonshire up to 32 for no wicket. 2 balls to go in this over, and then another over to go. Round the wicket goes Patterson, bowling to Vasconcelos, who drives that away pleasantly through extra cover. It's running up towards the boundary. It's not going to get there. It's chased up there by Gary Balance, but they're able to come back for 3. So 3 to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who goes up to 20, and Northamptonshire to 35 for no wicket, replying to Yorkshire's 206 all out. Yes, Kettering was one of the outgrounds that Northamptonshire used for many years, but like so many of outgrounds around the country, as counties invest more and more in their headquarters, they're obviously more reluctant to take games away without a lot of financial support. Round the wicket goes Patterson, in again, bowls to Curran, plays it down the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over with Curran on 14, Vasconcelos on 20, Northamptonshire 35 for no wicket, and we've got 1 more over to go.
Yep, don't forget you can get in touch on @oldmanrad, RADD, and @Jonathan Doidge or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. And well, amid all the facts and figures of the day, there's one I just can't quite remember, which you might want to mail in on, folks. County Championship title wins. Can you just remind me how many Northants have got and how many Yorkshire have? It's
you see, if it hadn't have rained on August the 7th, 1912, then Yorkshire would be -1 and Northamptonshire would be +1. I'll explain in a moment.
Olivier in from the Emerald stand end, and Vasconcelos is solidly behind this, pushing into the offside, no run.
Because Yorkshire just pipped Northamptonshire for the championship in 1912 by 1.something% under the way it was calculated in those days. But on August the 7th, 1912, it rained pretty much across the country. Yorkshire were about to lose to Lancashire and were saved. Leicestershire were about to lose to Northamptonshire and were saved. And if both those games had gone their course,
Olivier in. Vasconcelos plays to Thompson. No run.
then almost certainly Northamptonshire would have won. Yorkshire would have lost. And had everything else then gone according, as it did for the rest of the season, then Northamptonshire would just have finished ahead of Yorkshire in the table in all probability.
I assume the Yorkshire-Lancashire match was at Old Trafford, if it rained.
I can't remember, to be honest, but I can look it up. But there's every chance, isn't there?
Olivier coming into bowl to Vasconcelos again. It's not a bad delivery, and the batsman pulls his bat inside the line. It got a yelp from the slip cord, probably, if I was having a wager on that, probably something like probably Adam Lythe who yelped. He gets a bit excited about most things.
It was a good ball. It was in absolutely the right place to bowl to Vasconcelos, which I'm sure they'll be looking, if he's still there tomorrow morning, that's where they'll be looking to probe away.
Here's Olivier again, and that is straight and asks the batsman to play. Pushes it back to the bowler, no run. Yeah, he generally tends to have to just pitch in the batsman's half, and Adam Lythe is interested.
Well, that's good. Keeps him involved. Not that he's needed much worry about that this year, the way he's been batting. Obviously today, not his day, but absolutely terrific, Nick, this year.
Yeah, what a great start. What a great way to start your benefit year. As Olivier is in and opening the face, running that out into the covers. Vasconcelos picks up a single, and he'll be hoping that, well, that will be it for the day for him, on it, because there's only one delivery left. He's going to finish 21, and unless there's a ridiculous run out on his last ball, 21 not out. 36 without loss. So plenty of encouragement from the day for Northamptonshire. Won the toss, bowled Yorkshire out for 206, and they have survived until now. In fact, they've survived 11 overs and to the close of play, with that dot ball to finish things off at 36 without loss. So, Andrew Rad, sum up the day from an away team perspective.
Well, I think Northamptonshire would be pretty happy with that. I think when they won the toss this morning, if you'd have said to Ricardo Vasconcelos, okay, we're going to bowl first, and you're going to bowl Yorkshire out for 206, and at close of play you're going to have 36 on the board for no wicket, I think he would have settled for that. I mean, I'd be interested, obviously, we'll go and do the interviews now and get what the thinking was at the start. How much of it was, if you like, a positive insertion, and I'm sure this is what they'll say, that we will back our bowlers to do well in those conditions. I just wonder, at the very back of your mind, whether you think, you look at all the Yorkshire's seam bowling options in this game that we were talking about a short time ago, and you think, well, if there was going to be a little bit in it early on, maybe we'd rather be bowling on it than subjecting our top order to it. The top order has been a little bit brittle this year. Some of the runs have come from lower down. Obviously, the previous second innings against Glamorgan was an exception, but I think that may have been in their minds. But the bowling unit did well. Parnell was a real mixture today of very good and slightly erratic. The other seamers, I think Sanderson was good. Berg was very good, as he has been all year. Taylor was perhaps a bit unlucky. Don Best played very well for Yorkshire, but 206 all out, maximum bowling points, 36 for no wicket. If Friday turns out to be a batting day, then I think Northamptonshire will be, very, very happy with the way things have gone. But there's always with this side, as showed at Old Trafford, 5 wickets in 7 overs. There's always a collapse that's always just a little bit round the corner. So from a Northamptonshire point of view, I hope it doesn't happen.
Well, we'll see who will enjoy that Friday feeling. Will it be Yorkshire? Will it be Northants? Yorkshire, from their point of view, they'll be disappointed, obviously, with what came to pass in that first couple of sessions. Adam Lythe was not the best of starts to the day, but nobody could really get going apart from Tom Kohler-Cadmore. And of course, he went when the score was at 80 for 5. And thank goodness for that contribution from Dom Bess, an invaluable 56. Yeah, certainly not all doom and gloom, but work to do with the ball tomorrow, and both Andrew, Rad and myself will enjoy calling that one for you, I'm sure, although we're probably going to hope it's going to finish around about 6 rather than 7:06.
Well, from the point of view of our stomachs, yes.
We'll see on that front. It's been great calling with you today, and thanks for your company as well, folks, and we hope you'll join us again tomorrow for more ball-by-ball coverage from just before 11 o'clock. Good night.